Hello. We'll be starting in just a second. I'll be right back. Just getting ready still. Hello. Hello, hello. How are we doing today, chat? Oh God. Ukraine, more like my crane. That's what Putin said. That is absolutely what Putin said. Damn, 564. Yeah, so I'm not monetized yet. I have applied, but it hasn't gone through yet. I've got a migraine all weekend. That's unfortunate. More like 674. Oh my God. Closing in on 567. Stop. Although it's true, we are, but yeah, I'm waiting for the AdSense approval thing to go through. Like, I don't know, Conduit told me that they have to like mail something to my house in order to confirm that like my address is real, and then they have to and yeah. 6-7, yes. Hello, TRC. 6-7 indeed. Okay. Look near emoji. Yeah, we're gonna be getting to that. So I watched the that documentary that Chase recommended to me last night, Winter on Fire, and it's about the Euromaidan protests. I think it was filmed by people who were there, right? I think they were journalists. But yeah, it's a Netflix movie. It's on Netflix. Although because Netflix is being lame now with account sharing, and they basically are enforcing this stupid Netflix household thing. BRB gonna make three accounts. No, Bill, don't do that. That's not that. No, I wanted to like they should be legitimate. I mean, like if you want to, but that's kind of silly. Anyway, yeah. So like, um, yeah, I think it was filmed by like by people. Yeah, I did Chase. It was very good. It was very harrowing too. Honestly, like it was a lot. I like it kind of really clues you into just how incredibly violent the whole thing was and how quickly it became violent. Um, and yeah, I think they kind of skipped over some stuff, but oh, you're making a 6-7 joke. Oh my God. Yeah, I see. 6-7 doesn't mean anything. Um, but yeah, there were like a couple of little things they skipped over, I guess, and I kind of wish that they'd gone more into the political machinations behind the scenes, but that wasn't really what it was about. It was about people on the ground. And I like that they interviewed a bunch of the protesters as well, which was really kind of interesting. And even during the February 20th massacre with the snipers, um, it was mentioned too that like even the protesters themselves didn't know. Um, like I think that they knew that there were certain instances where the police weren't necessarily the ones shooting at them. And because they mentioned that there were like agitators and whatnot. So I mean, I feel like unfortunately that's going to be one of those things where we might not ever know exactly like what happened there unless we manage to uncover some kind of new evidence. But I mean, the conspiracy that it was all done by far right people is very silly because I don't think that's true. Although, like we said, even if it was, it wouldn't matter. It still doesn't justify Ukraine invading or getting invaded by Russia. Um, and there was also the fire that happened as well too, a few days before, which I need to look into further because I think that that was like a big one that everyone was very upset about. So yeah. Um, okay. So what I did was because one of the things that I wanted to know about, whoops, is the political machinations behind the scenes. And so I decided to ask the Clanker to give me sources. Um, Mostly because that when you're trying to like use articles to put together like a history of something that happened like many years ago, it is incredibly difficult to like just find them by googling because you'll find a lot more modern shit or like more recent news stories. And if you want to look for like what was being reported at the time or stuff that was written afterwards, it can be a huge pain. And so it's probably easier. I guess what I'm saying is that ChatGPT does a better job at scraping Google than I as a human would, and it takes less time. The problem Ukraine has is that their war is boring. I mean, too simple. Yeah, but you see, Moki D, the problem with that is that if you compare it to Israel Palestine is actually incredibly simple, or is actually not incredibly simple, but everybody who talks about it and obsesses over it thinks that it is, or at least the majority of people do. Like, which are the extremists, who are the people who are the loudest about it. So it's rather funny that that's what people say about how like the Ukraine war is boring. Or it's funny that you're saying that. I think that the people who obsess over Palestine just don't care about the Ukraine war for a multitude of reasons. Obviously, people are going to say no Jews, no news, but also there's also the fact that it's just that I don't know, people have been obsessed with Israel Palestine for a long time. It's a conflict that's been going on for a very long time. But I mean, I think that this is still something that's really important, and it actually does bother me that everybody basically just forgot about it so that they could obsess over Israel and Gaza instead. And I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons for that, obviously. It's because it's I mean, most leftists don't seem to want to talk about Ukraine either. Like a lot of people in our space who are ostensibly on our side just don't care. Oh, no Jews, no views. I mean, I've heard both, but that's not the only reason, though, by the way. I don't think. I mean, really. I think that that might be the case for like some segments of the population, but to me, that's sort of more like a joke. Yeah, I know that Vosh carried Chase, but he was like a standout exception. There were other people who were basically just silent about it. And then like there was a lot of like bullshit waffling about how it was all NATO's fault or like the weird non-interventionist shit or all this other dumb crap about like we don't want to be involved in forever wars and like this stupid Iraq PTSD shit that results from like people like the Majority Report basically saying that America shouldn't be involved at all. Or Brianna Joy Gray rolling her eyes at the fact that Russia was murdering civilians when this was pointed out as like a reason for like why the US should keep helping Ukraine. When the first person was shot on the 22nd of January, my birthday, I was crying that I don't know what to do, but might leave country. I can't live in a country that kills us. Wait, you're Ukrainian, Wasserman? That's really interesting. If you want, like, I think talking to a Ukrainian would also be really useful. Are you still there, or did you end up leaving because of the war? Oh, I know it's not the worst thing she rolled her eyes at, Bill. I'm aware that she also rolled her eyes about the hostages and stuff. I mean, I think that they're probably just about equally as bad. She's just her brain is just broken on America bad. And I think that's the problem with most leftists. Oh, you're in Kiev. Nice. It's a beautiful city. I'd like to visit one day. Hopefully when all this is over. Hopefully it will be over sooner rather than later, and hopefully it'll end well for Ukraine. But I mean, at this point, I don't know. It's all gone to shit. Um, so, oh my God, somebody gave money. Thank you for the $5. And also, wait, did you do it twice or is it just screwed up? W don't know. Yeah, Chase, I saw that. And I saw what you had posted in the Iran thing, but I'm not going to let you distract me with leftist slop, okay? Today we are going to talk about Ukraine, and then we are going to react to Lactoid, okay? What is happening? It's a bit sketchy lately. They keep shooting energy infrastructure for 2 weeks, and it's minus 15 degrees Celsius outside, so people are without heating, electricity, water for day. Yeah, I've seen I've seen like the videos of people with generators all over Kiev and I think other cities, but yeah, Kitty gets struck. Well, no, I just don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why. Like, it looks like this person only pledged $5 one time, so I don't know why Streamlabs is like screwing up and continuously sending stuff over and over and over again. Do you want to watch Benny Morris debate? No, I want to talk about Ukraine. Stop trying to distract me. Hello, short stat goblin. We're not going to pivot to Israel Palestine. Jeez. I'm here to keep chat in line. Like maybe later on I will. I Wait, what is Benny Morse debate Omar Bartov on? I'm not going to watch it today, but I'm just curious. Is it about the genocide thing? I'm assuming that it must be. I feel like because they're two historians, that would probably be a far more interesting debate than the normal debates about genocide. Like, Mokeed, if you want to you should put it in my in my Discord stream suggestions, and I will definitely get to it like next time or maybe later. But I am not watching it right now. Okay. Generators are something usual. They can help with usual blackouts for 6 to 8 hours. This is blackouts for days we're talking about, and heating especially. Generators can't help with that. Yeah, that sucks. Do homes in Ukraine usually have fireplaces? Or wait, was it Omar? No, no, it was Bartov. Okay, well, I mean, I know that Omar Bartov is a historian, so I generally have like a higher standard. Thanks for the sub. Although I assume that you probably say that because, but yeah, still. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure Omar Bartov is a real historian and not somebody who LARPs as a historian like Norman Finkelstein does. That's all I'm saying, even if you don't like him, you know. Although I guess Ilhan Pape was a real historian at one point too, so. Although, I mean, he still kind of is. He's just, Clinton doesn't want to talk about Jews, Arabs, races. No, I don't, because it is just like, I don't want to make that my entire thing. This is also something that I'm interested in. But in any case, like, yeah, if I can watch that later. Just put it in my stream suggestions if you haven't joined the Discord. And man, you know what? It's weird. There's two tabs. In the stream settings tab, it says 19 viewers, and then over in analytics, it says 9. It's very odd. I don't know which one is real. I feel like YouTube is kind of drunk sometimes. No, Chase, stop it. I do not. Ukraine actually does have a Jewish president. You don't have to watch it, but the end was funny. The host asked Bartov if there's anything that will change his mind, and he said no. Infalsifiable theory galore. Days of firewood. Nah, you need. Oh, okay. So houses in Ukraine don't typically have fireplace. Yeah, damn, that sucks. It's the 10 Russian bots. Zelensky is in fact Jewish. And also the are there Nazis in Ukraine argument is certainly going to be something that will be talked about. Hello, Funky Tortoise. As well as I mean, also like with regards to anti-Semitism, like Russia has Ukraine beat. On Guy's stream, will routinely say 1 or 5 viewers when arguing with people in chat. Yes, Ukraine. Okay. So, one of the things that I wanted to know about, and so I asked ChatGPT, is to give me a rundown based on news articles, which I of course asked it to cite because I'm using it as a glorified Google scraper. And it gave me, basically, I wanted to know, I asked it like to give me the rundown of the political machinations behind the scenes. Because one of the things that people always like to say is that like America basically did a coup. Euromaidan was a Western-backed / American-backed / like caused coup or whatever. And they point to the Victoria Nuland phone call in order to justify this. And then they make some weird claim about NGOs, American NGOs that have been operating in Ukraine basically since the 90s to try and like help the country along or whatever. Like I think the National Endowment for Democracy and like the few billion dollars or whatever that they had was something that gets brought up, even though I believe that amount of money is like over the entirety of the time that they were operating there. And this is what they say to make this claim. And then they bring up the snipers and how they were like far right agitators or whatever. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody claim that the snipers were like American agents, but it's usually people talking about how they're far right eh, um, like agitators. Kalinda, apparently French intelligence just proved the USA is leaking Ukraine's battle plans to Russia. Yeah, I saw that news report. Yeah, Russia literally uses a neo-Nazi group in Ukraine. I mean, yeah, Pragmatic American, two actually. There's like Rusich and then Wagner, although Wagner's not there anymore, but they were. And like both of those have Nazis. So I guess like Rusich is the only one left. People adapt. Blackout started in 2023. We have battery generators, solar generators, etc. Sometimes I watch Smart House news and thank God you rely and you rely so much and think, oh God, you rely so much on electricity. Yeah, we really do. Need it to run our computers and everything. But yeah, all that is super shitty. So I mean, yeah, that's definitely going to be stuff that'll come up. And I'm not saying that like there are no like far right groups in Ukraine or that like Azov didn't have like, you know, Nazi people in it or whatever. And that like one of the guys and the guy who founded it wasn't a Nazi or any of that shit. But like I don't think that that really matters very much. And I certainly like basically all the things that these people say to justify Ukraine's invasion of Russia doesn't justify Ukraine's invasion of Russia. It's all just crap. Like none of this is Russia's business. Wait, what? How is it the first time hearing of this? Like, it's crazy that Trump and Witkoff sharing Ukrainian plans with Russia isn't a liberal meme. I mean, it just came out today, and it's just from a French media report, and I don't know like how accurate it is. It's not imperialism if it's Russia or China. Yeah, basically, that's the leftist stance. So yeah, basically Euromaidan happened because of Ukraine's EU association agreement. And basically and the canceling of it. That's what caused the 2014 Euromaidan protests against Viktor Yanukovych. He was in charge of the Party of the Regions, which was Ukraine's or one of Ukraine's pro-Russia parties. It was banned, I think, in 2023. Or, oh no, 2022. Also, I have to look into that too, because you know Lactoid's going to bring up the fact that Zelensky banned like pro-Russian political parties, even though that's not really a terribly uncommon thing to happen because it's a war. Also, we're at 566, guys. Just, you know, one more so that you guys can like spew the meme. It's quite reliable considering it was the president of France that said that. Oh, was it? Okay, well, I mean, if it's directly from French intelligence, then that is then that's like, yeah, then that's a pretty big yikes. Russia is the most successful colonialist project in history. I mean, kinda, yeah, I guess so, because they did the Soviet Union and everything, and they've kind of expanded and now they're still like dicking around and whatnot. It should have been banned earlier, and the Russian Orthodox Church. Yeah, that's another one. That is another one that we are also waiting for. I mean, Runner, Trump can't easily do that, right? But he's trying to like kneecap Democratic Party funding apparatuses by like labeling things Antifa and stuff. Yeah, you're saying the Russian imperialist movement is Nazi too. I'll make a list eventually of all the Nazi battalions or whatever in the Russian army or the private military things. I have been to Russia. It's an absolute shithole. That is what I hear. Although apparently St. Petersburg is nice, but you know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Trump did try to ban Act Blue. I saw that. Or he's trying to. Yeah, I don't think that he can just do it super easily, but he's certainly going to try to impede it and he's going to try to do things, you know, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, basically EU association agreement, and then Russia, of course, threw a temper tantrum because they don't want Ukraine associating with the West. This, by the way, has absolutely nothing to do with NATO. The EU association agreement would have allowed like visa-free travel, and like legal standards, trade negotiations, and stuff. But the Europeans were also asking for things. They wanted one of the party leaders, Timoshenko, they wanted her to be released because she got imprisoned by Yanukovych, and a lot of the Europeans thought that this was bullshit and that he was basically just politically persecuting her. Supposedly it was for corruption. Um, she's out now, and I believe she's a politician. I'm not sure if she's serving in the government. But yeah, so Russia tried to do economic coercion and trade threats. This is written about here. Um, Ukraine withdraws from association agreement in Vilnius, the motives and implications. What is this? Oh, Center for Eastern Studies. Oh boy, we love journal articles here, or something like that. But yeah, like I mean, this is stuff that I was already aware of. And then Russia tried to like give Ukraine new stuff, um, to like basically get them to stay. Uh, I was Russian speaking person. I was the Russian speaking person they came to protect, but now I can't hear Russian language. I can't um I can't read I think you typo there, anything that glorifies great Russian culture or with I can't watch anything that glorifies great Russian culture or with Russian propaganda. Yeah, I totally get that. I've seen similar interviews from people who also basically said like, yeah, I was a Russian speaker, but I've stopped speaking it. Um because they were so disgusted by all of this. And like even in the Donbass, there are people who, even if they do still speak Russian, they're not pro-Russia. That's something else that I'm going to look into as well. But based on, at least from what little I've looked up so far, it does look like the majority of people before 2014, in the Donbass didn't want to join Russia, which I mean makes sense. There's also a huge difference between wanting to maintain close relations with Russia and wanting to be annexed by Russia, which people like Laxoid don't really understand. Um, and also like the EU association agreement and the European parties as well, they came out and said that they don't care if Ukraine also makes an agreement with Russia. That's fine. There was nothing that prohibited them from doing so. And more than likely, Russia and Ukraine would have continued to trade. So all of this stuff was exceedingly stupid. That like Putin, like it, I feel like it's just kind of very much beyond belief. The idea of joining NATO was not like something that pulled particularly high in Ukraine until Putin started fucking around and he snatched up Crimea. All the stuff that Russia has done has just made Ukrainians want to join NATO more. And I believe that number now is like in the 80% like range when you poll for it. Because obviously they got invaded, so of course now they want to join NATO. And back in 2014 that number started going up too after like Crimea and all the stuff in the Donbass. Russian speaking doesn't mean wanting to be citizen. This is so narrow-minded from Westerners. It's infuriating. They infantilize us. Yeah, I know. It's really annoying. It's also stupid. It's also like not like it's such a dumb, weird, like I I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't help it. There's so much about Putin that just reminds me of he's so fascist, and there's so much about like his playbook. It feels like it's right out of like the shit that the Nazis did. That was the excuse that they gave when they invaded countries around them, and they said the Germans are being persecuted and we need to go save them. Like that they used it was the same shit. That's what they said when they went in. Even when they went into Poland, they said that. Of course, when they went into Poland, it was a false flag that they did, which I believe also. I think Russia has used that tactic as well. Russia uses Russian speakers as human flag. Yeah, they do. And the funny thing is that most of those Russians, or actually, I think all those Russian speakers were basically there. The only reason why they were there to begin with is because it was a tactic of the Russian Empire and then of the Soviet Union to basically move Russian people into an area so that they could say, hey, this is ours. Usually after a whole bunch of people got killed. Usually in something that, was definitely part of, was caused by Russia. Like that happened during the Holodomor, and Stalin took advantage of that, and he moved a whole bunch of people into Ukraine, a whole bunch of Russians. And the same thing happened in other parts of like the Soviet Union. Yeah, yes, basically it was settler colonialism. They're also doing that now in Mariupol. They're having like Russians move in there as settlers. They're forcing people who live in the Donbass to accept Russian passports so that they can and like basically become Russian citizens. They've also forcefully conscripted them as well to fight in their army against Ukrainians. And they're kidnapping children. They basically, yeah, their whole goal is to erase like Ukrainians as a people and force them to be Russians because that's what they think they are. You'd think leftists would care about this, but not. No, of course not, because it's white people, so they don't give a fuck. And also because Ukraine is America's ally, and Russia used to be the Soviet Union, and America bad. You should watch the Sarah Payne lectures on Russia. They're fun. Yeah, I may yet do that. I think that in terms of watching stuff today, I want to watch at least one or two of the debates that Lactoid has done, just kind of to get so that I can get enraged and to get like a better idea as well. You know, like take note of his talking points. Occupied territories is such a painful topic. This is not just land; those are real people. Yeah, exactly. And those people are also like, you know, we know what happens when Russia occupies an area. We know. And it's people get thrown in mass graves and they get tortured. And like they get brutally repressed. Because yeah, like they can't speak their language or express their culture. It's incredibly sad, and it's pretty infuriating that people don't realize this because like they just see this as part of some greater thing. It's also incredibly infantilizing what people do to Ukrainians too, because they're just like, oh, it's just a proxy war between Russia and the United States, you know, Ukraine doesn't matter, they're just a puppet. Yeah, when people say that the language doesn't matter. Yeah, I also am no fan of Russia. Goddamn. I hate him. I hate him. Okay. So, um, yeah, so why did Yanukovych bail on the EU deal? We already know. Late blah blah. This was not Russia versus the EU. This was not only Russia versus the EU, but also Ukraine trying to avoid paying the bill for choosing Europe because Russia was going to fuck them over for doing so. The EU deal required reforms and adjustment pains. Russia offered an off-ramp with immediate money. Yeah, Russia was trying to bribe them. Protester goals versus Western goals, overlap and friction. This is something that I was curious about. Wait, do you not have... hey, ChatGPT, where's your source for this stuff? Oh, here it is. Maidan 2013. Survey of Maidan participants was conducted on the 7th, Saturday, and the 8th of December by the insert name that I'm not going to attempt to pronounce here. Ilko Kucherev Democratic Initiatives Foundation and the Kyiv International Institute of Sociology. 1,037 respondents were questioned according to methodology, which ensured random samples of Maidan participants. Oh, okay, so this is interesting. Among the reasons which made people come out to Maidan. Oh, this is another thing that I noticed too. The more that people got repressed, like in January when Yanukovych outlawed protesting, or he essentially outlawed protesting, when they passed those anti-protest laws, all it did was just like emboldened people to come out more. Even people who didn't necessarily give a fuck about like the association agreement because that they were mad that this was happening. Yeah, and like it just, or when the Berkut beat people up, like all it did was just like spur people on, and they were very stubborn and they wanted to stay in the streets. And then people say, first thing Russians do is change the name of the city, it changes school curriculum. Yeah, to be honest, first wave of protests was very idealistic. People, students, not masses. Yeah, I saw that as well when I watched the Winter on Fire documentary. It was a lot of young people, and they gathered in Maidan Square, and they were just like they're protesting, or rather in Independence Square. Sorry, I don't know if it's Maidan. Yeah, but yeah, in Independence Square, that was the name of the place. It's very pretty. Oh, hello, hello. He likes to make this sound. It's very cute. But after people were brutally beaten, well, then people turned up, and I'm so proud. I was outside and saw more and more people showing. Yeah, and it kind of turned into like a big, oh, Maidan means square. Okay. Yeah, and the independence word is a word that I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce. Yeah, so like basically in the Maidan, that's why they called it that as well too. Um, I've also heard Zelensky refer to the Maidan as I think like as like the people of Ukraine. Like I've heard him talk about them as like I guess like the populace people who want things or whatever. Or that he's the people that he or that those are the people that he is responsible to, or those are his constituents, I suppose. Hello. Aw. You're a very sweet baby. Are you here to demand sustenance? Aw. Oh my God, you're so cute. Okay, so let's see. So among the reasons people came out to Maidan, three the most widespread were brutal beating of demonstrators at the Maidan on November 30th. Oh yeah, that was yeah, that was when they November 30th night when they came in and they like beat people up with steel rods and I think they threw or they used tear gas and like stun grenades and stuff. Yeah, that was really hard to watch. That was in the documentary as well. This stream sure is big and beautiful. Hi. Oh, jeez. Hello. You're so cute. We did not domesticate cats. Cats domesticated us. Um, People that kept being there even when the winter was quite cold. We were bringing food and medicine. Yeah, I saw that too. Like they basically set up camp there. Like it was basically it was almost yeah. And obviously like later on as well too, it looked like a war zone or like they were fighting a war. And the retired soldiers who came out to help. Um, Hi. Oh, you're so sweet. Yeah. Oh, he's purring. Can one person watching this stream please subscribe for the meme? No, it went down to 565. Yes, that'll happen. Hi. Oh, he keeps shoving his nail. Oh, you gonna say hello to the people? Till January was a stalemate. Even concerts, people were singing on the stage. Yeah, I did. I saw that too. It was yeah, and I know that I think actually maybe you can clear this up for me because the documentary made it seem as though everybody there was even against the politicians, like the opposition party guys who came out to talk, like Vitaly Klitschko and all of those people. But when I read about it on Wikipedia, it seemed like their voices carried some weight to them or what have you, or that people didn't necessarily mind them being there. There was also something on Wikipedia about how some of the opposition parties actually set up like headquarters for protests around the country. But I don't know, like if I mean in Kiev maybe it was different, I'm not sure. But I'm curious about like, can you like what was your impression of that? Were people just like fuck off to the politicians? Obviously, I would imagine there must have been some anger given that the politicians failed to stop those protest laws from getting passed. Aw. I love the cat in a box emoji. It's so cute. Yeah, for sure. More like didn't mind, but they couldn't speak for people. Their decision would not mean that people go home. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. It seemed like people, like especially the longer it went on, were like dead set on Yanukovych being gone, especially after like the sniper attack. Um, that there was absolutely no way that they were going to stop until he left. Like they wanted him to resign. Yeah. So 70% was the repressions, they said, and then Yanukovych's refusal to sign the association agreement with the EU, 53%, desire to change life in Ukraine, 50%. Rather pronounced were also the desire to change authorities in Ukraine, 39%. Opposition appeals were an impetus for 5% of the protesters, and the same number came to the Maidan in order to get revenge on the authorities for everything it has been doing. Man, whoever wrote this should have gotten a proofreader. Among all the demands which were declared at Maidan, the greatest support by more than half of respondents was given to the following demands: release of the arrested participants in Maidan, stop the repressions, 82, resignation of the government, 80%. Yeah, this is a big one. Resignation of Viktor Yanukovych and conduction of pre-term presidential elections, 75%. Signing of the association agreement with the European Union, 71%. Opening of criminal cases against all responsible for beating the protesters of the Maidan, 58%. Dissolution of the Verkhovna Rada, that's the parliament, and call for early parliamentary elections, 56%. Besides that, a lot of Maidan participants supported opening of criminal cases against all persons involved in corruption, 50%. General increase in people's welfare, 47%. The release of Yulia Tymoshenko, yeah, she's the lady from before, 38%. And change of constitution, return to constitutional reform, 2004, that limited president's power. Wait, did that actually happen? Even when Tymoshenko was released, she showed up thinking she'd be praised, but people were like, oh, yeah, okay, go home. Ah, interesting. Did they didn't, you guys didn't, did you make a new constitution? Was that something that occurred? Yes, cat. We love cats. They tried to hijack in politician way, but it was, yeah, that's kind of what I figured. That's the impression that I got, that they were basically just trying to hijack everything. Slightly more than half of the Maidan participants agree with the proposal to conduct roundtable negotiations with participants, with participation of authorities, opposition, and civil society through the mediation of international organizations. But 41% of respondents consider that any negotiation with authorities shouldn't be held. Only 7% don't have that concrete point of view. Kyiv citizens have more peaceful position. Among them, 58% support roundtable negotiations, 37% don't support. Thoughts of protesters who came from other regions and cities, divided among two options. 47% are in favor of the roundtable, while 45% are against such negotiations. Youth is slightly more inclined to compromise, 56%. Okay, let's see. I'm just curious. Majority of Maidan protesters answered they would stay there. 72% answered they would stay as long as necessary. Among Kyiv inhabitants, the share was larger, 83%. And then among capital visitors, 62%. There were protests in other parts of the country, though, right? It wasn't just everybody came out to Kyiv and did it there. Yeah. Let me recall, there were several changes, don't remember when. Maybe the article can recollect. Oh, yeah, I mean, this one probably won't, but I will have to look into that. Okay. So, hold on, what does this say here? Overlap and friction between Western goals, top supported demands, European integration, but the how fast / how deep / who goes to jail part wasn't aligned clearly. Okay, yeah, so the protesters were like, no compromise. Yanukovych needs to get the fuck out. We want change now. And like, it would not surprise. Yeah, Western governments tended to fixate on institution stability. Agree? Yeah, of course, that's not surprising. So like, because one of the things that I believe Dylan mentions this actually was that the US didn't want things to go too fast. And they were basically, probably they were just trying to like find an amenable end to the whole thing without things getting too crazy. And because of that, that meant that they like clashed with the protesters. um US involvement, support plus government shaping talk, the infamous leaked call. The US line publicly was broadly supportive of a democratic process and de-escalation, but behind the scenes there was active discussion on who should be any future government. Yeah, I mean, like, it makes sense that they would have preferences. um oh, this is the Victoria Newland phone call. Clearest window into that is the leaked Newland Pyatt phone call, where they discuss opposition figures and preferences for government composition, including the famous Yatsla. Yeah, see, even the clanker gets it. It's them expressing a preference. So it's very funny to me that people take this incredibly weak piece of evidence and are like, this is proof that it was a coup, which is ridiculous. There were local Maidans in other cities, and some helped saving country integrity, like in Kharkiv and Odessa. Russians had plans to create instability and republics in those cities, like in Donetsk. Yeah, I was looking at that this morning, and like not long after Euromaidan, there were people out on the streets in some cities that were doing like pro-Russian protests. And those protests were backed by Russia in a way that was much more explicit than anything that the US or the Europeans did during the Euromaidan protests, which just kind of sprung up. Like that was very much grassroots. Whereas like Russia's like red fingerprints were all over the like all of the shit that was happening in the Donbass, including like supporting the separatists by giving the weapons, and then then there were Russians that would join the separatist people as well. Like I think Igor Girkin was one of their leaders, and he was one of the people, like he literally led an attack on, and he also did stuff in Crimea too, and as well as like the little green men that went into Crimea that essentially took over there, and how Putin denied that they were Russians basically for ages for several months basically, and then he finally admitted it in April of 2014, even though everybody knew beforehand. This is why I hate conspiracy theories, because when governments actually do stuff, it's so much more stupidly obvious. Yeah, and stuff gets leaked. Also, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it's been confirmed or not, but hold on, let's find out. Who leaked this call? Because I bet it was the Russians. I bet that the Russians leaked this goddamn call. There was another phone call that was leaked too, between European politicians about the Maidan's sniper stuff, and how one of them was saying, "Oh man, I heard that apparently they were far right people. Have you heard anything about this?" And another guy was like, "Wow, I didn't know that. No, I didn't hear anything about this." And Russian media spun this as like a European politician basically confirming that there were snipers that were like agitators at Maidan that were shooting at protesters, and it wasn't actually the Berkut that did it, which is crazy. Because that is, no one individual was, yeah, I figured. But US officials strongly suggested Russia was responsible, likely through intercepting the call within Ukraine's phone system to disrupt Western. Yeah, like it would not surprise me if the Russians leaked that call, because that seems to be their MO, is to do this kind of shit. So maybe the call was leaked to the Russians on Signal. Their call was funny just because there was no strong leader. They could bet on someone, but no guarantee. Yeah, I don't even think that Yatsenyuk actually immediately became the leader of Ukraine. I believe that happened later, or he was part of some sort of transitional government, and they only picked him because he was in the opposition, so they figured he was the most logical choice. I don't think that it was anything to do with, like, they didn't install him. And then of course this jumps to people saying that America installed Zelensky, forgetting that he was elected later on, and Poroshenko was the president before him. And it's all just very, very stupid. A lot of it is literally like the Victoria Nuland phone call thing is legit Well, isn't it weird that, except it's even weaker than that, because it's not even a great, isn't it weird? Um, the Newland plan was to keep Yanukovych in power, which is the opposite of what happened. Yeah, that's not surprising either, because that would have been, like that probably would have been the best choice from the Western powers, or what they would have wanted, because they didn't want to, like, they didn't want the unpredictability of like any of that other kind of shit. Like they kind of wanted things to be sort of resolved, like they didn't, yeah, because maybe they were afraid of what would have happened otherwise. Even if you treat it cautiously, it strongly suggests the US was not just watching events, it was thinking tactically about coalitions and personnel, how the scores for the protesters wanted. Maidan wasn't a single HQ with a single plan, but the survey data shows protesters did want resignations, early elections, anti-corruptions, etc. The tension is that outside powers often prefer manageable transitions with familiar political actors, while protest movements often want clean breaks. Yeah, so that wasn't even I don't know if this really says like what you guys are telling me here. Like if there are articles that show that Victoria Nuland wanted Yanukovych to stay in power, that would be good to know. Cuz okay. So violence peaked. The EU's most direct hands-on steering came through mediation on the February 21st, 2014 agreement between Yanukovych and opposition leaders, witnessed by key EU foreign ministers. The agreement's core idea was roll back to a parliamentary presidential constitution, form a new government, hold early elections, calm things down. Oh, this is this the we'll have elections in December thing? And then protesters were like, fuck that, because it was like the day after that, like 40 some of them, 48% or 48 people had been killed. Because February 20th was the massacre. Oh, it's the same with Bush Sr. He didn't support Ukraine getting independence in 1991. You Americans not so pro-freedom. Stability is more preferable for business. So I'm not American, by the way, Vosterman. I'm Canadian, but I understand what you mean. I mean, I doubt that we would be that much different, really. Following of the deal was signed. Yeah, so the deal is designed to end Ukraine's crisis. So within 48 hours of signing this agreement, a special law will be adopted, signed, and promulgated, which will restore the Constitution of 2004, including amendments passed until now. Signatories declare their intention to create a coalition and form a national unity government within 10 days thereafter. Constitutional reform, balancing powers of the president, completed. Yeah, oh, there it is. Presidential elections will be held as soon as the new constitution is adopted, but no later than December 2014. Yeah, this is where people were like, fuck no. They wanted him out immediately. And I think, and then of course, 2 days after the protesters basically threatened to like take up arms against the government, they, like Yanukovych was like, okay, I'm out, and he ran away to Russia, and so did his vice president. Oh wait, you know what? Let's listen to the Newland phone call. Hold on, where is it? I know it's here. Four minutes. Recorded conversation between Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Newland and Ambassador Jeffrey Pyatt. Okay, I'm gonna feed him, and then we're gonna listen to this call that was undoubtedly released by the Russians in order to cause trouble. One sec. I'll just be a moment. The Newland call was exactly in diplomacy line. Yeah, so we'll see what they say, because I haven't heard it in a while. Okay. It started on the 18th. People were brutally beaten by Tatushky in park and streets, but it was overshadowed by shooting in later days. Oh yeah, you're talking about, yeah, February 18th. Yeah, I remember that as well. Okay, here we go.
What do you think?
I think we're in play. The Klitschko piece is obviously the complicated electron here, especially the announcement of him as deputy prime minister. And you've seen some of my notes on the troubles in the marriage right now. So we're trying to get a read really fast on where he is on this stuff. But I think you're.
When was this? Oh, February 7th, 2014. So this is before things really got really well, things were already bad, but okay. So when they're talking about Klitschko here, he's not deputy prime minister, but I'm guessing that they want to, or maybe he is. I'll have to check.
Argument to him, which you'll need to make. I think that's the next phone call we want to set up, is exactly the one you made to Yachts. And I'm glad you sort of put him on the spot on where he fits in this scenario. And I'm very glad he said what he said in response.
Good. So I don't think Klitsch should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you think, what in terms of him not going into the government, just let him sort of stay out and do his political homework and stuff. I'm just thinking in terms of sort of the process moving ahead, we want to keep the moderate Democrats together. The problem is going to be Tony Book and his guys. And, you know, I'm sure that's part of what Yanukovych is calculating on all of this.
I think Yachts is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience. He's the guy, you know, what he needs is Klitsch and Tony Book on the outside. He needs to be talking to them 4 times a week, you know. I just think Klitsch going in, he's going to be at that level working for Yatsenyuk. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Okay. Good. Well, do you want us to try to set up a call with him as the next step?
My understanding from that call, but you tell me, was that the big 3 were going into their own meeting and that Yachts was going to offer in that context a 3-way, you know, the 3+1 conversation or 3+2 with you. Is that not how you understood it?
No, I mean, that's what he proposed, but I think just knowing the dynamic that's been with them where Klitschko has been the top dog. He's going to take a while to show up for whatever meeting they've got, and he's probably talking to his guys at this point. So I think you reaching out directly to him helps with the personality management among the 3, and it gives you also a chance to move fast on all this stuff and put us behind it before they all sit down and he expects.
The Vice Russian Roulette Dispatch video series with Simon Ostrovsky on how everything happened starting from the occupation of Crimea is really good. Put it in stream suggestions. I don't think Klitsch was in any government position at this point, just a prominent protest leader. So it looks like he was a People's Deputy of Ukraine from December 12th to the 5th of June 2014. So he was in there throughout Euromaidan. People's Deputy of Ukraine. Is this just what you guys call your members of parliament? Member of parliament and legislator elected by popular vote to the Verkhovna Rada, the Parliament of Ukraine. They're often referred to simply as deputies prior to 1991. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Then if these guys are just your members of parliament. All right, yeah. So he was a member of parliament during Euromaidan, and he was in like one of the opposition's things, I think. Ukrainian Democratic Alliance for Reform of oh yeah, this was his party. Or this is his party, rather. He's got his own political party, and it's got his name in it. I assume because he's a famous boxer. Or maybe they just put his name in it, yeah. Oh my God, it translates to strike or punch for Vitaly Klitschko. That's so funny. It's like that's very creative. We have a million political parties of, yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, head of Kyiv City State Administration. All right, yeah, so he wound up not becoming part of any of this. Because he just went on to do like stuff for in the Kyiv City State, and then later on he became the mayor of Kyiv. In like June 5th, 2014 he was, but then he was also the head of the Kyiv City State Administration until March 1st, 2022. But yeah, he's currently the mayor. I think. Yeah, he's the mayor of Kyiv, yeah. Until the start of the Russian invasion, he's also served as the head of Kyiv City State Administration. Okay. But yeah, so he wasn't part of this. Like, or he didn't actually join the government, even though they talk about him. Like, I guess Nuland didn't necessarily want him to join the government, but
Explains why he doesn't like it.
Okay.
Them where
they three tried to be sort of leaders and speak for Euromaidan. Okay.
Klitschko has been the top dog. He's going to take a while to show up for whatever meeting they've got. He's probably talking to his guys at this point. So I think you reaching out directly to him helps with the personality management among the three, and it gives you also a chance to move fast on all this stuff and put us behind it before they all sit down and he explains why he doesn't like it.
Okay, good. I'm happy. Why don't you reach out to him and see if he wants to talk before or after?
Okay, will do. Thanks.
Okay, I've now written, one more wrinkle for you, Jeff.
Yeah.
I can't remember if I told you this or if I only told Washington this, that when I talked to Jeff Feltman this morning, he had a new name for the UN guy, Robert Seri. Did I write you that this morning?
Yeah,
okay.
I saw that.
He's now gotten both Seri and Ban Ki-moon to agree that Seri could come in Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
So that would be great, I think.
I think Ban Ki-moon was the Secretary General of the United Nations.
To help glue this thing and have the UN help glue it. And, fuck the EU.
No, exactly. And I think we've got to do something to make it stick together, because you can be pretty sure that if it does start to gain altitude, the Russians will be working behind the scenes to try to torpedo it. And again, the fact that this is out there right now, I'm still trying to figure out in my mind why Yanukovych did that. But in the meantime, there's a Party of Regions faction meeting going on right now, and I'm sure there's a lively argument going on in that group at this point. But anyway, we could land jelly side up on this one if we move fast. So let me work on Klitschko, and if you can just keep, I think we want to try to get somebody with an international personality to come out here and help to midwife this thing. And then the other issue is some kind of outreach to Yanukovych, but we probably regroup on that tomorrow as we see how things start to fall into place.
So on that piece, Jeff, when I wrote the note, Sullivan's.
Oh, yeah, potentially, yeah. And also because it shows them talking like they're doing behind-the-scenes maneuvering, which, I mean, sure, yeah, like they're talking to people behind the scenes here, trying to offer support and help them out. But it sounds like, from the way that they're talking, that all of this is dependent on whether or not the people in question decide to go along with it. And that's not, it doesn't sound like that's not how you would talk about people if those people were your puppets and they were literally just going to do as you said. Because that's not the case. And also they're trying to wrangle Yanukovych here as well too, which means that it doesn't it sounds like they're looking for a peaceful, simple resolution to this, which clashes with what the protesters wanted, who just wanted Yanukovych to resign. Because if the U.S. just wanted Yanukovych to resign, I bet they would have just come out and said it. And unless someone can find me otherwise, I don't think that was ever a thing that they asked for.
Come back to me, VFR, saying you need Biden, and I said probably tomorrow for an attaboy and to get the deets to stick. So
okay.
Biden's willing.
Okay, great.
All right.
Thanks.
This needs to be shared everywhere right now. Oh my God. Of course, everybody in the comments is all a conspiracy theorist. They discussed Yanukovych's idea about Yats being prime minister and Klitschko being vice. Oh yeah, that's another thing too, right? Because that meant that Yanukovych wasn't going to leave. because he was the president. I keep getting this mixed up because I'm so used to thinking about the US president, and also because here in Canada, we only have a prime minister. We don't have a president. But like Ukraine has both a president and a prime minister. The prime minister, I assume, is the head of parliament. And then you have the deputy prime minister. But in Ukraine, but you've also got a president who I suspect is elected later on, which is a little bit different than like it is similar to Israel basically. Except in Israel the president doesn't have any power. We're not president republic, correct, like France. Yeah, so like you have something different. So like they're not even talking. I bet actually this is probably just like dumb America brains not understanding this. They're not even talking about Yanukovych leaving in this. They're talking about like Yatsenyuk becoming the prime minister and Klitschko becoming the deputy prime minister, and like getting Yanukovych to go along with this. And they seem to think that this would be like a good resolution because then there would be like opposition party guys in there, probably who could steer things. Where the Speaker of the House is the head of the legislature. Oh, hey, I understand the Ukrainian PMs to be like the U.S. Speaker of the House. Oh yeah, that sounds fair. Hey, Epic, we're learning about Ukraine today. And I asked the Clanker to help by finding me articles. But yeah, they're basically just expressing preferences here, and their preferences don't even really become on. Like, did Yatsenyuk become president of I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Oh, there we go. Oh, he's an economist. Oh yeah, he did become the PM. At what point did that happen though? July 31st, 2014, which I mean, it does make sense regardless because he was the leader of the opposition. February 27th, 2014 to 25th of July of 2014, July 31st. Oh, Petro Poroshenko was his president. Okay. Then this guy was the acting. Yeah. Turchinov became president, and then Poroshenko became president after he was elected. So there was like acting prime ministers or what have you. So Yatsenyuk's first government post as minister, blah, blah, blah. 2013, new party, the People's Front. Oh, okay. And then he was asked to resign in 2016. Yatsenyuk was one of the leaders of Ukraine's second largest party, All Ukrainian Union Fatherland, and former leader of its parliamentary faction. He became the prime minister of Ukraine following the 2014 revolution that removed Viktor Yanukovych from power. And then in September of that same year, he basically got asked, or he started a new party. And then in February of 2016, he was asked to resign. Okay. And then he left, and he has not done anything since. Or I guess he went back into private life and became an economist. Poroshenko was elected in May. Okay. Prime Minister, first term. Where is that? August 2014. It was the highest electoral number since, I don't even know, people waiting in line. Oh, okay. So there was a lot of turnout in this particular election. Presidential election in May. So the Party of the Regions never ran again. I'm curious, were there any pro-Russian parties that ran? in this particular thing. Oh, hey, Poroshenko was in the Vitaly Klitschko party. All Ukrainian Union, Father, okay. Radical Party. He has no involvement in the war or the current Zelensky government. No, I don't think, no, Bomber of Doom, he doesn't. Yatsenyuk is an economist. And he just wrote, he just left in 2016. Yeah, after they tried to spit in our face, people showed what they think. Oh, okay, so there weren't any like pro-Russia parties. I'm just kind of curious because I've always got my eye on like how is the Donbass voting? And Yulia Tymoshenko, it looks like the Donbass voted for her? Or did they? Oh no, it was no, they did vote for Poroshenko. Wait, which one is this? Is this oh, is this Donetsk and is that Luhansk? Hold on. Ukraine map. This is unhelpful to me. No, stop. Ukraine, what do you guys call them? Oblasts? Map. Here we go. What? You are so unhelpful to me, Wikipedia. Okay, there we go. I was right. Oh no, I was wrong. Luhansk, Donetsk. Okay. It was about numbers. I think there were still pro-Russia proxies. Okay. Interesting. Okay, yeah. Oh, Zaporizhia, Kherson, and then there's Crimea, obviously. Odessa, Lviv, Ternopil. Is this, where's Kyiv? Which, is it in this one? Their favorite map, East and South versus West and North. Sumy, Chernihiv. Oh, Kyiv. Kyiv is here. This is the Kyiv Oblast, and also the Kyiv, the city, is here. Odessa, Mykolaiv. Oh yeah, there's Kharkiv. Not this. One was on your screen before. Wait, which one? Are you talking about the one that was showing the voting? This one? Oh yeah, I'm sure that they probably really like showing the fact that Poroshenko didn't win very much in like the further east. Or like, because like that's one of their favorite claims is to go on about how like the Kyiv regime doesn't actually control eastern Ukraine or some bullshit like that. I'm actually curious about exactly which parts of the country voted where. I was talking about map dividing pro-Russia point like east and south versus west and north. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Blah blah blah. Second Azar government blah blah. Okay. So this was. Oh, there's Swoboda too. These guys. These are the far right guys that everybody always points to. They've got 1,500 people. Oh my God, they've got one seat in the Rada, just one. I think previously they had more. What am I looking for exactly? Oh, I was just looking at things. Mainly, okay, yeah, what am I looking for? Sorry, I'm getting distracted now. This is what happens when I do research. Okay. I was actually looking at like what were the results of that phone call. But okay, so I mean we kind of have the answer now because Victoria Nuland basically wanted or like she and the other people there wanted like they wanted the government to they wanted actually wait, is there something about the phone call? Basically they wanted Yatsenyuk to stay in power and then they just wanted to change the prime minister and or like to change like some of the parliamentary stuff, which isn't what the protesters wanted because they wanted him gone. Sorry, caps lock was to Zavoda point. I'm not shouting at you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just think it's funny because they do like they have. I think they had more. Did they not have more like initially during the first election right after Maidan? Didn't they win a few? But then they lost them all. So I don't. It's not really relevant for people who are screaming about Nazis in Ukraine. Okay. Is there something in here about that leaked call, I wonder? February 17th, an explosive device package labeled medicine exploded in the trade unions building near Maidan, injuring 2 activists from Lviv Oblast. Ooh. One of them lost a hand and the other lost an eye. The explosion took place on the 5th floor where the revolutionary headquarters of Right Sector is located. Oh yeah, Right Sector is another one that everybody loves to bring up. Didn't Swoboda or Right Sector or so have guys in transition government or something? I recall that being a complaint briefly. Yeah, they did. They had people in the government for like a short time, I think. Or yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm not like, again, as we remind, designated terror group by Russia. None of this justifies Russia's invasion. Absolutely none of it. None of this shit is anybody's business. Or none of this shit is Russia's business. Like, if people could get invaded for having insane far-right parties, like, in their neighboring country, then you know what? We'd be invading America right now because of all the shit that we've had to put up with since the MAGA party got into power. Or rather, since MAGA took over the Republican Party and the United States went to hell. But that's not how it works. No, Bill, that wouldn't be a good idea. Our war crimes would be legendary. No, honestly, in all seriousness, like I'm not going to pretend that we could actually do that. I don't think that would work out very well. We'd have to like spend a shitload more money on our. You're free to try, Canadian. Hey, come on now, Epic. We'd want to team up with you guys from California to take down the MAGA government together. And then Gavin Newsom can become the president. But an even better argument is we should invade the Nazi government in Moscow. Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. But it's just, this is all so stupid. So right now the Right Sector legit holds like no, they hold no seats in the Rada. And like, I guess in the regions, and they have 2 seats And they won like in 2 Ukrainian local elections or something? Oh my God, oh no. The right sector fought in the Donbass war with its own paramilitary wing, Ukrainian Volunteer Corps. Oh, that was another thing too. My understanding is that at least some of the paramilitaries who fought in the Donbass war on the Ukrainian side, I don't know if they committed any war, or no, they I think that there was some, but like those people got prosecuted for their war crimes, whereas meanwhile the Russians who were doing war crimes, or the Russian backed separatists who were doing war crimes, they didn't get punished for anything. And then they got recognized as Russian military veterans. So it's all very silly. Like, people carry on printed ID with right sector sign in middle of Russia. They found right sector visit cards in Moscow to prove that they are involved in something. Oh, remember that lefties who rightly criticize American interventionism were suddenly very accepting of Russian interventionism. Yeah, I know, it's so dumb. Like, if America did this same shit, they'd be crying about it. And I think Lactoid will be crying about it too, unless, of course, it was done by Donald Trump, then he'd be cheering it on. Later on, actually, I want to watch, there was a panel that Wick did where he and Pisco were on it, and they argued about the Maduro thing, and I think Ukraine came up, and apparently Lactoid spewed a bunch of bullshit, which Pisco couldn't counter because he doesn't actually know anything about this. Statement issued, blah, blah, blah. Oh. In December, Yarosh was appointed advisor to the Ukrainian Armed Forces. In November, Yarosh finally stepped down as the group's leader. In December, he announced that he and his team would be withdrawing from the group entirely, declaring that right sector had fulfilled its purpose as a revolutionary structure and was no longer needed. I mean, these guys get rolled into the Ukrainian armed forces. I think that was something that happened too. All these paramilitary groups had to join up with the army and stop being paramilitary groups. This is infantilization of Eastern Europe. We obviously need strong hand of Russian supreme leader. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's so stupid. Like, yeah. At the end of the day, really, at the end of all of this for me, I think that the shittiest thing is just the fact that like Ukraine basically gets turned, like Ukrainian sovereignty and autonomy is completely erased in the name of like talking about great power politics. And the fact that people are basically willing to justify everything Russia does because of some weird American foreign policy bad shit, or I don't even know what the hell motivates Lactoid in favor of this. Maybe it has something, maybe he just likes Russia because that they're like, I guess because they embody traditional values, or he thinks that they do. Although really, in that case, if he thinks that, he fell for the propaganda, because that's not true. Oh, we survived before. Yeah, listen, I have no doubt that if Ukraine, if Ukraine like loses the war and Russia manages to take over the country, I have no fucking doubt in my mind that you guys are going to be underground doing some sort of insurgency where you're going to be planting bombs and shit. Because I just do not think that you're just going to take it lying down and just let them roll over you. But hopefully that doesn't happen. As a Canadian on the left, how much blatant Chinese propaganda do you see online? Not that much. Not really. You know, like, I mean, like, sometimes I see it in places like Twitter, but not really. Like, I mean, maybe I just don't browse that kind of shit, but honestly, I mean, the Canadian news that I read is mostly CBC, and I don't really see it there. Underground, all of that. Yeah, I mean, like, that kind of stuff, you know, right? Or, like, the kinds of insurgencies that happened in Iraq and whatnot. I don't know if they'd go as far as doing suicide bombings, but yeah, it would not surprise me if like they started doing like guerrilla warfare insurgent tactics, or if they started doing that, if they had to start doing that, if the front line collapsed and Russia started rapidly expanding. A Canadian friend of mine posts nonstop American Century of Humiliation memes and weird funk edits of Carney shaking hands with Xi. Yeah. You're not going to see Chinese propaganda online in the English-speaking world. It's a little more complicated than that. Oh, interesting, Epic. Canadian Ukrainian diaspora was one of the main places preserving cultures, archives, printing. Oh. They don't inject their own propaganda. They use the algorithms they run on some of the world's largest social media sites to boost propaganda. Oh, you mean like TikTok? Especially, they use their algorithmic control of apps like TikTok to boost American-made content that is organic in America that benefits their narrative. Yeah, I mean, that would make more sense. Honestly, if people are seeing stuff online with like those weird edits about China or whatever, it wouldn't surprise me if that stuff literally just came from like, you know, fucking Chinese simps in the West. And then like it probably gets boosted. Also, stuff like that probably came from TikTok. Like if it's a short horizontal video, more than likely it originated on TikTok. They usually also have the TikTok thing at the end. I think a lot of these memes disseminate into younger left via TikTok. Yeah, like unfortunately TikTok is like brain rotting the younger generation, and so many people spend time on that website. I can imagine that China would amplify Russian efforts on propaganda. Probably, like, it's probably much easier to just amplify stuff rather than to put it out yourself. Canada has places that are 8% Ukrainian. Oh yeah, we've got yeah, I remember that being a thing here, actually. I think, especially in Toronto, there was stuff about helping Ukrainian refugees, because we did we did let in a bunch of them. More than a few good Canadian and Brazilian friends of mine have gone into full jingoist mode lately. It's sad. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they do. They had people who are beneficial to their narratives already in the West and boost them. I wonder if they pay them, or if that's too on the nose, you know, like Russia pays these people. It's also more cost effective. Oh, okay, then they probably don't pay them. So literally, they just use useful idiots. And like, so these people are essentially doing Chinese propaganda for free. That is very funny. I mean, at least if you do Russian propaganda, and Russia notices you, you can get paid for it. Although that's also like, highly illegal. So, cough, cough, Hassan, cough. True. Actually, wait, Conduit, as a Hassan connoisseur, or I guess a former Hassan connoisseur, because you did like force yourself to watch his content for a week. Do you think Hassan got paid like for that trip to China? Or not paid for, but do you think that the CCP like covered that trip and set him up in a super fancy hotel and worked with him? Notice me, babushka. Yes. Wait, what's the Ukrainian name for that? There's a Ukrainian name for babushka, like, or a Ukrainian word. Oh yeah, hey everyone, Conduit's in the chat. Like I saw Hassan's name on the rolls and sort of they saw Hassan's names on the rolls and sort of you say, like, personally I think it's a bit more convoluted. They saw Hassan's name on the rolls and that sort of lubricated his path rather than directly interceded. Yeah, that could also make sense too. I mean, it would not surprise me if they were basically watching him the entire time, but yes. Babushia? Babsuya, I can't say that second one, but Russia doesn't have control over apps like TikTok that China, yeah, so they have to pay. They gotta pay people. Okay. So let's see here. So there was a bomb, the Ukrainian house, other powerful explosives were found. An Automaidan driver removed it. Citing 3 courts that said that she believed the whole operation was a setup. The Right Sector was an attempt to set up Right Sector as an extremist organization that was preparing explosive materials against the government and its headquarters. The next day, Interior Minister Vitaly, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name, suggested that the explosion that had occurred while a bomb was being made because right-wing radicalized groups are preparing to disturb the peace and they will stop at nothing, even a terror attack. This is proven by the operative information that we have and latest events, the House of Unions, Oh, okay. So this bomb attack, I bet this might be another thing that gets. I mean, I don't know how much Lactoid's going to lean on the oh my god Nazis in Ukraine shit because I don't know how much he cares about that. I would expect to hear that more from a leftist than a right winger. Generally, the CCP will upgrade the hotel rooms of visitors who come there who benefit Chinese narratives for free at the expense of the state. It's hard to say whether or not that happened with him in particular, but it has happened with other Western influencers that benefit Chinese narratives. Oh, okay. I mean, honestly, it would not surprise me. Apparently, he was staying in one of the most expensive hotels in Beijing, and it looked like he got like a suite, like a as in like this costs like I think $40,000 or something or 4,000, maybe it was just 4,000. I don't know. The thought, are there even hotel rooms that go for $40,000 a night? That sounds fucking insane. The Chinese monitor every single foreign tourists. Every single one is being monitored 24/7. This is done by a large network of autonomous and manned security nodes. If you visit China, you are watched. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, I mean that. I mean, I already know China's like a surveillance state. Yes, there are, but they are very specific, very exclusive places. Yeah, well, I mean, apparently he stayed at one of the most expensive hotels in Beijing, so and it looked like he was in a suite, you know, a luxury suite. Like his hotel looked really goddamn nice. So it would not surprise me if they upgraded him. I don't think I don't think he said anything about it that they upgraded him or whatever. But yeah, or maybe he shelled out for it. Who the hell knows? It's not like he couldn't afford it. Um, but I don't know if Hassan is that. Actually, wait, no. Hassan has described himself as like a hedonist, and he really likes like luxury shit. So he may have actually paid for it. What's in the mindset of the Chinese system developers when they build these big brother systems? Because they need to be able to control the people. Okay. Okay. On February 6th, Ukrainian prosecutor general stated that the new amnesty law, they passed an amnesty law as well. I remember that too. Is there anything in here? Oh, there it is. On February 7th, Victoria Nuland told a press conference in Kyiv that the US was ready to provide support to Ukraine if it moves quickly in the direction of the protection of human rights, dignity, conflict, de-escalation, and political reform. Otherwise, the EU, the International Monetary Fund, and the US will not provide financial assistance to Ukraine. Yeah, okay, so this is them. You know, that doesn't sound particularly unusual. February 6th, senior advisor to the Russian President Vladimir Putin stated in an interview that with the Ukrainian edition of Kommersant that the US was ignoring the 1994 Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances because it was, according to him, spending $20 million a week on Ukrainian opposition groups, including supplying rebels with arms. Oh my God. So all of this shit, I mean, I already knew, but I wasn't aware that this specific thing, it's all just Russian talking points. All of these people they're just going to, every single claim, I would not be surprised if every claim Lactoid makes came from Russian talking points. Like, if that's all it was all just Russian talking points. If all he did was literally look up to see what Russia said about X, Y, or Z, and then he decided that was true and went with it. Among other things, there is information that within the grounds of the American Embassy, there is training for fighters, that they're arming them. He also suggested in a situation when the authorities encounter a coup attempt, they simply have no choice but to use force. Otherwise, the country will be plunged into chaos. Okay, so we're just kind of justifying like beating up peaceful protesters here. And then according to him, according to this document, the memorandum, Russia and the US are guarantors of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and frankly speaking, Russia is obligated to intervene when conflict situations of this kind arise. Oh yeah, okay, we've just got like justifying like Russia meddling in Ukraine's internal affairs. I don't think that it says that. I don't believe that it's written anywhere in there that anywhere in the Budapest Memorandum that Russia is obligated to intervene when like internal conflicts happen in Ukraine. It's more that they're supposed to like maintain Ukraine's territorial integrity and they promise not to attack it. But Ukraine is the most country in Europe. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's what they say. Even though I'm pretty sure Russia is actually the most corrupt country in Europe. It's real stupid. It's real fucking stupid. At the end of the day, lefties should be accusing China of whitewashing its imperialism by using tech, video games, and seemingly benevolent gifts to other countries who rely on them. Yeah, but they don't because their brains are rotted by America bad. Because the United States is the greatest evil to ever exist on the face of the earth, and therefore that's all that they can talk about. It can only ever be that. It can never be anything else. America bad, lives in America, doesn't vote for a better America. Yeah, exactly. Oh, hey, hey guy, what's up? Okay. But if you press hard enough, you'll usually get them to admit that they actually don't care about the Filipinos and the Indians and the Chinese and the Indians that China is threatening halfway across the globe. Oh, hey, you're just at work. Without your meds, double whammy. Oof, that sucks. Oh, hey, Duckbringer, we are doing Ukraine research. That's what we are up to right now. I was looking at Euromaidan. I was trying to find, I just wanted to know about what in particular was happening about with regards to like the political machinations behind the scenes essentially in during Euromaidan and like what the US and everybody was pushing for. Oh yeah, guy, can you tell your super guy to that you need your meds and ask to go back home? That probably won't be able to. America's getting pretty bad now, but of course Kamala would have been exactly the same according to a famous Twitch streamer. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, yeah, America is getting pretty bad right now, but how bad America is or isn't generally depends on their government. McCain was here. We like him. Did McCain come over to Ukraine during all of this? That would not surprise me. Okay. The evening, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, I'm just looking through this. Oh, is this Revolution of Dignity? Damn. Look at that. Maidan from the top. This is I'm assuming this is from well, Okay, no, it's not on top of that thing, but yeah, as you can see, there was like, I think it was like 100,000 people, often, who were occupying the square. You'll notice it doesn't say Maidan People's Union supported by United States EU, because they didn't really, like, they kind of just wanted to find a good solution to the problem. But okay. They used crisis management. Yeah, so this was that whole hold early election things, and the protesters were like, fuck that. Actually, for your research, I have a clip of an interview with McCain that's about 2 minutes long from 2014 that you might find very interesting about the position of the Senate of the time. Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. If you want to post that, I'll listen to that. I would be curious to see that too. I would also say, yeah, I think we all want to hear John McCain. Oh hey, Tuckman, we're talking about Ukraine. Okay. Let's just have a look here. Oh, I was messaged some interesting stuff about a pronunciation guide with regard to for Yugoslav names or names in Yugoslavia. Maybe I'll look at that later. Also, ow. Oh, the Sarcasmatron video, the origins of Putin's madness. Yeah, I think he voted or he made a whole bunch of videos on these. Laserpig has a good one called How to Kill a God, which I think basically just kind of, okay. 3 minutes. What date? So this is September 10th, 2014. So this is after the Maidan stuff happened. Okay.
Looking at Russia, because you've also been a very strong advocate of tougher action against Russia, be it from the United States, be it from the European Union, be it from NATO. Now that there is this ceasefire plan and the hope is that it will hold, that...
Oh, this is, yeah, they were trying to negotiate ceasefires and stuff. So this would have been about the war in the Donbass, because that started, almost immediately, I think. Yeah. At the time this was filmed, McCain was basically the leader of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee. He represented the Main Street Caucus, which was a center caucus in the Senate that focused on foreign policy. Okay. I don't even correct English speaker pronunciation of my surname. LOL, close enough. Yeah, I mean, Oh, hey, Ansello.
Probably is the best face-saving way out of this conflict, isn't it, both for Moscow and Kiev in Ukraine?
Vladimir Putin's ambitions were very well known to me and to others. He knew that once Yanukovych left, he had to take Crimea because of Sevastopol. Then he tried the separatists, that didn't work. He armed the separatists, that didn't work. So then he sent in thousands of Russian troops. The fact is that they were slaughtering Ukrainians. There were hundreds killed, thousands in the hospitals. It's terrible. Poroshenko had no choice but to agree to a ceasefire. What is going to happen? I predict to you that it will be another step in Vladimir Putin's strategy to separate eastern Ukraine from Ukraine and perhaps a land bridge to Crimea. No, it's a very bad result. And again, we would not send weapons to the Ukrainians when they were begging for them. We wouldn't even
that was a big mistake. They really should have
give them intelligence, because we didn't want to, quote, provoke Vladimir Putin. By showing weakness, we provoked Vladimir Putin.
Who do you mean by we? The United States? The
Sure.
United States
United
working
States
with the EU?
and of course the Europeans, but I wasn't surprised about the Europeans. I was deeply disappointed in the United States of America when they begged us.
Oh yeah, there is no moral center in Europe. There it is again, the Europeans waffling and not fucking doing anything.
For defensive weapons, and they wouldn't even do that. In fact, it was almost comical. They sent MREs.
Why were you not surprised by the Europeans, you say, not taking sufficiently tough action against
Because
Putin?
they're dependent on Russian energy. It's obvious. It was obvious. And the United States, it was obvious that we weren't going to assist them, and because they don't want to, quote, provoke Vladimir Putin. And there's nothing that provokes Vladimir Putin more than weakness. We have to understand that Vladimir Putin's ambitions are the restoration of the old Russian Empire.
But he has never said, has he, that he wants eastern Ukraine to be incorporated into Russian territory?
What he has said is, well, just a few days ago, he said, I could take Kiev and
I miss McCain, and that's sad to say. I mean, he was at least a principled, sure, there was maybe some stuff that I didn't agree with him on, but he was a principled, and he was probably like more hawkish maybe than like I was, but at least he was a principled Republican. At least he didn't support like Trump. Anyways, I guess it depends on the purpose of your questions. Obviously, we had our public statement, private calls that were leaked, were some of the U.S. ambitions for Ukraine, what were in line with the protester, with what the protesters wanted, were achieved. Yeah, so like so far what I'm understanding is that like in 2014 when all this stuff was going down, what the United States wanted was for basically for things to not explode and get out of hand because they feared that Russia might take advantage of that. And they, I guess like their idea of that was that there would be a change in the Rada in terms of like who was the prime minister and the deputy prime minister and that kind of shuffling, but that Yanukovych would get to remain in power. And they kind of wanted, and they were kind of talking to a bunch of people behind the scenes about like perhaps making this change. And it was all done with negotiation. It wasn't like, America was moving these people around like they were chess pieces and ordering them and telling them what to do. Because based on that phone call, it's pretty clear that there was a level of convincing that needed to be done in order to like basically talk these people into doing these things. And then that's not even what happened. He was being tortured for years and kept refusing to leave so other Americans could take his place in prisoner swaps. He was last officer out of that camp. Oh yeah, no, yeah. McCain was a good dude. I'm not gonna say that he was like an evil. I'm not like one of those dumb fuck people, Even if like there were things that there were things that I disagree with, but obviously I miss the Republican era of when McCain was, I miss that Republican Party. I may not have liked them very much either, but I still I definitely like them way more than the current Republican Party. We wanted the Ukrainian desire for EU economic integration to be achieved. What are we referring to? Us wanting Yanukovych to say about? Oh, that was, so I need to, do you have articles on this, Duckbringer? Because it sounded like in that phone call, and I'm still looking for this based on what the hell was it that the U.S. wanted? It seemed like the U.S. were fine with Yanukovych staying in power if there was a, if the rest of the parliament changed or whatever, that they were basically they were okay with some sort of compromise or something that didn't involve everything getting blown up, because if everything got blown up, then Russia would be able to swoop in and take advantage of it. And that's what they were fearing. But if you have something regarding, the only reason why I said it is because it looked like in that phone call, Nuland was saying, oh yeah, we think that Yatsenyuk would be a good prime minister and then Vitaly Klitschko would be a good deputy prime minister. But there's no mention of who would replace the president in there or who they wanted to. The U.S. wanted Yanukovych to remain while new elections were organized. Okay, then yeah, that's okay. So they basically wanted that same shit that the EU wanted, where there was they'll hold elections in December, but for the protesters that wasn't good enough and they accelerated things and then he ran away. Yeah, okay. So the U.S. wanted to go slower, and this kind of goes against the notion that this was all or that Euromaidan was a US backed coup, because that if that was the case, then there's no way that the United States would have, like, I don't know. I don't think that that kind of maneuvering would have happened. And there's also no evidence that the US was arming the protesters or any of that sort of shit. Even though, like, Russia was saying it, but that doesn't mean that they have. Like, Russia makes all kinds of insanely wild claims. My favorite one, by the way, is still the Ukrainian biolabs designing bioweapons that specifically target people with Russian DNA. That one was really funny.
In 2 weeks.
Turchynov was the intern. Was the interim. Then Poroshenko after an election in May. Yeah. That we went over a little while ago. Yeah. So the U.S. wanted like a sort of a smoother, more simple, less violent kind of thing. So even if Nuland had an opinion on who we wanted to replace Yanu, it didn't end up materializing. Yeah, no, it didn't. Because that wasn't what occurred. Like, I think Yatsenyuk was in there for like a short time, but then he got asked to leave, or not a short time, rather. He got elected, but I mean, he was also the opposition leader, so that's not really surprising, or he was an opposition leader.
But what?
But I mean, Klitschko didn't even end up there. He went on to become, like, work in the, or to become the mayor of Kyiv and to run the Kyiv city administration.
What he has said is that he wants Nova Russia, which is an old czarist phrase, which means he wants eastern Ukraine. He wants to make sure he keeps Crimea, and he would like to see, if he can get away with it, Moldova and the Baltics as well. That's what he wants to see restored. He cannot afford to see a free, democratic, prosperous Ukraine, because the Russian people then would like to be like Ukraine.
This one is especially interesting. Okay. This one is especially interesting. Either we are with Russians, one people, and there are no such thing as Ukraine, or we specifically have DNA weapon to target Russian ethnicity. It can't be both. Yeah. Oh yeah, about the biolab. Yeah, no, I know. That's why it's so dumb. Also, I don't even know if there's really that much ethnic diversity between like Russia and Ukraine. I mean, are you guys both not like Slavic peoples? Like, I don't even know if that matters that much. It's all just really dumb. All of it is exceedingly fucking stupid. Oh, 567 based. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, there is ethnic diversity. Okay. You're trying to answer a fake question. I mean, I don't even know how much, I don't even think it matters that much, honestly. Like, I don't care. Yeah, I agree. It is irrelevant. I don't even care about, like, yeah. That's not how biological weapons work. Yeah, I know it's not how biological weapons work. I feel like did somebody from Russia watch, what was the name of it? The most recent James Bond movie. I feel like somebody from there watched that and then they stole the plot. And they were like, this sounds like a great idea. You can't target a single ethnicity with a bioweapon. It's not possible. Yeah, I know. That's why it's funny. It's just so stupid. Shy as frick. Why does Israel have a right to defend Israel, but defend itself, but not Israel? Is it because Palestine? You're gonna have to ask that question again. I have no idea what you are asking. I assume that you just came in here to bait. We're talking about Ukraine. This is a Ukraine stream. Russia's strategic read, Ukraine is slipping, apply hard power. Yeah, they sure as fuck did. These agendas stacked on top of each other. Okay. Recommended primary sources to read. Democratic Initiative surveys, protest. Yeah, this was good. Reuters special report, why Yanukovych pivoted away from the EU. This was another one. We have families on both sides, like my aunt, my Ukrainian mother, sister living in Moscow. But I cut ties in 2014. People who say that family is above politics, lucky you. Yeah. Why does Israel have a right to defend itself but not Russia? Is it because Palestine is Muslims? No, that is fucking stupid. Russia's not defending itself. Russia invaded another country. These two things are not the same. Although arguably Israel was also defending itself because they were responding to a terrorist attack from Hamas. But yeah, that person does sound like a troll. Do you think they're our favorite troll, Duckbringer? Except you don't have to write their name or whatever. No, I mean after October 7th. Okay, after October 7th, no, they did not invade Palestine for no reason, like Russia invaded Ukraine for no good reason. We have a Russian propagandist in Connor's Discord. That pops in every now and then for some entertainment. I mean, like, people like this are very funny. I have no idea if they're, like, actually real or if they're just here to troll, but it's still really fucking hilarious. They did not invade. You moved the goalpost from invade to good or bad reason. I mean, yeah, they did invade Gaza, but they did it in their own defense. Because they were attacked. They had casus belli for war. That is not the same thing. Russia did not have a legitimate casus belli for war. That's also why the ICJ, if I recall correctly, immediately called for a ceasefire in Russia and Ukraine, but they did not immediately call for one with the Israel-Hamas war. War is always a legal-based take, yeah. War is always bad. Yes, Bill Clockwell, they mean counterpoints, yes. Yatsenyuk was Timoshenko's little guy up till late 2014. Still funny him crying and calling her when she was released. He was up to the moment of Yanukovych fleeing when he saw a better opportunity. Oh, so Yatsenyuk was actually like what, like her lieutenant or her deputy or like her BFF or like her right-hand dude. Russians absolutely did. They told Ukraine they couldn't join NATO. Oh, I'm sorry, Scheisberg. I didn't realize that that Russia got a say in what another country decided that they wanted to do. Also, Ukraine wasn't even trying to join NATO in 2014, and Ukraine wouldn't have tried to join NATO if Russia hadn't like started fucking with them. That's kind of the problem. It seems like it's rather an interesting paradox, isn't it? Putin decides that he wants to fuck around in surrounding countries, and then those countries are like, what the fuck? And then suddenly support for joining NATO skyrockets. And in some cases, they actually managed to join NATO. You know, maybe no one would want to join NATO if Putin didn't fuck around with them. That's it. That's all he had to do. They were spiritually attacking Russia, yes. I mean, it's also very funny, you know, like the EU consented and Ukraine consented, but Russia didn't consent. And I mean, didn't you forget to ask Russia? By the way, NATO wasn't popular. People wouldn't vote before. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I've seen the polling numbers. NATO was very unpopular. Or like nobody cared about joining NATO prior to 2014. So you don't have a say in what another country does. So Israel has no right to what Palestine does. Not unless that country attacks you, which is what happened with Palestine. These are very stupid arguments. You are incredibly low IQ, dude. Yeah, like Ukraine was fine with neutral you know, now you move. No, I didn't move the goalpost. You just don't understand what casus belli is. You don't understand just cause for war. Okay, Ukraine never attacked Russia. And I'm sorry, but like, they also never wanted to join NATO. But even if they did, joining NATO is not an attack on Russia. Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th, giving Israel casus belli to go into Gaza. These things are different. The understanding of NATO is poor here. Oh, is it on my part? Is there like something else that you want me to get? Or like, I mean, this shy as frick person is like fucking dumb. Because like they don't get that like nobody gave a fuck about joining NATO prior to Russia like invading Crimea in 2014. Israel attacked Palestine before. Oh, what? All the way back in 1948? Is that what you're going to say? We're going to go all the way back to 1948 in order to justify everything that's happened between them? Because that's real stupid. And I mean, even back in 1948, you could argue that like that only happened as a thing because because all their surrounding Arab countries declared war on Israel. No, they attacked the Al Aqsa Mosque on the 6th. That was not what? What are you talking about? That's not like the Israeli government's thing. Also, like shit. That I'm sorry, but that doesn't justify going into Israel. Also, the Al Aqsa Mosque is like that's like in East Jerusalem, which was annexed by Israel. No way, it's Space Ghost guy. Wait, really, Toby? Is Shy as Frick like another alt of Space Ghost? Wait, is Shy as Frick an alt of that dumb fuck who joined my Discord and then like came into a call with me and quote unquote debated me and was playing Overwatch the entire time and basically like had absolutely nothing to say and then ran away and came back and came back into Lonerbox's chat the next day to say that he owned me in a debate? Is this that person? That's funny. If that's the case. I didn't watch it, but I know that's the guy. Listen, Space Ghost, Shy as Frick. If you want to come on, I'll talk to you, but I don't think you will. Especially if you're actually that Space Ghost guy. If you're actually that like dumb fuck, because I know you're in my Discord before. I don't know. You're either that or you're some other troll. But if you wanna come on Discord, I'll talk to you. You know, for the lulz, because I'll talk to anyone. There's so many misunderstandings of Ukraine and NATO. So Epic. My understanding is that Ukraine did not care about joining NATO prior to 2014, and that the polling for it was quite low. And then after Putin's invasion, the support increased for considerably. And also that I think that at some point, I'm not exactly sure when, if it was before or after 2014. Oh, hey, we're there, guys. 567. The Discord is in the stream description, Shy as Frick. Do you mind if I hop on your channel real quick? Yeah, sure, absolutely. If you have stuff that you want to explain. Oh.
Why, hello.
Hello there. It's our favorite military
something.
correspondent. Go ahead.
So first of all, Russia actually, Vladimir Putin did come out and say Ukraine can join NATO, and it's a sovereign decision of theirs. In like
Oh yeah,
2005.
I remember that. Didn't he say something about like how there was no issue in Ukraine, or he didn't care? Or, although they said the same kind of shit about the association agreement too, didn't they?
Yeah, but there's this thing with NATO. There's like this game that, okay, so the people who make decisions when like a country goes to war or like military posture, these aren't like normal people, right? These are people that have a very specific education and understanding of the world, and they're not looking at like no minister of defense in Russia or in Europe or across NATO or in the world is looking at, is Ukraine going to join NATO based on polling? Because that's not how a country joins NATO.
Oh yeah.
They're looking at does the Atlantic Council support it? Because you need unanimous. Every single member of the Atlantic Council needs to vote yes. One country vetoes and it doesn't happen. So they're not even looking at like, does America support Ukraine joining NATO? And they're also looking at membership action plans and if they're being followed through with. Like, to join NATO, you need to meet a ton of NATO requirements for integration into NATO standards. Like, you need to adopt a bunch of NATO manufacturing, ammunition, training standards. And if you don't meet those, even if the Atlantic Council votes you can join the alliance, you cannot legally enter the alliance. And the process for Ukraine joining NATO, despite like what people seem to believe publicly, is a 20-year project that has not been started. And everyone in the Kremlin knows that. They might put out propaganda to justify to Americans and Westerners that they're going to invade Ukraine to prevent them from joining NATO. But every single decision maker in the Russian government understands fully if Ukraine even started joining NATO, it'd be 20 or 30 years before that happens. It's not like, it's way more complicated. And also, if we're talking about defense guarantees, the EU has a collective defense agreement that is more rigid than Article 5. So if they're concerned about Ukraine joining NATO because of a European defense obligation, they're fine with Ukraine joining the EU. It's just, these are things Russians know. They're aware of these facts, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I always figured that a lot of it was bullshit. I mean, if I recall correctly, you did mention, I think you either said it in chat or Discord that, like, yeah, Russia does have, like, security concerns or, like, legitimate security concerns with regards to NATO, but also who gives a fuck, or, like, that doesn't mean that, like, we need to care about that, or that those trump what Ukraine decides to do as a sovereign nation.
Yeah. Russia is a very paranoid country, and there's people in the Russian security state that are paranoid about NATO suddenly invading them. And what they're looking at is they want a situation where the line of contact with NATO is a couple of mountainous borders that would be very easy for them to defend. And the problem is, if Ukraine joins NATO, there's this huge flat plain on the border that maneuver forces like NATO could fight very effectively in. Whereas when you have mountains in the way, it's a little different. The mountains that make up the, I think they're the Carpathian Mountains on Ukraine's border with Europe, like the European Union countries. So they are concerned about that. But I mean, that doesn't matter. Like, we're concerned in the US that Russia could put missiles in Cuba, a Russian ally, that could hit like the White House with 5 minutes response time, which might be quicker than the decision loop for the president to retaliate. That's a real concern we have. And, that part of what leads to the Cuban Missile Crisis, that's all real. But that wouldn't have allowed us to justify invading Cuba and changing their government and annexing them as a U.S. territory. That's not an acceptable.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, that is fair.
What's up?
Hey, David. Wait, hold on. Wait, Shy as frick. So you're not actually gonna come in the Discord? Are you? You're just gonna sit in chat and be a keyboard warrior? You're not gonna come in and talk to me?
What are we chatting about, chat?
I mean, we're doing a Ukraine stream, David, but I'm sure that you're here so that you can ask epic questions about Iran, because I know that you're, I know that it's the thing you mainly care about it.
Sure, but I'm fine with allowing the Ukraine topic.
Yeah, I don't want to change the nature of if you're doing research. I just wanted to clarify the whole NATO stuff is like wildly. Ukraine is not joining NATO. It's not happening for a lot of reasons. Hungary will never allow Ukraine into NATO, and that's all that right there is the end of the discussion, really. Let alone the 20 other NATO member countries that have said they'll never support Ukraine joining.
Oh, well, that sucks. I mean, I feel like
it's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is part of why it's so frustrating. Like, I hate Trump. I wish Trump was supporting Ukraine in a better way. And I'm not even accusing Trump of supporting Ukraine. He's been fairly indifferent towards what happens to Ukrainians. But when Trump says like we'll take NATO off the table, NATO is not on the table. And like every single serious person in every single country in defense in the world knows that. Like, there might be a public conversation about it, but nobody in the Kremlin thinks Ukraine's actually going to join NATO, and nobody in NATO thinks it's going to happen.
Yeah.
One thing that I've been
oh wait, hold on. This guy's in the waiting room, although I have a feeling I've got a not great. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Just because, just one sec. One sec, chat. I'll be right back.
No, but NATO is a big security concern for them.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, nobody in the Russian military, not Shoigu, who was the defense minister, none of the people in the Kremlin thought Ukraine was joining NATO because they're not. It's just not politically possible. The support isn't there. They haven't even started executing a membership action plan.
Check DM, Kalinda.
Yeah, I did.
But they still made up they told Ukraine not to do it, and yet they did it.
No, actually, they said Ukraine is free to pursue NATO as a sovereign decision. Putin said that at the, I believe, 2005 Munich Security Conference,
He also
which is where
said,
the European countries come together and discuss security issues. If Russia had a problem with Ukraine joining NATO, that would be the forum where the Russian president would articulate that problem.
he also said it in he also said it about the EU association agreement, but I assume you don't care or know about that because you guys only focus on NATO.
Well, that's the interesting
Nice.
thing. EU has a defensive pact, and again, it is more rigid than Article 5. Article 5 actually doesn't mean what anyone thinks it does. Article 5 doesn't even require you to go to war to defend an ally if it's attacked. Just requires you to give some type of aid. That could be economic. We could send blankets and say we're fulfilling our Article 5 commitments. But like the EU, which Russia's fine with Ukraine joining, has a actual ironclad defense pact that requires deployment of forces.
Or at least they said they were fine with Ukraine joining, but I mean, or maybe they were
Yeah.
actually. I don't know. They just also they wanted. Well, no, I don't think they were because they did all this shit to like derail the whole thing, and they wanted to keep Ukraine in their sphere of
Yeah.
influence or whatever. But it's
What do you think about what the US did in Venezuela?
Of course, it's wrong.
Wait, doesn't the US have a right to defend itself?
Well, I don't
Because
think
Venezuela
so.
hosts Russian bombers that carry nuclear weapons that can hit the US. Tu-160s from Russia deployed to Venezuelan airfields, and those bombers could do a nuclear first strike on the United States. It's a huge security problem for us.
Wait, wait.
Russian bombers that carry nuclear weapons land in Venezuela where they could strike the US homeland. Should we be able to invade Venezuela to defend ourselves?
No.
Venezuela is a military ally of Russia.
I'm also against the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Okay, so would you agree that
But
there's a
curious-
difference between just Venezuela being an ally of Russia and like if Venezuela were bombing Americans, then yeah, we'd probably have a right to defend ourselves, right?
But can you repeat that?
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is Venezuela just being an ally of Russia, like Ukraine just being an ally of the West, is not a reason to go to war. If Venezuela started attacking the US, or if Ukraine started attacking Russia, that would be a reason to go to war, correct?
Would depend.
it
Okay,
would depend.
what would it depend on? Because Ukraine didn't attack Russia, right? There's no like Ukraine wasn't like shelling Russia with NATO artillery pieces in 2013. That just wasn't happening.
Do you think Israel had a right to invade Iran?
When did Israel invade Iran?
They were saying bombs and missiles to them.
What do you think invade means?
I asked you. I should. Okay, then fair enough. They
Strike Iran,
intervene
do you
then.
mean?
But strike Iran.
I don't know the details there. I'd say probably not, to be honest. Wait, which one are we talking about? The most recent, the 12-day war thing?
Yes.
No, I don't think they had a legal right to do what they did. No.
Legal, but moral.
I would.
Moral, it would depend on it would
Yeah.
depend on intelligence reports I don't have access to. If they actually had evidence that Iran was about to finish a weapon and use it against them, then sure. And I'd say the same, by the way, if we had intelligence that a Russian bomber was landing in Venezuela with a live weapon that was going to be used against Miami, obviously we'd have the right to prevent that. And if Russia had actual intelligence that that NATO was setting up missiles in Lviv to hit St. Petersburg, then they would have a right to prevent that. But I don't know how true that is because I don't have access to those classified intelligence briefings.
Yeah, if America or if Israel, like, I think it's entirely fair for Israel to not want Iran to get a nuclear weapon, given that Iran has been fucking insane and like dedicated so much time and money to wanting to destroy Israel. But that would depend on if they were actually close to a bomb, which is something that we're constantly getting conflicting reports about.
And I don't trust this government in the U.S. or the government in Israel to accurately report on those facts. So I
think
just
we're
have no
missing
idea.
a big piece because I think one of the things that is very important for that specific war is the continuation of a military conflict that has been happening between Israel and Iran. So I don't think you necessarily even need anything to do with the actual nuclear weapon or any of that. I think that is just extra layers upon justification for what is already justified to attack Iran.
I would
based on
also
their-
say there's no comparison between Israeli airstrikes in Iran and Russia launching the largest war in Europe since 1945 to seize and occupy an entire country and also do a ethnic cleansing and cultural genocide of its population. I don't think Israel has done that to Iran quite yet, so it's a difficult comparison.
Are you playing video games while you talk to us, dude?
No, I'm
Are you
actually gooning.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
You're that same guy from before, aren't you? The one that got on the call with me, and then you said that you owned
No,
me.
but then you aren't. I can agree that you're not hypocritical then, but I still think you apologize for Holocaust. But then that's it.
What?
The Holocaust?
Oh, he's talking about Israel. He
You,
thinks
you
Okay, so
apologize for
Holocaust
Gotland
comes from
Holocaust.
an old word which means to burn alive, and it describes specifically one genocide that happened between 1934 and 1945. What Japan did to China isn't a Holocaust, that's just a different genocide. So when we use the term Holocaust in the English-speaking world, we're talking about one specific genocide. So just keep that in mind.
I mean the word book definition of a Holocaust, not the actual.
Yeah,
academic.
the both in colloquial English and in academic English, Holocaust means the genocide the Nazis did to the Jews.
no, he's
don't know,
trying.
maybe-
He's trying to say
No,
that
What I'm trying to say is you're misusing the language, and maybe this happens a lot in the circles you're in, and maybe you sound like English isn't your first language. I'm not attacking that. Good on you for knowing more than one language, but your understanding of that term in English is not correct. So I'm just so you know, it's going to be hard to communicate with people if you don't understand that. So are you talking about what's going on in Gaza right now?
yes, that's what he's talking
That's the
about.
Gazan Holocaust.
Okay, so you could claim that's a genocide there, then people will argue about that. I don't think there's enough evidence to really say either way, but it could be a genocide. Yeah, I think that's possible.
Well, the Holocaust gives it more oomph, and that's why I'm going to call
Well,
it.
Holocaust again, that is one. That's like saying World War II is going to start if China invades Taiwan. World War II is a specific war that happened between 1937 and 1945.
You could say
It's
World
not-
War III.
You could, but Holocaust literally means to burn alive and describes what happened in Auschwitz and
No, he's
sorry, Auschwitz was a concentration camp, not a death camp, but in the death camps. the Nazis
Auschwitz was
operated.
also a death camp, or to be more specific,
IDC.
Well, there were two
Birkenau
camps. There was Auschwitz, and then there was Birkenau.
Yeah,
and
Birkenau
is
was the death camp. Yeah, or Auschwitz too, or Auschwitz is why, I guess.
Yeah,
if you
Auschwitz
wanna-
II, Birkenau is the full name of
Yes.
the death camp. But Auschwitz is just the concentration camp where they did
Yeah.
forced labor. And
Yeah, no, Toby, I know this guy is
Well,
totally that.
IDC.
this guy's totally that Space Ghost dude who was in this Discord before, because he's literally using the exact same talking points as when he argued with me, where he called it a Holocaust and then he was super
Who was that
silent
guy?
because he was playing video games. I'm pretty sure it's even the same accent. And like basically, yeah, like you're failing pretty hard here, buddy.
Who was that
I mean,
guy?
look, whether or not we want to use the word Holocaust, which you shouldn't because it's not correct English, but even if you want to, like, there's really not a parallel between what's happening in Gaza and what Russia's doing in Ukraine. And by the way, you want to talk about death figures, there's over 1 million casualties in Ukraine right now. Like hundreds of thousands of people are dead from this conflict. There's by the end of this war, there'll probably be more casualties in Ukraine than the population of Gaza. So it's
How do you
just
know
a
that?
whole different. Well, because there's already 1.5 million casualties from this conflict, and it might go on another few years.
Yeah,
So that's
and
how I
Where did you get that number from?
that number comes from multiple different sources you can look at that all agree that the number is between 1.25 and 1.65 million. You can go on civilian institutions that research conflict, like the Institute for the Study of the War, United States Naval Institute in America. You can look at like French intelligence reports. You can look at Ukraine's intelligence. You can look at Russian intelligence. There's no real dispute among like the academics who study conflict that the number of casualties is above 1 million and below 2 million. There's a dispute exactly where in that range it falls, but we know for fact, and even like open source verified information on satellite pictures of like graves and stuff, we can confirm this for fact. It's between 1 and 2 million casualties.
Epic, are you talking about like total casualties or civilian, or well, no, you're not talking about civilian casualties. You're talking
So
about total.
casualty there's no such thing as total casualty. Casualty means something specific, which is total wounded and dead.
Oh, okay,
If we're talking
right.
about
Yes,
dead, we'd say dead. That's
Yes.
casualty doesn't mean dead.
Okay, yeah, I
It's
think.
You also have to look at the ratio
very
of
common
population.
colloquially
Wait,
to,
guys,
like,
stop. David, wait, hold on. Just go ahead. Shy goes or shy, whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
You also have to look at the population size.
Yeah, so if we're looking per capita, we can come to different conclusions for sure. Ukraine and Russia have much larger populations. But what I'm saying is we're comparing a large conventional war that's happening in Europe between two developed countries to a asymmetric conflict between a basically insurgent force that's fighting in an urban area against a superior military. So these are different situations, and the politics around them are quite different. Like in Russia, Ukraine, they're two sovereign nations. And in Israel, Palestine, it's Israel suppressing the sovereignty of what is effectively a Palestinian nation. And the politics on how these conflicts start is very different. If I had to guess, you spend a lot of time talking about Israel, Palestine, so that's where you want to draw the conversation. But if you have an understanding of the war between Ukraine and Russia, there's really no point to compare these two. They have nothing in common.
I don't think he has an understanding of either one, honestly. Not if he's going to say that Israel's doing a Holocaust in Gaza. That's fucking high-level retardation right there.
Well,
I have a
he's
way
doing
better understanding
genocide.
than Looneybox.
He literally said that the reason he said that is because it added more oomph. It gives a little more oomph.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
This is a meme.
If all you care about is rhetoric, then I don't think you actually know much about any of this. And now you're talking about Lonerbox. Have you ever spoken to Lonerbox?
I did, and I absolutely crushed him.
Yep. All right, it's you. I knew it. You're that guy. You're the same guy who
No.
ran away from Discord from the call.
I
Are you
didn't
going to
ra-
show up
when?
in Loner's chat
Who?
tomorrow and talk
Who?
about how you came on my stream and owned me in a debate?
That would be
I
kind of
think
funny,
I'm
though.
banned with every
You should do
account from
that.
here, actually.
You could go on Lonerbox's stream and say beat Kalinda in a debate, and that it was humiliating for her,
Yeah,
but she hasn't recovered.
that would be very funny.
I
Considering
don't
that
actually
you
know who that space guy is.
What?
I actually don't know who that space guy is.
Yeah, I
Eight?
know. I understand. I know that you can deny it, but let's be real. You're saying all the same shit that he said. You're talking about how you own Lerner in a debate when you were on his stream for like 5 minutes. He asked you one question, you couldn't answer, and then you left.
By the way, do you
That's
condemn
saying-
Trump? Do you
I
condemn
condemn
Trump? Yeah, for not bombing Iran.
Yeah.
Genuine.
So what do you think
Yep.
about Iran's genocide against its protesters? Sorry, the Holocaust of Iranian protesters.
Well, it's obvious that the protest is Mossad.
Okay,
That's
but
true.
let's say they are, right? Let's give it for okay, they're Mossad. But the lowest reports are 5,000 and the highest reports are 20,000 dead protesters. Now, if we're looking at like this protest has been going on for like 2 weeks, if we compare that to casualties in Gaza, it's actually way worse day per day. So what do you think about the Holocaust of all the Mossad-aligned civilians that aren't combatants that are being gunned down in the streets of Tehran right now?
Anti-fascism is always self-defense.
It's anti-fascist for a authoritarian regime that isn't elected and doesn't have the support of the popular people to gun down unarmed protesters that are literally making the sin of not wearing burqas in the street or burning pictures of the supreme leader.
Supported by Western imperialists, yes.
Okay, yeah, sure. Let's say they are. Are you aware that like most independence movements have outside support? Like America, when we rebelled against the British Crown, the French and Spanish armed and supported us. We would not have gotten independence without the French. It just wouldn't have happened. And yeah, let's just pretend that conspiracy is true. America's propped up all kinds of independence movements. Are they all bad?
Yes.
Okay. And the ones the Russians and Chinese prop up are all good, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay,
Exactly
got
right.
it. Okay, just checking.
The scary thing is, I just want to like psychoanalyze for a minute. This is obviously like a troll. Like these aren't his.
Oh
Well,
yeah, no, this
the-
guy's
the-
100% a troll. He talked about how he's banned from a billion discords and how he likes people like Ban and Panada and shit. Yeah, this guy's a troll.
So, just out of curiosity,
Wait,
like per
wait, can I
capita,
say
what
something?
is
Can I
just out of you're a genocide guy, so you care about genocide. So I want to hear your thoughts. What is the worst per capita genocide in human history?
Per capita, Jens. I don't
Khmer
know.
Rouge,
Maybe
right?
inside, I don't know.
It's a Khmer Rouge, right? Colombia. Not Colombia. The Khmer Rouge
Cambodia.
is, yeah. For some reason, they both start with a C in my head. But anyways, the Khmer Rouge, like they genocided the largest percentage of the population of any regime to ever exist, right? Who supported them?
I don't know.
You don't. That's fascinating. But you do know all the guys in Iran are Mossad, right?
Yeah, that I do know.
Okay. Just curious.
Okay, so just to finish what I was saying, it is true that this person is a troll, but they are not entirely making up the positions in which they feel. So they feel too cowardly to actually like give their real way of justifying what they believe, but they do believe like I would say 90% of what they're defending. Like this, my guess is this person is extremely pro IRGC, extremely pro Russia, like pinky
Condemn Russia.
style.
I condemn Putin.
What?
You condemn
I
Russia?
condemn Russia, condemn Putin.
Why do you condemn Russia when they're doing anti-imperialism?
Okay. Are you aware that every independence movement in the entire world is supported by some imperial power? And Hamas is supported by Iran, which is a regional imperial power, right? Do we agree on this?
Iran is fighting against the Western imperialists.
Yeah. It's a conflict between two spheres of influence. One's coming from the West and the other's coming from Tehran, right? For sure, I agree. That's just objectively true. But you agree that Iran is a regional hegemon of a bunch of proxies that it has at a regional level, and they're competing with a global hegemon in Washington, right? Do you agree?
I don't know what any of those words means, but sure.
Okay, so you're not equipped to have this conversation. Okay.
Or use fucking normal fucking
No,
words.
those are like the terms you use to like if you don't understand
you're
these
like-
words, you've never read any security. You don't. Okay.
Epic,
You haven't read the history of any of
rephrase it.
this. You don't know what those
You
words.
use the same
Rephrase
method
it.
as Jordan
One
Peterson.
second. Rephrase it in TikTok terms or in Fortnite
True.
terms.
Yeah, I'll make a TikTok short for it.
You
So
use the
you agree
same-
that there are two centers of influence.
Jordan
in the
Peterson
Middle
over here.
East, right? There's a Western, forces that are generally backing, Israel, and they're acting as technically an imperial power, right? I'll be honest. But you agree that Iran is also like a regional empire that has like regional proxies, right?
Yep.
Okay, so Iran, when they're like doing things like propping up Hamas, is not that different than when the US props up, like, for instance, the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, right? It's just different scales of power, correct?
No, absolutely. There's different contexts, but I don't know.
What's the difference
exactly
in
how
the
to phrase it.
context?
Am I lagging or is he quiet?
No,
He doesn't.
no.
Oh.
This is what
You-
happened the
you
first
finished with the game?
time I talked to him too.
I have to.
He has to think for
Are
a
you
second.
using ChatGPT or something? Like, is he taking a quick?
I don't know. I don't know how to phrase it exactly, but I'm gonna run now.
Oh, of
Okay,
course,
so-
just like last time.
Wild.
But I don't know how to phrase it, so I have to.
You have to
Well,
go
you
do
can
some
use
like
ChatGPT. We'll give
Wikipedia
you 30
Googling and
seconds.
figure out. Like you have to Google what was the Mujahideen and figure out when that happened, so you can come back and.
I will let you have 60 seconds to use ChatGPT to help formulate what sentence you're trying to say. You're welcome.
Oh yeah, no,
not-
go ahead. If you have to do that, that's fine. I mean, like David has to do that when he uses text, and we're not going to be mean to him and say that and like be
What's that, Mother?
ableist. We're not going to be ableist to you. Go ahead, take a second to formulate your thoughts. If you even want to deafen
Maybe-
us, you can. We don't want to be dicks. We
Can
understand.
I leave and come and call you again when I read up on all that shit?
That's
Wait, why do you
a-
have all these opinions if you haven't familiarized
Like I
yourself?
have read a lot, but
Mhm.
it's still not everything. Of course.
So when I was like 19, I was this like young libertarian, and I had a bunch of stupid opinions, and I was an isolationist, and I thought we should leave NATO and all that. But then I went to school, and I learned a little bit more, and my opinions changed. And something I learned is you don't want to have an opinion before you know the details, because then you'll look like I did when I was a libertarian at 19, which was pretty dumb.
I do know every detail.
Okay. Oh, how come you need to go do reading to have this conversation?
Not every detail.
But you just said every detail. Those are the words that came out of your mouth.
Yes, but do you know what figure of speech is?
Do you know what literally means?
What is it that you need to read about?
Yeah, like you should be familiar with the Mujahideen, right? Like this isn't a hard comparison. You should be familiar with the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan and U.S. support for forces pushing back against the Soviet interest,
but
right?
The
Okay.
fucking the Western thingies was much bigger than and like capitalist, and Russia was anti-imperialist.
That's true.
When they
and
were
real.
in okay, so do you know what anti-imperialism means to the Soviet Union? Are you aware how like Vladimir Lenin defined that term and like what it actually meant when Soviet leaders said it?
No.
Okay. So they defined imperialism as something only the West could do, right? So when they went and say invaded Afghanistan, which didn't want them there, right? These were like Muslim Arabs that lived in a country that they didn't want to be occupied by a foreign power. The Soviets would call this anti-imperialism because they didn't recognize the legitimacy of any government that wasn't aligned to the Kremlin. That's how they. So when you say they were anti-imperialist, yeah, sure, they were. But their definition of anti-imperialist means the whole world needs to be loyal to the Kremlin, or else they're evil Western imperialists. So it's.
The U.S. supported the Mujahideen before.
No, we supported the Mujahideen a year after the Soviets invaded Afghanistan because, like
I'm pretty
Iran,
sure it was
right?
before.
No, it's exact. Look, I'm not pretending the U.S. people cared about Afghan nationalism or cared about their desire or gave a fuck about the dead civilians. No, we saw arming the Mujahideen as a way to damage the Soviet Union. We saw it as a way, in the broader context of the Cold War, to weaken our geopolitical enemy. That's what Iran's doing in Gaza, right? There's a Cold War between Iran and Israel. Sometimes it goes hot with missile exchanges. And the Iranians see Hamas as a way to weaken Israel because it distracts their military with dealing with Gaza instead of growing like the type of force, like a large air force with a long-range strike capacity that could threaten Iran, right? In both cases, this is why we call it a proxy conflict. The the interest in Washington as an imperial power in Afghanistan had nothing to do with the interests of the locals. And the interest in Tehran in regards to Gaza has nothing to do with the interests of the locals. Iran doesn't care about dead Gazans, and Americans don't care about dead Afghanis.
Afghans. Sorry.
I've heard it both ways. I have no idea.
I
Afghans,
did
that's
ask
correct. Yeah.
ChatGPT and sources say that they supported Mujahideen before USSR went in.
That's
Yeah, like politically, but we didn't start arming them until like Congress needed to get together and vote and pass funding to arm them, right? It didn't.
yeah, that's because the Afghanistan had like what was it, like a Soviet or a Soviet aligned government prior
Yeah.
to Russia going in. So yeah, of course, sure, politically the US supported the opposition, but it wasn't until the
That
war
was
started
after.
they started sending weapons.
Yeah. Like material support was not really a thing before the Soviets invaded. Obviously, though, yeah, for sure, we're like trying to support politically everyone who's anti-Soviet, just like Iran will support politically everyone who's anti-Israel.
It wasn't
And
anti-Soviet, it was anti-communist.
no, that's not. No,
Yeah,
that's not.
yeah.
No, that's literally like not part of the equation. I can literally show you CIA documents from the Cold War that say the Soviet Union is not a communist state and has nothing to do with Marxism. It is a command economy built around state capitalism that's interested in expanding the empire that the Russians have
Wait,
historically maintained.
really?
Yeah. Nobody in the Pentagon was thinking, how can we stop the spread of communism? Russia, after World War II ended, Russia could have been a liberal democracy. The problem was they wanted to occupy Eastern Europe. This is where the Cold War comes from. It's not about anti-communism. And by the way, most of the communist countries that we competed with in the
documents.
Cold War had not fake documents. Okay, some of them, like the Soviets, cited as.
I'll be right back.
There's you can go to the fucking Russian archives.
Wait,
And
I'd
find-
actually, I didn't,
Sure.
I wasn't aware of like these CIA documents because the way it was always taught to me in school was that like it was about like fighting communism or whatever and the domino effect, or maybe that's just because that's how Americans,
It's complicated
politicians
because
talked about it.
When we say communism in the U.S. because of the Cold War, we're talking about the Soviet system. We're not
Yeah,
talking about
that-
socialism.
Oh yeah,
No,
yeah,
we say socialism when we're talking about socialism.
yeah.
It-
I
there's
am
a
interested.
whole- yeah.
I'd actually
Like,
love
when
to
I say
see those
that
documents,
Xi
but yeah.
Jinping is a yeah,
Me too.
I'll have to go and find them, but I'll link them in your Discord. But
Based.
when we say Xi Jinping is a communist, we don't mean he's a Marxist. We mean he's part of the Chinese Communist Party and believes in the doctrine of the Communist Party of China, which has nothing to do with socialism. If you read like Xi Jinping thought, or I reference China because the Soviet Union's gone, and this is an
Mao
example of like
Zedong's
a Cold War
thought,
today.
isn't that another? That's or it did.
Well,
or-
each leader has revived. Like Xi Jinping thought has nothing to do with Deng Xiaoping thought, or nothing to do with Mao Zedong thought. That they've evolved. Today's China has nothing to do with the communist revolution under Mao. The completely different system of government and economics.
Oh yeah, that I
Um,
know because
yeah.
what was it? Oh yeah, Deng
Yeah.
Xiaoping. Yeah, he came in and
Yeah.
yeah, Dengism was.
And by the way, communists, real communists, will say this too because they'll be the first to point out that what Stalin did wasn't communism.
yes,
Like if
real
you're actually
communists,
a Marxist,
not
you'll say that.
tankies.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just this idea. You know what American war planners were more concerned about than ideologies was the number of ballistic missiles that could hit
Tanky
Washington.
spaced.
What?
Sorry. Tanky spaced. Sorry.
Yeah. This guy's a tanky. That's what I mean. That's why you're defending.
Oh, so when you say communism, you mean Soviet-style communism? Then yes, we were opposing the growth of that system. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's not an actual communist.
Yeah.
I'm a Nazi, actually.
Oh
I
no,
mean,
wait. I'm
there's a
sorry. This
thin
guy's
line
a
between
troll.
the two. They did work as allies back in the
That's true.
30s. So,
They
you know.
did.
Yeah.
I forgot. I forgot that you're a troll and you're basically just gonna say dumb shit. But it is really
No,
funny.
I had to say it.
What?
But there's a difference
So-
between being a troll and trolling. You know that, right?
There's a difference between being a what?
Being a troll and trolling, right?
Yes. Sometimes it depends, but yeah, yes, obviously when you said you were a Nazi, yes, that was trolling. I mean, like, I think David's probably right. You probably do like believe a lot of this shit, but you're also just in here to like bait, or to say like stupid shit, like how you owned Lonervox in a debate when you talked to him for like 3 seconds, couldn't answer his question, said you needed to read more on it, and then ran away, which is what you tried to do just like 5 minutes ago. And like we said,
And you don't say
we will happily allow you to look things up. We're not going to judge you for that. Well, I mean, we will judge you for it, but we'll still let you do it.
and you don't say any stupid shit, right?
I mean,
I think every human says stupid shit, but
yeah,
I think you're leaning more on the stupid side than some others.
at least I'll admit when I get shit wrong, which I have multiple times.
And by the way, something to keep in mind, when like Pentagon war planners are talking about how we can keep the Soviets out of Afghanistan, it's not because they're like, oh, so the Afghanis can have a liberal democracy instead of a Soviet-style communist state. They don't give a shit about what Afghans think or how their lifestyle is. They just care about, is Russia going to have access to the resources of Afghanistan to turn against Americans? Like that's the thought process in the Cold War, in the Joint Chiefs, with Henry Kissinger, like with our national security apparatus, in the White House. We don't care what system of government people have. We care how it affects the United States. Like every other nation state in the world, we're self-interested.
It could be more capitalism than anti-communism.
We worked with anti-capitalist countries if they were more loyal to Washington than the Kremlin.
Yeah.
Do you think all the African countries
Yes,
we
for your
probably
own.
like Somalia
Yeah, that's the
under
point. The national
Barre?
interest. Yeah, the national interest is not maximizing capitalism. The national interest is maximizing American access to resources. If there is a communist dictatorship in Latin America that will trade with us and will let us put bases in their country, we will work with them. Historically, that's how it's gone, right? Pinochet was not like a liberal capitalist, and we propped him up. Why do you think we did that?
Can you say that again?
What? That's the point.
Also, Nixon going to China, didn't he literally shake Mao's hand?
Yes, we literally agreed to the One China principle and gave the Taiwanese. Nixon sponsored the UN giving the Security Council veto to China and taking it from Taiwan. That only happened because of an American president, because it would benefit us, because now the Chinese would be more friendly with us. And this was in the context of there were border disputes flaring up between the Chinese and the Soviet Union.
The Sino-Soviet
and Nixon
split.
saw it as a way. Yeah. And by the way, in the 60s, the Soviets asked the United States permission to nuke China. Like, China was starting to see the Soviet Union as a bigger problem than the US. And Nixon thought we could do some diplomacy to get them on our side of the Cold War, and it worked. And a huge reason the Soviet economy collapsed is China started decoupling from it and trading more with the West. So, like, again, this is an example. Like, we're literally going to a communist state, if that's what you want to call it, and we're literally agreeing to work with them and recognize them diplomatically, and even hurt our ally Taiwan, right? Because we took the UN security veto from them to prop up a communist state just because it helped our competition with Russia. Russia could have been fascist, it could have been communist, it could have been liberal. We still would have competed with it because of our geostrategic dispute.
Were you going to say something, buddy?
USSR also worked together with the Nazis. That doesn't mean there was.
Yeah, because because that's how nation states act. They're not ideologically motivated. They're motivated by rational self-interest.
I'm surprised
so
you
the
admit
USSR.
that.
Yeah, when the USSR and the Nazis worked together, that wasn't because Stalin wanted to spread fascism. It's because it was convenient. And that's all that happened in the Cold War. We did what was convenient. It didn't have that much to do with like ideological values around capitalism. It just objectively didn't. The decisions being made were not being made along those lines.
I meant more mechanic-wise than ideology.
Well, mechanic-wise, we were trying to prevent the Soviets from ousting an Afghani government that was resisting Soviet influence and putting in a puppet government that would have increased their control of that part of the world.
Why?
Because the Soviet Union and the United States were in a geopolitical contest for resources and power and global influence. Just like the US and China is today, or Russia and Europe. So when you have these contests, you tend to see like consolidation of resources and alliances forming around like different national interest blocks, right?
Or Israel and Iran, although I guess that's kind of different, maybe. Well, I guess I mean, Israel does want to be the top dog in the Middle East, or one of the top dogs, don't they?
Yeah, there's a regional Cold War between Israel and Iran. Israel and Iran are the two regional powers, and one of them wants to dominate the other, right? And that's why you have like a proxy conflict in Syria and all these other parts of the Middle East between Israel and Iran, because they're on opposite sides of that power dispute. It has nothing to do with communism or capitalism. And by the way, Iran could in theory be a democracy that still detests the existence of Israel and wants to destroy Israel. It could be a capitalist country that still has those national priorities.
Well, they are a capitalist country.
I don't know
Aren't they?
much about the Iranian economic
Well,
situation. so I
Khomeini
wouldn't-
wanted them to be a capitalist country. So I think they probably are, like, you know, they have like a market and all that shit. Like, I don't think that they're like doing any weird, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say either way, just because I don't want to mislead anyone.
Yep, same here.
How many of
Not
your
sure.
viewers have clicked away?
What?
How many of
I
your
don't
viewers
know.
have clicked away?
I don't fucking know. Why? I think I
Well, it was
gained
funny.
viewers since
Pretty
you came
stable.
in. What? Yeah, it's
It's pretty stable.
Why does that matter?
Okay. It's what
So
is funny.
that response had nothing to do with like. By the way, I think she had 38 viewers like before you joined. I think she has like 41 right now, just from looking at YouTube. But that had nothing to do with any of the underlying logic dispute, right? That was just a way to distract from what was just said.
Yes.
No,
basic.
absolutely not. It was just something I thought of and threw it out.
Okay, so if that wasn't a way to distract, I'm waiting for your response.
Well, I forgot.
Okay, so it was a way to distract, and you just don't
No,
want to
I-
admit it.
Here's being bad faith.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'll take you at your word and not act like you're lying because I think you are. So you need to be in a mental home because your brain is so damaged you can't remember what happened 5 minutes ago. Is that how you want me to treat you?
I mean, probably.
Okay, I'll treat you that way.
When this guy figures out,
you need
I
me to
mean,
Go on MS
meant
Paint,
to-
draw pictures, and we can make like a little child's book or
I mean,
TikTok
I'm
reels,
actually in
or how do
the,
you-
actually in
We
the
had some, like-
asylum for necrophilia.
I
don't
didn't-
kill and med.
Hold on.
I
that
will-
was
how about this?
actually wild.
How about this, Kill and Med? We will play Subway Surfers in the background for you, so you have an easier time, like
Oh
thinking.
yeah, elevator music.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. Does anybody have one of those like little where people are like playing those mobile games to like a phone version of a fidget spinner?
It was Mossad who spiked my ring, so now I'm brain dead.
Yeah. So how we got here was you comparing Israel to Russia. So do we want to like what's the comparison here? What's the point you're trying to make?
Well, what I said was that you're a hypocrite, but you clearly have or not.
Okay.
Have
So is there any other point you were trying to make besides imagining hypocrisy before even trying to understand someone else's worldview?
yes, that October the 7th was right.
Oh Jesus.
October 7th.
Linda, is this guy the Indian guy?
No.
Hamas,
No, it's not the same guy.
Hamas has a right to defend itself.
Okay,
That
what
thing.
were they defending themselves from?
This guy is a troll, though. Or this guy is trolling, but I do think that he believes in stuff. He just hasn't thought.
Anti-autonomy.
Okay, that's fair. I agree. Hamas or any government that represents the Palestinian people has a right to resist Israel and resist the occupation. I agree with that. How did October 7th aid in that objective?
We baited Israel into our territory.
The
Well,
control pauses are
ambushed them.
so
Well, that's not
creepy.
Well, how did
No. We
most
baited Israel.
wars-
We baited Israel into our territory and we ambushed them.
If you're trying to draw a comparison to look for more hypocrisy, I think in all wars you have to analyze if your conduct supports the objective, and that's part of the ethical calculation. For instance, in Venezuela, if we could depose Maduro and then all of a sudden there's a like stable democracy that's prosperous, if that was like actually a feasible outcome of intervention, then I think it would be ethical to support it. But that's not how the world actually works. And instead, what's likely to happen is Venezuela will fall into the control of very violent cartels and local paramilitary forces, and there will be a genocide or slaughter that would be terrible. And therefore, I don't think there's an ethical way for the U.S. to intervene in Venezuela. So
think it
yes,
looks about
the
ethical.
consequences actually matter. So again, how did October 7th aid in the defense of Palestine from Israeli occupation?
I'll answer with a question. How did Ukraine's voting to join NATO aid them?
They didn't. That never happened.
It absolutely did.
No, it didn't.
No, it literally did not. Ukraine has never asked to join NATO, and NATO has made it clear they have no place in the alliance. We can talk about like news headlines, but the Atlantic Council said in 2006 there is no future for Ukraine in NATO. And Ukraine said in 2007, 2010, 2014, and even recently that they don't intend to join NATO. And also, more than half of NATO has said they would never support Ukrainian membership, and Ukraine requires a unanimous vote in the Atlantic Council. So the U.S. would never support Ukrainian membership. Biden said that. Trump said that. Obama said that. That's been U.S. foreign policy for 30 years. We actually, in the
Yeah,
Budapest
over the years.
Memorandum, agreed to a treaty that is U.S. law saying we would reject any Ukrainian violation of neutrality, meaning the U.S. is party to a treaty that is U.S. law where the U.S. would never support Ukraine joining NATO. The U.K. also is part of the Budapest Memorandum, as is France. Hungary will never support Ukraine joining NATO either. Most of the alliance, it's just not happening, and everyone in Russia knows this.
Okay, maybe I conceded then, but I still think it's
Where do you get your information from?
mostly like the program Electronic Intifada.
No,
Do they talk about Ukraine much on the Electronic Intifada?
I don't think so. Do they? Oh, I'm pretty sure most of their information is about, hey, Israel's are Nazis.
Yeah, I think that's where it's mostly focused too.
Yes.
It's
But I still
called
support
I'm gonna look up
the,
Electronic Intifada, Russia.
Electronic Intifada talks about Ukraine and Russia.
Only thing I see is I witnessed worse horrors in Gaza than in Ukraine. That's the first thing I see. They're saying Gaza's worse.
I still support Nat Turner and the Haiti revolutions, even though it probably didn't work out very well.
I
support
mean,
the
didn't they end up
principle.
getting their independence though?
But
I
even
might
if
be
they
wrong on
didn't,
the
I would-
history, but didn't
Even
that,
if they wouldn't, I would
Yes,
still
Hold on,
support.
Epic. Hold on, before you guys continue. He didn't really answer the question with a question. He just completely divided to a different topic. How did October 7th help Palestinians or Palestine?
I didn't answer the question with a question.
No, you didn't answer the question. You changed the
Didn't,
topic into
because
about Ukraine going into NATO or whatever the
it's
fuck.
how analogies work.
Because
In
how
other
what?
examples- In other examples.
No, he doesn't have an
By
answer
the way,
to
the
that
example
question.
was wrong because your example is wrong, so it doesn't answer the question. Your example was just false, so it doesn't answer the question. So answer the question in a different
does.
manner. No, it doesn't, because your example is false.
You're fucking stupid.
Oh my god.
If
Bro.
Okay,
the-
how is your example not
even-
false? How is your
even-
example not false?
even-
How is your
even-
example not false? How is your example not false?
It probably was false, but even if the
Okay,
Haiti
it is
revolution
false.
didn't,
So you didn't answer
didn't.
the question with your example.
fucking did, but
So
you fucking
answer the question.
retarded, dude.
How did October 7th help Palestinians and Palestine? Answer that question with another question with you, May, if you want, or with something else. Maybe you could answer it with a bunch of bullshit coming out of your mouth either. Like, just answer something. Like, you haven't answered the question yet.
I mean, I can
Quickly, Adam,
answer
yeah,
that question.
Listen, Epic is a lot more civil because this doesn't probably affect his daily life. But I'm a lot less civil, so go fuck yourself.
I'm
So
only
answer the
uncivil to
question.
the Russians. It's okay.
I'll answer with another question. How's life with
Oh,
Libertades?
What?
What?
What was that?
I
How's
didn't-
life with
I
what?
heard how is life in the TARDIS? I think he's a big Doctor Who guy.
Is that what? Like what? What did you say, bro?
Is Palestine the
have no-
TARDIS?
How's life with cerebral palsy?
What the fuck? Oh, okay. He's
What?
just.
Evan.
You spent 3 minutes trying to say one sentence, and you think I have that disease?
Sev, you need to insult this guy in Arabic. It would be funny.
Nah, I promised my fiance I wouldn't insult people in Arabic because it's kind of a little too vulgar.
Okay. God damn it.
Yeah, their insults are very vulgar. They're actually hilarious, though.
Yes. Listen, bro. Sev's a Palestinian. Aren't you gonna like listen to like Palestinian voices?
Do you agree that there should be an analysis on the effects of an action for its ethics when it comes to like military conduct?
Stop using big words, please.
Like here, let me use an example in case it's difficult to understand, right? Like, let's say we wanted to get Russians out of Ukraine, but the strategy we used to do that was drop sarin gas on Moscow and kill 1 million civilians. Would that be an ethical course of action?
Give him a second. Should I put on some Jeopardy music?
You might be too focused on the whatever you got on the stream, the mobile game or whatever.
Oh yeah, I pulled
be
up
like
Subway Surfers.
Dude, did you actually do it?
Yes, for the lols.
That's funny. That's great.
Wait, what'd you
But no.
say? What'd you say, dude?
I was just
No, I
trying
said
to
that's
rage
great.
bait you.
Oh, I
Were
see.
you trying to rage bait us?
But no, I don't think
So,
so.
so can you say Am Yisrael Chai?
Okay, so
Dylan?
don't you think October
I'm
7th?
Israel Sai.
Don't you think October 7th is kind of would be like a example of that kind of just targeting civilians for no tangible military gain? Like when we talk about conflict, we talk about proportionality because it is so important to like judging actions. Because you do have a right to defend yourself, right? The Palestinians have a right to defend themselves, but how they do that is important, right?
Wait, Killen is gonna say what I asked him. Or you also can you also say
He did
Mark Bar
say it.
Khamenei?
Oh.
No, Mark Bar Khamenei.
What did you say?
Mark Bar Khamenei.
Mark Barkwani.
Not Kwani. Kwani.
Wait.
And I have the keys.
Mark Bar
Wait,
Toronto.
is that the...
Mark Barkwani.
Wait, is Mark Bar Arabic or what is that? I know that.
No, it's Farsi.
Oh, it's
that's just
Farsi. I mean,
David.
that's too.
That's just David being David.
Oh yeah,
It's Yiddish. It's Yiddish.
Oh no, I know.
That's,
okay,
that's what the dictator is gonna say.
I've heard it
That's what I mean.
before because they were teaching students to say that on campuses. I didn't realize
yeah.
it was Farsi though.
Which one's the Death to America one?
That's it. Mark Bar America.
And then
Magbar America.
Bar-
Wait, can I say Magbar David?
I mean, that'd be Death David. Yes.
Death David?
Death to
Death
David.
to David. It's Death to is Mark Bar.
Okay, let me say this. Magbar David in New York.
Whoa.
Does that work?
Shouldn't it be in a video game? In a
Mark
Alright,
Bar-
yeah. Well,
Gorani.
New York's a new video game. Praise be to my King Momdani.
disavow.
I forget how they say "Long live the Shah." I think it's like Javid Shah, or something like that.
Okay.
Bro, that fucking clip Warner played the other day about them all like kidnapping the dead fucking Khamenei or Khomeini just because they love him so much.
Oh yeah, when
That
they
shit was
ripped off
weird.
parts of his clothing, and yeah, that was fucking crazy.
That was insane.
Bro, I was like looking at, whoa, this is worse than like Shireen Abu Akleh's fucking funeral. And turns out they were doing it because they love him. And I was so confused.
It really shows how what cultism can do to the mind, and like religious extremism can like turn people into literally like sobbing and pulling clothes. It's kind of
I actually
terrifying.
think the worst thing is TikTok because it creates people like this gentleman here who like don't know how to.
I don't know if this
engage.
now I truly don't know if this person has a
More
single
people.
genuine.
Well, I mean
thought.
they're being unserious, right? But like usually when people are being unserious, they're also like kind of dog whistling their beliefs. right?
David,
They
you
I
say
know, but
missed
they just said
when-
Am Yisrael Chai, and then they were willing to say Mark Bar Khomeini. So I don't know if they actually have any beliefs besides just trying to be like an internet troll. At first,
Well, they
I thought
probably
they might
don't
just be,
know
like,
like what any of these terms mean, or because they don't really understand the history or any of that, right? They're just upset and have an opinion.
David, you missed when they said that the deprogram and electronic oh wait, no, you were here for that, right? When he said
Yeah,
that
I
he
was,
got all
yeah.
his information from So anyway, yeah, how did the invasion or how did it help Israel or how did it help Palestinians October 7th, since you basically just agreed that it would be bad if America dropped poison gas on Russia in order to get them out of Ukraine and killed millions of people? So like, why don't you understand that that would basically be the same for October 7th? Because all they did was kill a bunch of civilians.
So keeping in mind, because you like per capita so much, to Israel per capita, it would be like killing millions of Russian civilians, just so you know.
I'll answer it with a question. No, but
Thank you.
Maybe, maybe not.
That's a good question.
This guy
Thank you.
literally did 50-50.
He did it. He did the 50-50 in a different way.
Can you repeat what you said? I am brain dead, so I forgot.
I said, how did October 7th help Palestinians, since you admitted that if the US decided to get Russia out of Ukraine by dropping poison gas on Moscow, that would be bad because it would kill millions of civilians, but you're okay with October 7th, even though that involved killing a whole bunch of Israeli civilians. How did October 7th, like, why was that okay, but why would dropping poison gas on Moscow not be okay by the same logic?
I didn't think it helped Palestinian very much.
Then why do you think it was based? What was the point?
Because anti-imperialism is always cool.
So when we go to war, like in the real world, like we don't do it to own the libs.
People die.
Right? So when you go to war, you create an unrestricted competition between states or non-state actors to kill as many of each other as possible in an industrial fashion to get the conflict to a resolution, right? To where one side is forced to negotiate or can no longer fight. That's what a war is, okay? You don't go to war to like own the libs or like do an anti-imperialism. You go to war for concrete purposes with a concrete objective to achieve a concrete effect. And you need to weigh the costs of that war. For instance, when you're the aggressor, you're even responsible for your own dead because you started the war, right? You need to weigh the consequences of that war against the perceived benefits. So we're weighing the perceived benefit of we owned the libs in the West with the consequences of 1 million displaced civilians, most of them Palestinian, who the Hamas was elected ultimately to represent.
And like 60,000,
probably 100,000 dead
yeah,
civilians
possibly
at this
100,000 dead civilians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And like Hamas knew that Israel was going to go ham as soon as they did it, but they chose to do it anyway.
But October 7th was based.
This is why, by the way, like we say Hitler killed 37 million people. A lot of those are like dead Germans that we count as Hitler being responsible because he was the aggressor, right?
Yeah, he started the war.
Like when you hear how many people Hitler killed, that's like people that died at Dresden are part of that figure.
I have to think about that because I still support the slave revolts even if they didn't help abolish slavery.
So I'm an American. We had slavery in this country. I support some slave revolts, like the ones where they actually freed slaves, but the ones where people were like, let's just kill as many slavers as possible, knowing that the result will be all the slaves that participated in the revolt will be put to death, and the slaves that when we're handing out the guns and they might not know that I'm just doing this like for funsies. It's their lives that they're being lost, right? I just don't know if that's very effective. I much prefer like the shots fired at Fort Sumter that actually led to the Civil War that actually ended slavery.
Maybe.
Okay.
How many you have to think about it.
There were many over wide in the history of the Civil War is complicated and it involves like a decade of buildup, and the way many non-Americans talk about it is very detached from history.
Oh, listen, I No, it's fine
Like
if you
bleeding
want.
Kansas, right? Like years of fighting between the slavers and I support all of that. All the people who went to Kansas to fight the slavers, to kick them out of the state and make Kansas a free state, not a slave state, based, right? Every person that wasn't enslaved in Kansas can thank for those actions. But like when we're talking about like, let's just kill a bunch of white people in the South, that was a little bit less effective.
Okay, Epic, do you want to have a conversation now instead of this meme?
Wait,
Sure, I
like-
gotta go in like 10
like-
minutes. What is it? I don't know. It's
Well,
limited
let's
stream.
just-
let's have her actually.
oh, did Epic just want to talk? Did you just wanted to talk about Iran, didn't you?
I can
Me?
talk about anything.
Oh, okay. Listen, buddy, it's fine if you change your mind. Although I recall you said that you thought about changing your mind the last time we were talking on text when you were in the server previously, and then you but now it seems like you've basically gone back on everything. Because I'm pretty sure before we all got you to admit that actually no, October 7th was not a great idea. Because that Hamas said that killing Palestinians, or that they don't care about dead civilians, and they actually want more dead civilians because it helps them. Like they
Yeah,
can,
well, I
yeah.
forgot about that.
Hmm?
Well, I forgot about that.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Anyways, good talking to you. Good crushing you. It's good crushing you.
That was an
I
absolute
was
crushing.
crushed like a
job, buddy.
boulder. Thank
yeah,
you for teaching me so
I
much.
feel so owned right now, my dude. You did yes,
You should.
well
Almost as owned as
done.
the libs.
You should.
Almost as owned as the libs.
Holy shit, wow. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, that was funny.
That was funny, actually.
Okay, anyway, you guys go ahead and talk. I'm gonna go boil some water.
Okay.
Okay.
What's up, Dave?
All right. So, I have been meaning for a while to ask you, partially, where your vibes. I know you don't have like a full conviction upon your Israel stuff, but your vibes about, or no, actually more so, what do you vibe out as like a war crime right now, or what are the things that you concern you in particular when you say that you were worried about United States funding, blah blah blah, etc. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of tired, so I'm not using full
Are you
English.
talking about like people we're supporting that maybe we should be supporting less or not at all?
Sure.
I mean, I think mostly like we're going to be talking about historical examples, especially in Latin America, right?
No.
Today-
You misinterpreted what I was saying. Then I was
Uh-huh.
saying with Israel, what is it about? What specific acts in Israel do you find to be the ones that make you dubious about continuing to fund Israel?
Well, I mean, to be clear, like the biggest reason I don't think we should be focusing on supporting Israel militarily is because I think they're perfectly capable of defending themselves, and I think a lot of our allies aren't. And I think like U.S. resources are limited. We don't have unlimited power. We don't have an unlimited military. We don't have unlimited stockpiles of munitions, and we are like our primary strategic interests aren't in the Middle East. So if we stopped funding Israel, right, they'd have to raise their defense budget by like 18%. They'll be fine, you know. But if we stopped funding Ukraine, that'd be a whole different situation, right?
Kind of. I mean, that's kind of true, but it's not as much. There also needs to be a bunch of like, what's it called? Like offensive defense in terms of like taking on Hezbollah. Like, I think if Hezbollah
What do you
was not
mean when you say that? Are you talking about like U.S. forces?
like U.S. forces in the region as a huge deterrent during that war. I know they weren't involved, but
They aren't there
fact
to
is,
defend Israel. They're there to defend a broader regional stability, which is a
Yes.
core American interest.
yes and no. Like that is part of it, but in terms of like if the United States didn't have that carrier in the region and have that as a massive threat in terms of the United States having like power over them and power to inflict huge like pain upon Hezbollah, they would feel more emboldened to respond
Yeah,
much
but
more harshly at the
Again,
beginning. And then
there's
right now,
broader like
out
your
focus.
focus is on Israel, right? But there's a whole like central command, and they're not just focused on Israel. Like that carrier there off the coast of Israel, yes, provided deterrence for Hezbollah, but it also provided strike options in Yemen for the Houthis, right? It also provided strike options in Iran that the Ford Carrier Strike Group played a role in during Operation Midnight Heimer. So like again, like we have a interest broadly in regional stability in everywhere there's American forces, right?
But my point is in terms of like without like I think there is a bunch of American interest that still is in the Middle East and has been massively put
but-
forward because of Israel's militarism against like Iran, against Hezbollah. And I
Yeah.
think that we would have been in a much worse position. And I think for every dollar that's put in, like the United States makes way more back in terms of the improved.
But that's
regional
true with
stability.
everything. That's true with all foreign aid, right? So there's a limited amount of money the Senate will allocate to foreign aid, okay? And all foreign aid has positive ROI, all of it, okay? And I'm just saying, like, right now, my priorities are Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan, Ukraine, Sweden, Finland. They're countries in the line of contact in a potential shooting war between us and the Chinese and Russians, which is a much bigger concern to me than what's going on in Iran. And it should be a much bigger concern to every single American.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't. I think we disagree. Is I don't think that there is any
Hey.
meaningful change in funding that would happen if like Israel was funded less, etc.
Yeah, no, what would happen is the priorities would shift, right? Like right now, there are 5 different countries that want to buy Boeing's F-15EX, right? And Israel is first in line because of US law passed by Congress. So Israel gets their planes, and then Japan gets their planes, and then the Koreans get their planes. And that means for the Koreans, it's so far out by the time they get those products that they actually just went and designed their own plane because they didn't want to wait 15 years to when we're done selling them to Israel and Japan, because the US defense industrial base is not what it used to be, right? So when I'm thinking about what arms should go where, Israel is just not in the top of the list. It's just not. And they're perfectly capable of defending themselves. Like,
Yeah.
if Israel is down on the priority list, they'll be fine. They're going to be fine. I'm not saying we shouldn't send ships to defend Israel if they're getting attacked by ballistic missiles. I'm not saying we shouldn't provide intelligence to Israel to help them target stuff. I'm not saying we shouldn't even send fighters to Israel to help them defend themselves if like there's a major attack on them by a state actor, right? I'm just saying, like, the Senate gives way more money to Israel than allies like Korea, right? And Korea is in a much more difficult strategic situation with like our primary geostrategic threat in the world right on their border, China. And then they also have a border with Russia, and they also have a border with DPRK, which are 3 countries that are major U.S. strategic rivals that are way bigger threats to the U.S. homeland than Iran ever will be.
Well, not necessarily ever will be, but if
No, ever
if
will
the
be.
Russian-
Russia could launch tomorrow 300 intercontinental ballistic missiles at the United States.
Oh, what I meant in terms of I meant mostly the last one, the latter. I think Iran had every capability of turning into another North Korea, essentially, where it became another nuclear state due to inaction. And I think that
Well,
has
North Korea has SS-18s that the Russians have supplied them that could hit anywhere in America. They have the most sophisticated ballistic missiles ever developed by the human race, better than ours. North Korea has better ballistic missiles than the United States Air Force because Russia gave them the newest models. That's just not Iran.
One thing I'm pointing out is the fact that Iran hasn't gotten there is, I would say, in large part to do with Israel, essentially.
Yeah,
making-
we should work with the Israelis, but we subsidize the Israeli defense budget more than any other ally in the world today, except for Ukraine, right? And I don't think that's logical. I think it was logical after 9/11 in 2003 and 2004 and 2005 during the global war on terror, but it's not reflective of the strategic situation today. It's just not.
I think in like if Iran's regime actually crumbled, I think that we would turn like into a place where it actually makes sense that Israel doesn't need any more aid because like the region has become so much more stabilized because of that.
What I'm trying to tell you is Israel can't afford to just buy our stuff without us funding them. They're a major economy with a big budget. I'm not saying we shouldn't sell Israel weapons, but right now we are giving Israel money to buy our weapons when there are other allies that are poorer in more difficult situations begging for the same treatment. Ukraine would love billions of dollars in free defense credit that they could go spend on American industry, right? They'd love that. And that would be weakening Russia, who is a bigger threat to the United States than Iran.
Yep.
I'm just saying I don't think Israel should be that high up on the priority list. I'm not saying we shouldn't
I am
support them.
curious. So, how much would anything meaningfully
Hold
change? Because I
on.
think the
Sorry,
Israel would still.
I want to.
Yeah.
I apologize for interrupting, but you guys can keep going. But like Epic, I want to ask you a question before you leave about something else. So yeah, I don't know how long you have.
Yeah, well, I got like 5 minutes, so I'd say right
Okay,
now
so
would
you
be
asked
the
the
time.
question.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean this is about Ukraine. Did you? I don't remember if you were in chat when this came up, but apparently, a French media reported it. And I don't know if they got it from French intelligence. People in chat were saying that they did that. U.S. intelligence was getting leaked. That was going to Ukraine, like to about your Russian battle plan or about Ukrainian battle plans to Ukraine. Like apparently, like the people in U.S. intelligence were leaking shit about Ukrainian battle plans to Russia. Do you think that that is likely or possible or?
Well, I mean, we've known about this since Biden was president. Russia was getting leaks from the CIA and the Pentagon, like in 2022. Zelensky actually cut off sharing of Ukrainian strategic decision making while Biden was president because of how leaky. And this isn't like unique to Ukraine. America is literally the worst country in the fucking world to share intelligence with because we have such a the largest office building in the world is the Pentagon by number of workers and the number of offices in it.
Yeah.
And
Thank
when you
you
have
very much.
such a huge institution like the US military, there's so many people who have access to information. It's very difficult to hold on to secrets, and there's people that might be bought off by the Russians in the State Department. There's people, Nancy Pelosi's chauffeur worked for the Chinese, right? And so there's leaks all over. Yeah, this isn't unique to Ukraine, but yes, Ukrainian battle plans have leaked from the U.S. to Russia.
Okay, I think Ukraine cut off
interesting.
intelligence like sharing again that was what that report was saying because that was the reason. Okay.
Yeah, they've gone back and
I think
forth like
Israel's
10
done it
times.
too.
But yeah. Because
I
what
think
happens is there
Israel's
keeps
done
being
it.
leaked and we keep promising them it won't happen again, and then it happens again. Yeah.
Rip.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Israel has like gone back and forth on like stopping sharing information with the United States like a few times now throughout the war.
Yeah, and so have the Brits. It wasn't just when Trump was president because of the strikes.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
Okay.
That's what I
yeah,
heard as well.
Damn, I was unaware. Although that makes sense because like, the more people who have who know a thing, the more likely of leaks.
it's also
Yeah,
the
just
structure of
because
our
it's happened
government. Because
before.
senators get classified briefings from the Pentagon, and senators might have no loyalty at all to our foreign policy, especially if they're the opposition party. Like Republicans will leak shit to the media while a Democrat's in office, and Democrats will leak shit to the media while a Republican's
Oh
in
my
office.
God. Someone in chat just said also Tulsi Gabbard is a thing. I mean, I don't know if that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe people. Yeah.
Well, she was considered a Russian asset by the NSA until she became DNI, and then.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Asset and agent are different, though. Asset doesn't necessarily mean knowing. Asset just means you're useful.
Okay. She was just useful.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. The reason why I was wondering
Sounds
about that because it's I don't know.
Yeah.
It sounds different from what it actually means.
There's someone that the Russians was propping up and wanted to win elections. Is basically what that means. Trump is a Russian asset. Like Putin actively wanted Trump to succeed politically because he thought it would weaken the United States.
Yeah, he was right.
Would you agree with the statement that like just because there has been leaks before doesn't mean that right now it's not worse than it's been during the Biden administration due to all the hires?
Yeah, this is like the most retarded presidential administration in American history. Yeah, absolutely. It's gotten a lot worse. Everything's gotten worse under Trump. Every single institution is weaker than it used to be.
Have you noticed that in your work? Although I guess you probably can't go into specifics because
I can enough to answer that question. Not really, and it's just different. With the DoD is very unique. It's not like just an executive agency. The powers to regulate the DoD are shared by the Congress and the President, and this is because of the 1947 National Defense Authorization Act that created the DoD. We didn't have a DoD before 1947. And the way it's structured is very unique, and basically, if you want to like put your people in the DoD, you have to like commission them as officers, like as lieutenants, and then like they have to work their way up to general staff over the next 40 years. And that's just not going to happen in one presidential administration. What you see with Trump is he's trying to fire everyone he doesn't like in the DoD, which he can do. The president can fire people, or at least put them on leave and strip them of their command. But he can't necessarily, like, he can just appoint Hegseth as Secretary of Defense because that's a civilian office, and he can just appoint Kash Patel as Director of the FBI, but he can't just appoint like J.D. Vance or somebody, or like Stephen Miller as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. You need to be a 4-star general under U.S. law. You need to have been confirmed by the Senate. You need it's a whole different institution.
I want to
4-star
jump in with
general.
a question.
What?
Also, Addie Sam, it's actually DoD still. Trump
Okay,
can call it whatever he wants, but Congress needs to vote to change the name.
I think she probably knows that, and she's just kidding. But I don't know if she was aware of that or not.
Yeah, no, it's officially in U.S. law. It's still the DoD.
I think that's
I
funny.
wanted to jump in with a quick question. Did you have you heard the reports of the United States purchasing a weapon that can cause a worse form of Havana fever, and that is
Yeah, I mean, we've also had sonic weapons in the military since the 80s. They just don't get much news because they don't get used a lot. If you're referring to the claims of the Delta team using them, this is the first time we've seen claims of like a miniaturized handheld sonic weapon. In the past, they've been like truck mounted, like on Humvees and shit. So that would be interesting, and maybe we did get some shit from Cuba or the Russians that we copied to do that. I don't know. But I would say like sonic weapons are something that the U.S. has, that they've used before, and they will continue to use in the future.
Wait, what has that mean in the past? I'm actually very, very curious. What
there's
is,
like big truck-mounted antennas, and I forget the technical term, but they're like emitters. What? Sorry.
Like to physically
yeah, they'd point it at a crowd, and then like they'd all be convulsing in their own spit and urine on the ground from pain while they just got handcuffed. Yeah, it's like a less than lethal option. Yeah, these have been around for a while, but what's being claimed is from an interview with a Venezuelan security forces guy, and he's saying the Delta teams threw these handheld sonic grenades that had that effect. And I've never heard of that. I've never seen that demonstrated, but it's possible that we've found a way to like miniaturize some of those technologies.
Pretty fucking cool. Either way.
Anyways,
Wow.
I gotta get going. I'm gonna go work on my car a bit, so you'll have a good one.
Bye, Epic.
Great night.
Thanks for the info.
No problem.
That was funny.
It was so much fun.
Yes, it was. I don't.
One in chat if you had fun, guys. 1 in chat if you had fun. 2 in chat if you are a grumpy person.
Or just if you didn't have fun. I learned a lot. Oh my god.
See, look how much fun your chat has. See, if you had fun, you are legally obligated to like and subscribe right now. That's actually, you just signed a legal document that says that if you're not subscribed, you have to
I
subscribe
mean,
right now.
if they're typing 1, then they're already subscribed because that I have sub only mode on my chat. Also, we're at 569. Also known
They're
as
legally
nice.
required.
Sorry.
They're legally required.
Hmm?
I said they're legally required to like then.
Oh,
I just saw it.
true. Huh, and Solo says, I hate legal documents. Really? You hate legal documents, do you?
I got cancer. Feel better, Conduit. Yeah.
Conduit, come on. How could you have gotten cancer from that? You literally, you spend 1 week watching people every fucking, or like all the time. I bet you're like currently watching some insanely cancerous content creator. It was a sonic weapon. I bet you've been doing that right now. I bet that is currently what you are doing.
Oh my god. Wait. Someone did a great meme in Lego Fortnite.
Oh no.
I'm gonna post this. This is great. Not related to this. Just funny. This is actually a very nice quote from him, and then someone wrote, someone edited it to put this.
Oh, hold on.
Oh no. Someone please help the Ukrainians. I feel so bad.
There are moments in history where the moral imperative for action is so strong that the weight of inaction becomes unbearable. This is one of those moments. There are moments in history where nothing happens. This is one of those moments. Rip. It's the
That's
nothing ever
bold.
happens guy. Jesus. Yeah, no, listen, I pulled up this Wick debate chat because that apparently this is a debate where Lactoid starts saying a bunch of bullshit about Ukraine to Pisco, and I don't think Pisco necessarily knows how to counter it, and I was just gonna watch and listen to this and get hella triggered while I ate my dinner, and also take note of some of the arguments that he makes too, because I need to
Sounds-
look up some more stuff. But David, you can entertain the chat because that my dinner is finished. Or
Okay. How long
Yeah.
will it be?
oh no, I mean my water's finished boiling, so I'm just gonna go put the pasta in the thing. Yes, we're about to get triggered, guys.
Guys, first person to make me crash out in the chat wins a high five virtually. Congrats. Okay, so hopefully something is entertaining enough. How's everyone's day? We're gonna do the 1-2 game. Press 1 in the chat if you have not touched a woman in the last 5 years. 2 in the chat if you have. Your mom does not count, or your sister, or any family member. Damn, there's a lot of ones in the chat. Oh no. Oh no. No. Boof, I'm so sorry, Boof. It'll get better soon. Someone wrote, we get it, Boof. Oh no. But he's cooked. Absolutely fried. 1 in the chat if you are doing something productive in your life. 2 in the chat if you are just gooning and playing video games and watching politics. Either any of those. The question is 1 in the chat if you're doing something productive with your life. 2 in the chat if you are either gooning, mostly playing video games, or watching politics or reading about politics. If you spend more than 5 hours a day doing that, you have to click 2. Damn, there really was almost no ones. There was maybe 1 person with the 1. This is terrible. All right, 1 if you have an autism diagnosis, 2 if you probably should have an autism diagnosis, and 3 if you have no autistic tendencies. Hard 2. I'm dead.
Hello, what's going on?
Well, we were doing polling on your chat to see the autism, how many of them have autism or think they should be diagnosed with autism, how many of them have touched grass in the last 5 years, how many of them have touched a woman in the last 5 years. We're getting some very, very, very disturbing results here. Next time I gotta do an actual poll.
ZJM
But,
says I have diabetes type 1. Wait, hold on.
I don't
What's
think that's I think he meant diabetes.
Yeah, I know, but he wrote diabetes, which I think is funny. You know, I don't know if you're familiar with that meme or not. Do you know that meme?
Hey, wait 1 second. Chase, you already clicked one. You don't have to write that message anymore. You already clicked one about the autism thing. Anyways, next.
No, are you familiar with the meme, the diabetes meme?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
Is it
okay.
like is
What?
that Big Chungus?
No, there's an actor named Wilford Brimley, and like ages a billion years ago, he did like a TV ad where he talked about diabetes, but he said diabetes and he pronounced it wrong, and it became kind of a meme. I think this was like probably in the 90s or something where he did this. I don't even know if he's still alive. But yeah, it's basically it was before your time because you're a child. Um anyway, what did people say to trigger you? Did people say anything to trigger you?
No, I was mostly if anything. I was mostly triggering your own chat. I was mild bullying, but like the good kind that helps you like toughen up a little. Chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you feel like the bullying helped you. 2 in the chat if the bullying made you feel worse about yourself.
Oh my god. Chase, David is basically a child to me, okay? He's like 23. He's a fucking zoomer. That's what I meant. He's not actually a child. I'm joking, but yeah. Oh, Wilford Brimley is dead. Okay, I honestly don't know much of anything about him. I just know that meme.
Okay, you could put a 3 if it made you feel worse about yourself and helped you toughen up a little bit. A 1
No,
is
Boof, you're not cooked. It's okay. We all get older. Yeah. Oh yeah, Conduit. I remember he was in the thing. I'm not a horror movie person, so I haven't seen either of those movies, but yeah.
I'm getting well, actually, I'm not getting a master's. I am going for medical school. Little gup. I am in med school right now. Little gup. I think we can get Spider. I'm gonna try to help Spider get into medical school with me. I think
Oh
me and him are gonna lock in.
jeez. Oh no. I think spiders
I think Spider could tell us all about the mitochondria and
I think
being the powerhouse of the cell.
Spider's doing computer related shit. He's in school, I think.
Stop copying Avi. Wait, did Avi say something about getting Spider into medical school? Or do you mean Dr. Avi? My king?
Oh god. Wait, he's
Cool.
your king? He voted for fucking Trump. And it took him forever to and he voted for Trump without like realizing that he shouldn't have done it. And sure he realized that I think he regretted it later, but only after like all the Nazi shit. I think
if Trump bombs Iran, he'll turn back again. That's my opinion. That's what I think is going to happen with him.
yeah, potentially because he supported it the first time. I don't know. I don't know if Biden would know. Oh my god, did you see Vegan Gains on Destiny's stream?
That is something. Wait, before. What was that? But then I want to say something. Hold on. But for I'm actually very curious to feel the pulse of what people think is a chance that a Democrat would actually like strike Iran at a time like this. I feel like over and over, as we've seen, like Democrats kind of not really taking this kind of stance when it's needed. And I think Iran is one of those cases where it's like completely any of the last if like Obama would actually
don't talk that way about our queen Hillary Clinton. She totally would have done it.
Maybe. I just don't know if she's as based as she says she was. She might have done. She might have. But I think she could have. Yeah, I really think about Gavin Newsom though, because he seems so based, but I'll actually like cry if he's a foreign policy cuck. That's gonna make it so hard to love him.
I have no idea what his thoughts even are on foreign policy because he's a governor, so he doesn't really have any foreign policy experience. Oh, potentially Clinton might have done it. I feel like he probably would have. You know, because he bombed Serbia too.
That was that was based. Oh God. God
yes.
help. God the United States. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. That's what I want to hear the Iranians sing by the end of this, I believe. If we actually do intervention, I think they can. I think we would hear songs like that again. Newsom said in his talk with Shapiro, "My love for Israel is great." Based.
Yes, he did say
He-
that.
Yeah. Shapiro was actually so cringe because all like Gavin Newsom was trying to do was the both sides version of like, but Israel really, really bad, and then Shapiro would not let him finish his sentence. He'd be like
Wait,
squeaking out at Gavin Newsom while he was saying that he loves Israel. He was like having a stroke because he was saying that Israel might have done war crimes.
oh, Gavin Newsom did actually admit that Israel might have done war. I didn't make it that far into that conversation. It was really boring. I'm not gonna lie. I did not watch the entire thing. And then I watched Vosh react to parts of it. And he was basically just soying out the entire time, and he would not give Gavin any points whatsoever. And it was incredibly cringe as I saw Vosh basically completely like lose the plot. I'll probably upload that even though I didn't watch the entire thing. Oh, no,
Yes.
no, Avi, there's no reason to. We already got a taste of the Anna versus Pearl
That's
thing.
Avi.
Yes,
That's Avi.
yes,
Unapologetic Avi all along. Oh my god.
yes,
Hi, baby.
unapologetic Zionist is Avi. Yes. Oh, also,
Love you.
fuck, there was something. Oh, David, did you see Vegan Gains go on Destiny's stream and try to justify the and try and justify the Venezuela thing? And then
Yeah.
and then he talked about how Biden was like bad on Israel in comparison to like Trump or whatever, which I thought was really funny. I think Vegan Gains is like, I don't know, he seems incredibly knee-jerk pro-Israel, like probably even more than you are. Actually, yeah. Like
Yeah, I mean, he's just. I think it's not about like necessarily being pro-Israel, more militant.
yeah,
If
that's
that makes
probably
sense.
it.
It's not like a greater love. It's just like more of a belligerency and a belligerent feeling towards other countries around there.
Yeah.
No, not in Vegan Gains.
I don't know
I
if
think Avi is I don't know if he's comparable. I think we're in terms of like convictions about like Israel needing to take on Hamas, we're probably pretty similar there.
yeah, but Avi comes off
Um,
as more reasonable or whatever, you know? Like I kind of wonder if Vegan Gains would like even defend the GHF shit. Whereas like Avi did not defend
I'm not saying
that.
comparable to Vegan Gains. I'm saying comparable to me,
Oh
Avi
yeah.
Bitterman.
Yeah, probably.
But in other ways, I think obviously he's um like very different in terms of like the trust in Donald Trump in terms of like the idea that Trump is more of an is a bigger ally to Jews than he actually is. And that's kind of a common sentiment among like Republican Jews that I notice is like the Democrats are so bad and have such low like desire to like hold back their side that like Trump is Trump has, the Jewish kid, so he cares somewhat about the Jews, but it's like I don't know. He at the end of the day, like his desire for like fascist things in America and then his desire to do whatever is self-interested in him is always going to outweigh any sort of care he might have for Jews because of like Jewish family members, etc.
Yeah, I have no idea like what I don't know. I,
I
I
think
don't
it's fair to say that Trump has some sort of like sympathy towards the plight of like Jews across America, even though he says anti-Semitic shit because he's just like regarded boomer. He definitely like actually
well, I'm
has
sure he
like
likes
more
Israel,
Islamophobia
but
well, not even liking Israel. I think like he has like sympathies towards like what's happening like with Jews in America now as well. Even I like that's my vibes at the moment.
potentially, I
He
don't know.
specifically he's like calling it like saying no anti-Semites don't have a place in the party, etc. With
Oh
Tucker
yeah, he
Carlson.
did
Like
say
I think
that.
that it's like I think what's clear is that he actually does have like um more of a racism and hatred towards like Muslims than he does, even though he's not like.
Yeah, he
I think
definitely
his
does.
anti-Semitism, his anti-Semitism is through like a lack of caring enough about it to be correct, like just saying stupid shit that comes off anti-Semitic rather than like an actual hatred of Jews. I don't think Trump has any real hatred towards Jews, even when he does stuff that is anti-Semitic, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, Addy says he has always had a really good relationship with the Jewish real estate community in New York. I mean, that might be part of it too. He probably just is like, I like these people, you know, like that kind of shit. But yeah, or like nobody likes the Jews more than me, like that sort of thing. But the thing that's shitty is I don't know what I feel like people overplay the extent to which that the Democrats have been friendly towards like the far left anti-Semites, you know, like the campus protesters or whatever.
Kind of like it's not necessarily that they need to be nice, it's the fact that they're willing to turn a blind eye. They are not willing to make the political sacrifice to call it out in a meaningful way, or to like declare like war on anti-Semitism, essentially. Like the fact is, Zoran Mamdani ended up like having his attorney general force like Batar New York or whatever, USA in New York, to dismantle, except it happened on that pool within our lifetime, when within our lifetime is, and like no one has, even like Eric Adams or other candidates, or Kathy Hochul has not made it their issue to actually fixate on forcing like within our lifetime to dismantle, considering they're so fucking, they do everything that Batar does, if not more, and like actually like physically harass and intimidate Jews in New York City at their place of work where they pray, etc., and like traumatize and terrorize like memorials for October 7th, etc.
Yeah. Sorry, you can keep talking to chat. I'll be right back because I have to get my dinner. And then after that, I'm gonna eject you from here and we're gonna watch this debate and get triggered. So I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Chat, say stuff to make David mad and get him to rage.
Yeah, I don't think we're bombing Iran for like at least 2 to 3 weeks now, unfortunately. I really hope I am wrong if that swift action comes. Boof, don't let me get your logs of all the answers you gave to my questions, buddy. What's the difference between Donald Trump and a reform rabbi? Ooh, this is gonna be a good joke. Petah Tikva. Oh, I did say that bombing, like it's worth sacrificing Petah Tikva to bomb Iran. And Cello, in some ways, yes. Like next week, the aircraft carrier like strike group shit is going to be in place. Like by 7 days from now, unless there is some sort of crazy pause or something, or I'm not understanding about where the carrier's at, that will happen. I just don't know what else needs to be in the region, and my guess is there was a lot of pieces that I do not get that needs to be in the region, and that's where I guess the 2 to 3 week thing is coming from instead of the 1 week thing. I believe. Oh yeah, the Torah Dome will help us. Donald Trump has Jewish grandchildren. Oh, true. Actually, true. Wait, that's so funny. I'm keeping that one. Tuckman Marsh, do I know you from Loner Cord or from my Discord? Please don't. What? To nuke Iran? Okay, so Embo Man is pretending that Ra, the Shah, is saying that they should nuke Iran because of that statement where he says, there are moments in history where the moral imperative for action is so strong that the weight of inaction becomes unbearable. This is one of those moments. He's saying that Pahlavi is saying that they should nuke Iran. Very based, very real, and very non-straw manned. Awesome. I think Loner Corp might need interventionism after that comment. Nah, probably not. But that I know you from Loner. Thank you, Tuckman Marsh. Tuckman. Are you in Loner Chord at all? Pull up. You should join Loner Chord and then join the Jew Chord. We have fun in there. Infinite Goon sessions with the boys and the girls. We don't discriminate there. But like we do segregate, like based on ethnicity and religion and race, etc. But that's that's neither here nor there. Tuckman, go to Lego Fortnite and add me. Add D4vid, and then we will say hi to you. Buddy. A little gup. La da na na. Emboman argued against your banning, David. When did Emboman argue against my banning? Which banning? Like the one a long time ago? Guys, someone say something crazy. Chase, how come you never argue with crazy pro-Palestinian people in Lego Fortnite? How come you didn't how come you didn't call his comment mentally ill? Sounds like you're doing a bad thing. Very naughty. I don't know. I'm actually, my brain is fried. What is Kalinda doing? Is she coming back ever, or is this? Did I just inherit the stream now? I'm cooked, chat. Nails. Oh, other Jews treat and talk about us Reformed Jews. It's so disheartening. Leia, it's because of the J whatever JVP Jews that have really like they've really done a number on the reform movement. Like it's cooked, chat. Oh, what did Bill Clock will, right? I think your message didn't come through, buddy. Oh, you said Mamdani's wife is not hot. Okay, understandable. That is triggering. That is very triggering. It's also very hard not to make that one joke that the certain community members are not appreciative of because of the possibility of misogyny being interpreted in such comments. So I'm going to be on my best behavior now. Well, there was that one reform rabbi that was actually calling out like the anti-Semitism around the world and saying that like shit. I don't remember what it was, but there was some sort of shit like that type shit. If I didn't defend you, it's just a joke. Thank you, Tuckman. All right, well, I guess if Kalinda's never coming back, does anyone want to come in the Discord and say hi? Because I'm going to go crazy in a second. I'm trying to go schizo, you know? Kolod balevav benima nefesh Yehudi omiya ufade mizrak kadima. I'm not going to keep singing la 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 la. Embo is saying Reza supporters annexing settlements. What? Where is he nuking? Where is he nuking Iran though? Wait, why is that what you're caring about? What about the fucking nuking Iran? Where is he saying to nuke Iran? The fuck? What does the 4 in David represent? 4-star general. Duh. 4-star internet general. Is the streamer back?
Yes, I am. I'm
Am I-
here. Okay. Thanks,
That was
David.
rough.
What? Oh, were you having
I felt,
trouble?
I felt like the jester. I just talking to myself in chat. Oh my god. How do you do the speaking thing? I actually felt like I was like schizophrenic.
No, that's how it goes. It's actually it's pretty funny. I don't know. I don't mind it. Because I look
Yeah.
over and I see people
Okay.
typing in the chat. So 4-star David.
I can ask me what the 4 is in my name. I said it's for 4-star general. Duh.
You
That's what
must
the 4 is for.
you must feel so silly that that you have a name that is similar to that rapper guy.
You know you were fine when you were accidentally said raper.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, maybe he was kind of that too, or at least a statutory raper.
Allegedly raper murderer.
Yes. All right, David.
All right, Shabbat Shalom. Let me know if you talk about anything interesting to do with Middle East. Till then, good night, because I'm gonna do other shit.
No, that's
Bye-bye.
fair. See you later, buddy. Bye. Oh my God. All right. There we go. No more Discord. Okay. All right. Let's see. I'll have to take a sec to find the spot here.
The Ukrainians did when they cluster bombed the Donbass. Russia did when they invaded Ukraine. I mean,
Cluster bombed the Donbass. Really now?
By raping your mother, and the fact, but last.
Wait, why is Pisco saying grape? Who? What? That's not. Is he getting ready to go on TikTok?
Word will go to Lactoid. Last word. The fact that you won't grant that hypothetical shows how bad faith you are.
Yeah, because it's because I'm not a dumbass.
Lactoid, you have some thoughts. Go ahead.
hey, what's up? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I just joined in. It's a piece goes in the panel and it's aggressive. I don't know what happened. Yeah, so I guess I don't really know exactly where we're in. I kind of jumped in and people were screaming. So I guess what's the broad question here?
The question is,
we are watching a panel that's actually about the U.S. Capturing Maduro, but apparently Lactoid starts talking about Ukraine, and I just want to see what kind of arguments he makes. So yeah, even though like I already kind of know, but yeah, like so he mentioned Ukraine cluster bombing the Donbass. Or, like I know Ukraine has cluster bombs, but did he mean before the invasion? Because I don't know if that's true or not. Like they have cluster bombs now. Oh, thanks. Use of cluster during the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Yeah. Like I remember, neither Russia nor Ukraine are signatories to the 2008 Convention on Limiting the Use of Cluster Munitions. In particular, head of the UN Human Rights Council reported on March 30th at least 24 cases since the beginning of the invasion. As of July 1st, hundreds of attacks by Russian forces with cluster munitions have already been recorded in the settlements of okay, so it is happening in Donetsk, in Kyiv. Oh, Jesus. 215 civilians have been known to have been injured, and 470 have known to have been killed in these shellings, and 474 injured, many of which go unreported. Both Russia as well as Ukraine have used cluster munitions during the conflict. However, Russia has been extensive while Ukrainian use has been more limited. I remember when the US sent cluster munitions to Ukraine, because I remember Dylan talking about that. And of course, like with everything else, I'm really not surprised that, of course, Russia did it way more than Ukraine did. Oh, wait, in 2014 and 2015, Russia-backed militias used cluster munitions during battles in eastern Ukraine, according to Human Rights Watch investigations. Welp! Assuming that is As weapons, surface 300 millimeter Smerch rockets and 200 millimeter Uragan cluster munitions were used, which deliver 9N210 and 9N235 anti-personnel fragmentation submunitions. As a result, the attacks in 7 villages controlled by the Ukrainian side, as a result of the attacks in 7 villages controlled by the Ukrainian side, at least 13 civilians were killed, including 2 children. Attacks have also been recorded in territory held by the LPR and DPR, though both Ukrainian and Russian authorities condemned and denied the use of cluster munitions in populated areas. Ukrainian authorities later investigated the use of cluster weapons by their own troops, but international activists called it insufficient and inadequate. Okay, so maybe they, yeah, I mean, probably, but yeah. Lactoid has horrible takes on Ukraine and Russia. He just repeats Russian misinformation and propaganda. Yes, I agree. That is true. And the reason why, but like, I want to debate him. And so therefore, I'm trying to do some prep because I feel like I do think that Lactoid's a pretty good debater. Maybe, maybe not. Either way, Russia has killed way more people with cluster munitions. Yeah, essentially. And I mean, like, it's not surprising. It seems like Ukraine is considerably more limited in their use of them because they know how much damage they can cause. And also, on top of that, this is their country. And unexploded ordinances, like, can be an issue in the future. And obviously, they don't want to go overboard because cleaning all that shit up is going to take ages. Same with thermobaric weapons. I think if we were disarmed of nuclear weapons, we would justify our own use of certain forms of defense. Ukraine did use cluster munitions. The investigation was to whether it was against civilian areas. Ah, yeah, okay. I meant in the Donbass. I know that they have used them in like in the 2022, like during the Russian invasion, but although technically the Donbass was also a Russian invasion, but I actually should just say the full-scale invasion. I'll also be curious to see what Lactoid says about this, about the whole Maduro thing, because it wouldn't surprise me if he supports that. I don't know. I don't know what his ideology is, or if like he's like full on MAGA or what. I know he's a conservative, but yeah. Hey, Boof Clouds. Yes, Jews.
Whether or not you would support, if it could be shown that the actions that Trump took were illegal or unconstitutional, I should say, via U.S. law, right? Would you still support it? Yes or no?
Unconstitutional via U.S. law,
Yeah,
I
so
would
it's-
not,
it's
because
proven-
my
Yes
loyalty
or
is
no?
to America.
Okay.
Is
But
it?
international law? I mean, we break that shit all the time. Everyone kind of does. We deserve deference to it. Like, I'm not saying it's not worth nothing, but I mean, we broke international law in Kosovo. The Ukrainians did when they cluster bombed the Donbass. Russia did when they invaded Ukraine. I mean, this just happens all the fucking
It's funny he doesn't say Russia did when they cluster bombed the Donbass, but okay.
time. So, and personally, I don't really have loyalty to the international community like I do the U.S.
Wait, violations of U.S. law happen all the time, and the U.S. Constitution happen all the time.
No, I understand.
That's a
That
parody.
it happens.
Yeah, and Solo. I don't actually know as much about Kosovo, but I'm assuming that he's probably referring to some sort of collateral damage shit. I have no idea, but that seems very unlikely that was a violation of international law. We have obligations to the international community. You fucking wit. I hate Lactoid. Yeah, I know. Also, doesn't international law literally permit you to intervene if there's like a fucking genocide going on or something that you suspect probably is a genocide or that might lead to a genocide to prevent it? Isn't that like a thing? Isn't that allowed? Isn't that like one of the only like instances where like we have decided legally that it's okay? We disarmed countries under the NPT. Like... Motherfuckers think you need a UNSC resolution for everything. It's literally our fucking problem, not just nukes but planes. Yes, chat, get triggered also with me. I'm sure that I'll get more triggered.
But what I'm saying is, like, my loyalty is to the U.S. Constitution, not like the international community.
I
at
buy
large.
that. So
I very much doubt that, but okay.
the reason why I start there, and why, frankly, I think that we should just, I don't know what StreamEft is going to do, because StreamEft has taken the, I think, untenable position that even if it were unconstitutional and illegal, that he would support the action under U.S. law. Under U.S. law, where there are courts of law.
I don't
now,
know. I don't
it's
think I agree with
possible.
him on that.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. It's possible that this question could be illegal and non-justiciable under U.S. law. Just putting it out there. Just because a court can't resolve it, again, doesn't mean that it's not illegal. There are certain powers that are entrusted only to particular branches, which other courts can't resolve. Doesn't mean there isn't some notion of illegality. But yeah, I think that we should start there. I think that Wick's instinct is correct. If we resolve the constitutional issue, at least the majority of the panel here, or the U.S. legality issue, will be against the strikes.
So, and that's the difficulty, though. So this just happened last night, right? I woke up and I saw this and I was like, what the fuck? Holy shit. So I haven't done a deep dive into kind of the history of, I understand that this was applied somewhat in Panama.
I'm reaching out and it has nothing to do with my proximity to a toddler that wants to destroy all my Lego sets. Oh no! Lego was a staple of my childhood.
There's some precedent here as to how U.S.
Oh, hello? Was that me or him?
It's him.
I think that's him. I can hear you. What?
Okay.
We're all good now. You're self-muting, Lactoid. Please speak up.
Lactoid, you went out for a little bit.
Yeah, Lactoid, we can't hear you.
I bet it's
all
his
quiet,
mic. His
too.
string has been. He's got like a
Give him
cord
a
issue with the mic.
second,
He probably has
give
to
him a
unplug
second.
it.
But just to refer to what Lactoid's talking about, he's talking about Noriega in I think it was 1989.
Hello.
There we go. We got
You're
you.
good.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Sorry, it might go out again. My other headset actually, I've got two of the same headsets. My other one actually broke, and so I used my backup, and now this one's breaking. So the gods are unfavorable to me tonight. So
Panama.
Panama, there was some historic. So the U.S. courts ruled that even if a defendant comes into the U.S. unwillingly, whether it be like through some kind of like a abduction by U.S. forces, that you could like, if this is still like legal, like you can still prosecute them. I understand that the current administrations are.
That's hang on, just to be clear, that's whether the court has jurisdiction of
jurisdiction.
Right, jurisdiction of you for your criminal trial
when you're there,
brought when you're in the United States, but that is not ruling on the legality of the abduction itself.
Well, sure, but I'm getting there. Like I said, this just happened last night. I've had a couple hours here. So that's in terms of they're here now. Now, they're under U.S. jurisdiction. My understanding.
Wow, no prep.
Is that the legal justification for the abduction itself was under Article 2. The president has powers to.
Oh, hey TRC, we are watching Lactoid debate on Pisco's panel because that I am, I guess, studying his talking points. And I'll be watching other debates of his too.
Enforce the law. And because Maduro is not the legal head of state, according to the U.S., that he was essentially just an international criminal that was apprehended by U.S. forces and then brought to the U.S. This is the argument. And to be honest, like he did steal that fucking election, right? Like there is overwhelming evidence Maduro is not the legitimate head of state.
Yes. No doubt to me. I fucking hate Maduro. I hate these tanky communist regimes.
Everybody does.
I think, and they should. And they should. No, I don't think about. No,
I'm quoting. There's a quote Biden said. I quote. I stand Maduro.
That's not relevant right now. No one here supports Maduro. Okay.
No, I am. If there's one positive that will come out of this, perhaps I am hoping, obviously, for the best possible situation for the Venezuelan people. And I think that that option isn't possible so long as Maduro, people who are his ideological sympathizers, are in power. So that I'm hoping is a. But that again doesn't justify any action. It needs to be addressed on its own terms. So with respect to the claim of U.S. authority to seize and abscond with individuals without the consent of the host nation, and that clearly I think that would need to be derived from Article 2. But the question is, why do we think that that's derived from Article 2? It proves too much. If there were inherent Article 2 authorities to just enforce the law, what is the limiting principle there? Congress couldn't, by virtue of its legislation, therefore, pass laws to limit the ability of law enforcement to do all sorts of things, right? Like, what would be the limits on executive enforcement when we're reading into this? Like,
hold on.
Commenting on perceived hypocrisy, but I was really trying to get at with my tweets, which is on the Ukraine situation, the Trump administration, I think, is compared to what I think Kamala would have done compared to what Biden did do. And even with this operation, things fall into place. But for me, and this is kind of what I was trying to get at, I mean, a little bit, I suppose. Really, it was mostly, I think.
I told Doobie to give, yeah, he's not online. Hopefully he gets back to you. Otherwise, I'm spamming him with release the Doobie tapes. I mean, honestly, I should probably just come up with something, and I will tomorrow if he hasn't. I don't know. I'm just in my brain. I'm just trying to think of what I want the thumbnail to look like. Thumbnails are, sometimes I have an idea for them, sometimes I don't. The lack of consideration for international law is now just something I consider anti-intellectualism. It's just lazy. I mean, yeah, a lot of people don't like international law, I guess, and I do think that's silly. Yeah, of course I'm going to use a frog. I just don't know exactly, yeah. Release the Doobie tapes.
Commenting on perceived hypocrisy, but I was really trying to get at with my tweets, which is on the Ukraine situation, the Trump administration, I think, is
Yeah,
pretty
I want
good
to talk about that.
compared to what I think Kamala would have done, compared to what Biden did do. And even with this operation, right, the other things.
So he thinks Trump did a good job on Ukraine. Of course he fucking thinks that. Because that Trump is basically just he's just like abandoning Ukraine practically. Okay, Chase, I'll look at that later.
Donald Trump has done, especially with Ukraine, but also in other places around the world in terms of how he's tried to broker peace. I think he's put in a significant effort. I think now you can say this is because he's has this ego and he really was gunning for that Nobel Peace Prize, and he, unfortunately only got the fucking FIFA one. Okay, fair enough. But for me, once again, like if even if it's purely self-interested, if his actions are leading to less conflict and leading to less American involvement in foreign wars, and less hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars.
And the lies and all that stuff.
Bro, if Trump manages to get like a peace deal signed in Ukraine based on like the ways that if he somehow strong arms the Ukrainians into accepting that deal, it won't lead to less conflict because Russia's just going to come back in 10 years when they can finish the job. It's going to be Chechnya 2.0.
Okay, that's a whole another line of argumentation that I'm sure we've had a million times.
Can we do the Ukraine stuff? So
sure.
So you tweeted, one of the things you tweeted was the hypocrisy of liberals vis-a-vis Ukraine. I guess I'll.
Yeah, go ahead. Why not?
Get ready to get angry.
Let's do this. Go ahead. Read his tweet.
This is the tweet from Lactoid. Quote: Zelensky supporters decrying the Venezuela operation against a Putin ally as being, quote, illegal and, quote, interventionist are laughable. They support dumping U.S. money on illegal dictators. They don't care about law and order or American interventionism. They just hate Trump. And so I think that this is one of the dumbest points I've ever read on Twitter and X. And I'm trying to...
Zelensky is a illegal what? What in the actual fuck? Where does this even come from? Is this based on this bullshit notion that because that Yanukovych was like overthrown, even though he wasn't really, like he literally fled the country? That means that like everybody who was elected after him was illegal, and then I guess he thinks Zelensky's a dictator because the elections got suspended, even though that's what the law calls for. Yeah, he has, because that's what because Russia invaded. And the Ukrainian and Ukraine's under martial law, and the Constitution says that you can't fucking hold elections under martial law. I guess this guy. I really hope that that Lactoid is also willing to say that Winston Churchill was a dictator too. Like, yeah, I know it is. It says that in the Constitution. It's how they run their country. Like,
come on,
what is the hypocrisy you're alleging?
Here we
the
go.
double standard.
What is the standard that you think is being applied in one case that isn't being applied in another?
I think that Zelensky supporters generally are, like in America we're talking about, are people who are generally in favor of, yeah, let's ignore the kind of legal aspect, like the illegality of the regime there. Let's ignore kind of the...
But you're ignoring legal stuff because you're ignoring what Ukraine's constitution says. This was the point in this debate where I actually said out loud, I'm not sure how hard Kalinda needs to research to trounce this guy. Like, this is basic. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think it's mostly just because that it feels like nobody has really taken him on his dumb Euromaidan conspiracy shit. But I should actually need to like see how much he even like talks about that, because it feels like most of it is not a lot. He gish gallops, that's all. Oh, okay. I mean, I've gish galloped too, so I think it really just depends on how far. Yeah.
Blatant breaches of international law, the breaches in their own Ukrainian constitution, not only in Zelensky remaining as an illegal president, which he currently is an illegal president, but also ignoring the brazen violations of the constitution in order to get that power structure in place in the first place.
Constitution of Ukraine. Can we read it? Is this it? Is this the Constitution? Is this the entire fucking thing? Oh, wait. No, this is the 1996 one. Didn't they... Is this the old one? He does a lot of exposition, knowing the person won't have a comprehensive understanding of Ukrainian history. Well, yeah, I mean, I know that that's the case with Pisco, because he hasn't bothered to read this. Hold on. I don't think this is the right one. The Ukrainian Constitution is found on Twitter, actually. Really? Or did they just adopt new stuff? Oh, wait. In 2004, amendments were adopted that significantly changed Ukraine's political system. These changes are sometimes referred to as the 2004 Constitution. In 2010, then President of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych, reverted these changes on the basis of a ruling made by the Constitutional Court of Ukraine. Following the events of Euromaidan, the 2004 amendments were reinstated. And they added 2019 amendments. Well, okay. I'm just going to assume that this is up to date. Oops. The expropriation of objects, the right of property, the expropriation of such objects with subsequent complete compensation of their value is permitted. Okay. The use of forced labor is prohibited. Under the conditions of martial law or a state of emergency, specific restrictions on rights and freedoms may be established with the indication of the period of effectiveness of these restrictions. The rights envisioned in Articles 25, 24. Hold on. In the event that the term of authority of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine expires while martial law or state of emergency in effect, its authority is extended until the day of the first meeting of the first session of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, elected after the cancellation of martial law or of the state of emergency. In the event... Semi-relevant wiki article, but I'm sorry, I'm still kind of busy and can't do more. Oh, did you just send me impeachment in Ukraine? Oh yeah, no, I'm aware that that's also going to be relevant because Lactoid's about to go off on a bunch of bullshit about how Yanukovych's removal was illegal. In the event of the introduction of martial law or state of emergency in Ukraine, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine assembles within a period of 2 days without convocation. Hold on. Of Ukraine, the authority of the Rada expires while martial law, state of emergency are in effect. Its authority is extended until the day of the first meeting of the first session of the Rada, elected after the cancellation of martial. So it looks like it's saying that they are extending the authority, or it's extended until martial law is ended. Decrees the introduction of martial law. Wait. Article 92. The legal regime of martial law in a state of emergency. The President of Ukraine adopts a decision in accordance with the law on general and partial mobilization and the introduction of martial law in Ukraine or its particular territories in the event of a threat of aggression, danger, or danger to the state, or adopts a decision in accordance with the general or partial mobilization and the introduction of martial law in or its particular areas. Oh, wait, this is saying that the president, is this saying the president has to declare martial law if Ukraine is threatened? Like, he literally has no choice. Like, he has to if Ukraine's been invaded or like the state or the independence of Ukraine is threatened. Because if that's the case, then like, Jesus Christ, like, Lactoid just doesn't know anything. I don't think he's even looked at this. Because that's what it looks like this is saying, unless I'm reading my legalese wrong here. Like, unless I'm like fucking stupid. But this looks like the president of Ukraine ensures state independence. Now, yeah, this looks like a bunch of stuff that the president is required to do as part of his ruling in the event of X, Y, or Z. So that makes sense. Or at least it seems to, anyway. Might have to violate international law in my backyard. Coyotes acting up and protect my dog. Ooh. I'd be careful with taking too strong a stance on the correct interpretation. Different states have different legal traditions and philosophies, so it can always be more nuanced. Oh yeah, I imagine it can be. I'm just wondering, like, if, because it looks like that's what this is saying. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I can see like what legals. Imagine it from the perspective of the Ukrainians when determining what is illegitimate. Yeah. Well, wait, no, Dr. Bringer, do you think, like, imagine it from the perspective, imagine if your president fled to a war. Oh, no, that's not what I'm looking at. I was looking at the martial law thing, because that's the reason why there haven't been elections. And it says in here, in Article 106, that the president of Ukraine, and then it's got a list of things that the president of Ukraine, like, must do under whatever. And the bottom one here, it says, adopts a decision in accordance with the law on the general or partial mobilization and the introduction of martial law in Ukraine or in its particular areas in the event of a threat of aggression, danger to the state of independence of Ukraine. So it sounds like this is saying that the president needs to adopt martial law if there's a threat of aggression or the independence of the state is in danger. But maybe I'd be wrong. No, I agree, just a general thing, because when you read the US Constitution, many things can be intuitive in interpretation, and it's important to keep in mind, same for Ukrainian. Second, how can you hold an election when 20% of the country is actively being shelled? Yeah, that's also true. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And also, like, again, does Lactoid think Winston Churchill was a dictator who was illegitimate during World War II? Because the UK never held elections until the end of the war. But okay, God, get ready to get triggered.
Yeah, you're just repeating the claim. You're repeating the claim.
Yeah, I am. Hold on. All of that, they don't care about that. And then they're also in favor, well, let's just give billions of dollars to this illegal regime. That's intervention. That's prolonging the war. That's spending U.S. money. That's causing casualties, all of that. Yeah, we should do that. And if you don't do that, you're horrible, et cetera, et cetera. But then, right, so the they don't care about the legality. They don't care about the anti-interventionist kind of point. But then Trump does something, right? Trump launches an operation to take out Maduro, to arrest Maduro. And then all of a sudden, for these specific people, right, it is, well, this is bad. Interventionism is bad. This is illegal. We care so much about the law, international law, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think it's dishonest hand-wringing. I think there's a few Twitter users who have been pretty consistent, actually. I think Drew Pavlo, who is a huge Ukraine supporter, also supports these strikes.
That's just because that Drew is a fucking Trump sycophant. Like, I'm counting the days until Drew decides that it was a mistake for him to support Ukraine. So in order to like be able to get in better with all the MAGA people. Because I don't know if Drew believes in anything or if he's just like a fucking rage baiter. Yeah, maybe Lactroid does think Churchill's the chief villain of World War II, although I would hope not. But and yeah, Duckbringer, that is a good strategy to like basically make him play out the fact. But you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna turn around and he's gonna say, "Yeah, well, America did it during the Civil War, and like parts of like the North were occupied by the South, and we were losing." That's what he's gonna say. Yes, Drew is a performance artist. He's a terrible person and he's very funny sometimes. Huh. Well, yeah, you're right. It's not a modern example, and war is like pretty fucking hellish now. I mean, it was hellish before, but Jesus, it's gotten like a lot worse in terms of how deadly it is. Ask him how to have reliable elections while under constant attack. Yeah, that's also a thing too, with the constant drones and yeah. Yes, she is very well behaved and she's been very helpful. Oh God.
I think that he's, I guess,
just to be
somewhat
clear, I've
consistent on
invited
that.
Drew Pavlo on the show, and I told him he could come.
He's too much of a bitch.
He's not showing.
No, I'm just saying, based on his
and he
tweets,
will
so I
quote
wouldn't.
snipe and quote Twitter. No, he's not consistent at all. He just he has no ideological through line other than flag waving.
Yeah. You might have issues with him personally. Maybe you criticize him. That's fine. I have some issues with him as well.
Business.
I guess what I'm pointing out is that what I'm pointing out is that I don't think that he is necessarily being like as brazenly like having like double standards, kind of hand wringing as a lot of people that have been saying.
Let's just walk through it. Let's just walk
But you
through
kind
it.
of hold on, wait. You're kind of
I'm not understanding.
You're kind of being flippy floppy.
No, because he's agnostic. No, because he just doesn't know now, so he gets to not be flippy floppy because he can just withhold judgment. Wait.
I'm not flippy floppy.
I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it's.
Stop.
Let Coach defend his ass self from the accusation.
I'm not flip floppy at all, right? For example, one of the reasons why I think the 2014 Crimean operation by the Russians was very defensible is because we have a peninsula of almost or over 2 million people, or just under 2 million people, and we have 3 total casualties on the transfer of that peninsula over to the Russian Federation.
That doesn't mean that it was good or okay. I mean, like, cool. They barely killed anybody because Ukraine wasn't really ready to take them on, is my understanding. I've defected from the ineffective, superficially humanistic left after a year of study. Synopsis, they need to get a job and call their parents based. Synopsis, they need to touch some grass and go live in the real world. They need to stop critiquing power so much and actually, like, learn to want power. I know Lactoid's not a leftist, but, you know. And she knows that too. Does this motherfucker know what the Ukrainian army that the Ukrainian army had an explicit order to lay down their weapons and fuck off? Oh, in Crimea? That I was not aware of yet. Ukrainian general defending Crimean basically conceded to reduce loss of human life. Not due to Russian activity. Okay. I mean, like, they weren't ready either, I don't think, were they? Like, was the Ukrainian army even in, like, a ready state to properly contest that invasion? Or did they just know that they were going to get fucked and so they just didn't bother? Or they didn't stand up? I think you said 3. Hold on.
And we have 3 total casualties on the transfer of that peninsula.
Yeah, that's what he said, yes.
For the Russian Federation. I am applying a consistent standard of, hey, you know, we look at the results, we look at the underlying motivations of trying to rescue people there.
What's your case that libs are applying? So what's your case that libs are applying an inconsistent standard? That's what I don't understand. And I just want, like, a simple answer to that. What is the standard that libs claim to be upholding that they actually are not? What's that standard? Because I think you're going to say something like, oh, well, liberals claim to care about the law, but don't you know they don't care about this law as much as this violation? But but there could be a framework that addresses and explains why we care more about one violation of a law than another.
But again, not a reasonable framework if you know the specific details as to the Ukraine conflict compared to the current Venezuelan conflict. We don't know all the details about the current Venezuelan operation. Hold on. You asked a question. We're here. We're going to talk about it. But you asked a question. So why couldn't some Zelensky supporter have like these wild standards in which it's interventionism is actually a really good thing when it comes to dumping hundreds of billions of dollars onto a illegal president that has committed war crimes via international law, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh yeah, but we're just gonna ignore Putin's war crimes, aren't we? I mean, Lactoid doesn't even think Putin's a dictator, by the way. They have one hand tied behind their back all the time. The international community cringes whenever they attack a Russian refinery. Oh yeah, I know. I'm glad that like Trump hasn't taken that back. I hope that he doesn't. I hope that Ukraine continues to be allowed to hit Russian refineries. Unfortunately, I don't think Pisco does know the detail, but yeah, he's just it's just so stupid. Like, he's going to talk about Zelensky's supposed war crimes. And I'm not saying Ukraine hasn't committed war crimes. I'm sure they probably have, but... nowhere near the number that Russia has committed. Given that, like, Russia doesn't punish its army when they do that shit, then they don't care. And they employ, like, private military groups that they just allow to behave that way. It's why I advocate for just taking the time offline to learn a historical account of Ukraine from the Russian Civil War to present. Most of their war crimes are like towards Russian POW. Yeah, that I can, yeah. Because these hoi LARPing idiots just do exposition dump. The amount of videos I've seen of Russians committing war crimes is horrifying. Yeah, I haven't like watched those videos. I don't know that I want to, but I've seen like tiny bits and pieces, and I've heard about them from Dylan as well too. And also then there's Bucha and the shelling of the maternity ward in Mariupol, and or the bombing of the the bombing of the opera house. Where they wrote children outside in Russia because there were a bunch of kids like hiding inside, and then it still got bombed anyway.
Maybe they have some kind of framework that justifies that they don't have when it comes to removing a dick.
Also, I just want to say that you can justify some interventions, but not others. I think it's kind of silly to say that you can't. Like, I would justify America intervening in Ukraine, and I could justify them intervening in Venezuela to remove Maduro, just not the fucking way that Trump did it, because that was dumb, and it didn't actually help. Because all he did was just leave. Like he literally, they just went in and took Maduro, and then they still left the regime in charge because Trump doesn't actually care about democracy. And like at least if this had been done by George W. Bush and they did like the same shit, they would have at least like I guess taken out the entire government. Although I don't know, that still also would have been more complicated. There's also a huge difference, by the way, between sending a country weapons to defend itself and actively going into another country and kidnapping its leader. These two things are not the same. I've had a lot of arguments on X with people who say that Russia hasn't bombed hospital. Jesus Christ. He got replaced by someone who immediately blamed Israel. Yeah, of course.
Dictator who cheated in his elections in Venezuela. It's potentially possible, but I wouldn't consider this person to be a rational person. So maybe I should have added on my tweet. Wait, hold on. Maybe I should have added on my maybe I should have added on my tweet, are laughable or mentally deranged. Maybe I should have added that qualifier because there could be people who are mentally deranged who are not laughable.
I assumed rationality in your question. I mean, I'm assuming, well, not that you're asking it, not that the asking of the question indicates rationality. I
Big
think it
mistake.
indicates the opposite of that. But I'm assuming that in the way you set it up,
Nice
the
gig.
supporters. And by the way, just so people are aware, I'm not saying that I'm not fucking whatever losing sleep over it. But you'll notice that Lactoid is trying to be purposeful with his use of terminology. Zelensky supporters, as opposed to Ukraine supporters. I think that there's a very clear intent to the kind of language he uses in these conversations, and I'm just signaling it. But I
am being very clear with my language.
A rational, there is a rational. I said purposeful in terms of your agenda, and which is that you don't recognize, really the legitimacy of Ukraine in any respect.
No.
There is a rational.
I mean, he doesn't.
That's a lie. Wait. No.
That's my opinion.
Before you.
I do want to get in.
Okay, before but I have to address this. Okay,
that's my opinion.
You could, sure. You can have an opinion, right? That's fine. That's fair. But just to be clear, I have repeatedly on tape, multiple times, affirmed the right of Ukraine to exist as a country, as a state. I have said this many times. I continue to assert this. I have a problem with the Zelensky regime. I have a problem with the fact that they are.
Oh, you mean you want Ukraine to exist as a state? I'm assuming you're meaning as a Russian puppet state. Oh, hey, Wasserman, what are you doing back here? I thought you went to bed. Is it already morning for you? The article I linked on the 2016 analysis of the Russian strategy of Firehouse of Falsehood is relevant here, because a large part of why Ukraine advocacy isn't easier is entirely due to the constant flood of misinfo. Most people are primarily exposed to Ukrainian history, quote unquote, through Russian actors in the West, even if the West is largely pro-Ukrainian. Oh yes, regime, yeah. Oh shit, an error rate, I'm sorry.
Currently ruled by a dictator. That's what I have a problem with. Now, you can choose to not believe me. You can say all that shit you said before, Lactoid, from the very beginning, all of that's bullshit. Great. All right, fair enough. But as long as you put in the caveat that you have no evidence to base this off of, fair enough.
Well, no. I think that it's my opinion based on your absurd strawmen, and this is a perfect example of it. So there absolutely are rational frameworks that would justify emphasis and care.
Does Lactoid have a weird definition of dictator? Does he think that you're a dictator automatically if there is no elections? Is that what he feels? Yeah, stay safe, Wasserman. I'm assuming that you went down to the shelter, or I don't know. I see Ukrainian Anna tweet about that all the time, and she talks about how she has to go to the corridor, or she has to go stand in the corridor, basically, because I think that's probably all she can do. Although I believe that in Kharkiv they mostly are worried about glide bombs. Yeah, corridor time. Yeah, she'll say that often. I don't know if Russia is actually, Russia might be shooting more stuff. Yes, what Duckbringer is saying is true. That's why we have this problem with so-called good Russians. They pro us on words, but they shift attention. Yeah, this is about the time of day when Russia gets uppity. Yeah, when they start pulling shit. Like, a dictator is it just doesn't work. Describing Zelensky as a dictator does not work. Okay, it's Charlie Chaplin from The Great Dictator. Describing Zelensky as a dictator does not work. Because, like, you can still be critical of him. People are not afraid of him. People actually went out in the streets and protested when he tried to get rid of that, what was it? When he tried to when he tried to get rid of that like one anti-corruption agency, and everybody was out on the street like protesting, and nothing happened to those people. Oh, okay. You just went to the corridor. Well, be safe. Kalinda, can I request we have a space for Lactoid in the gulag? What? Oh, in the future gulag? Sure. I have to go make Philly cheese snacks for everyone, but I'll be listening also. Okay, awesome, based. But yeah, dictator is not that. This does not describe a leader that stays in power because that they like their country is at war. This also didn't describe Churchill in World War II. It's not like they passed laws that made it illegal to criticize the government or any of that shit. Like, Zelensky is not an authoritarian ruler. That's not what dictator means. He's a president who can't leave office because there can't be elections. I mean, he could resign, but I mean, there can't, yeah, like the Ukrainian constitution says there cannot be elections until the martial law is over. And it looks, based on this, like the Ukrainian president is supposed to declare martial law if Ukraine is under attack. Although I could be wrong about that. And you know what? We could ask the Clanker in order to see if that is a correct interpretation or what the fuck. Yeah. Anyway.
About the invasion of Russia into Ukraine, and would justify, absolutely are rational frameworks that would justify emphasis and care about the invasion of Russia into Ukraine. And
yeah, also elections won't be fair under the current circumstances. That is fair, Vasserman. That is fair. I'm sad one of my friends can't call in or be here to chat because his fucking power was taken out by orcs. Yeah, I know. That's super shitty. Yeah, like, I don't even, like, Vasserman, I assume that you're on your phone, yes? And I'm guessing that you guys probably go to charge your phones at some place with the, like, on a generator or what have you. That was what I saw in that, I think it was 28 Days in Mariupol film, where like people would go to certain spots in the city in order to charge their phones because that they weren't able to do it otherwise because the electricity was out so much. I'm lucky. Oh, you have power these days? Oh, okay, so you have power right now. Both my Ukrainian friends work in IT, and they have to charge power banks to stay employed with scheduled blackouts. Damn. I mean, at least I guess like they can structure some stuff about that. And in Kyiv, radiators are cracking from freezing due to no heating. Ooh.
Be significantly less concerned or not concerned at all with the violation of the Ukrainian constitution that impeachment articles that you allege took place, and that I will even just grant for the sake of this conversation that
no, you shouldn't grant that because that's not apparently true, and I need to read more about that. Oh, I have a power generator. 2,000 watts can hold up to 12 hours. Oh, nice.
Did occur there. Wait, I was going to grant there are rational frameworks that there are rational frameworks that liberals could have that would justify a different reaction to either of those two events. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think there's a rational framework. There is a framework. It's not.
I can't. I just, what the fuck? Does Lactoid think there's no difference between America invading a country and America giving weapons to a country that's defending itself? This is all just based on like his bullshit, that like the bullshit like Russian propaganda that he slurps up every morning happily.
A rational framework,
well,
and I can
provide
why,
one.
But I think
provide one. Let me provide one. Okay.
Well, hold on. I said I was going to keep going on, but
okay,
Wick, I guess it's up to you.
There's a delay. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm not trying to interrupt you. There's a delay.
Oh, okay, fair enough. But the fact that I don't know if you're trying to interrupt me or not, does that not say something about you?
We can skip this bit.
We've all got better faith.
Yeah, we can skip this bit. Pisco, give your framework.
Wait.
You think?
Yeah.
And let me get in there, please, after he does.
Oh, God, not
I'm not
Gibbs.
hearing. I'm hearing it late. Yeah, I will give the framework. So here's the framework. Someone,
Then
and this is the framework I by and large accept. I'll give you two. The first is, well, yeah, they shouldn't have done that, and it was wrong to do this impeachment and not follow the rules. But in the grand scope of what occurred in Ukraine, it's a procedural technicality that doesn't.
Okay, this isn't true, but doesn't it say something that I thought it was true? I'm curious where Lactoid gets his info. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how, like, I don't know why. He's such a shill for, he's such a Putin dick suck, and I don't know why. I have no idea.
Really matter in scope of the broader
It also really bothers me that, like, somebody who claims to, like, care about the United States or to be an American patriot or any of that is not, like, or would be unwilling to support a country like Ukraine. Like, if it was just that he was a non-interventionist, then, like, I think he would say that, but that's not. Instead, he has to, like, come up with all these other reasons about why it's not a good idea. Imagine we held elections and only 20% will vote. Will people like Lactoid accept it as fair and representative? I mean, probably, because that Russia will say that it was fair and representative, and all he seems to do is spew Russian propaganda. And, like, obviously, I think part of the reason why Russia wants an election so bad is because they want to be able to fuck with it, or they just want to disrupt things in Ukraine, and they feel like they'd probably be able to fuck with it. He supports some interventions. He's just an ideologue. Wait, have you read Schopenhauer's Art of Controversy? No, I have not. Schopenhauer's, yeah. Something tells me that in the past, people even without info support Ukraine way easier. But now it's like everyone is smart and nuanced. And there is a dictator in Ukraine, just a vibe. Oh, it's philosophy? Oh, okay. I mean, maybe. Philosophy bad, and Cello says. Like, does he like Putin? Is he ideological? Is he a contrarian that feels smarter than good people? I mean, he seems to like Putin, or like he seems to like be more okay with Putin or make excuses for him, given the fact that when asked in his debate with Lonerbox and Dylan if Putin was a dictator, he waffled around and basically would not admit to that, the same way that Kim Iverson wouldn't admit to it when she debated Destiny. And, like, it's such an insane, but he's willing to, like, basically just call Zelensky a dictator, even though it just does not match. I think Kalinda already understands it intuitively. I just suggested as an autist, lay off me. Honestly, I don't necessarily have a problem with, I haven't really read philosophy that much, but Kalinda, by the way, you should look into the embezzlement BS too. Most conservatives just hate Zelensky because they see enemies, or they see memes saying Zelensky's face. Now I have $40 million. How I made $40 million disappear, etc. I mean, like, yeah. And I also, because that the war started under Biden and Biden was sending support for them, and because of the general shit with regards to with regards to the, like, the anti-interventionist shit. And because people fall for Russian propaganda, and then also because of, like, more socially conservative people look at Russia and they think that they're based because they have anti-gay laws and stuff, you know, whereas Zelensky is a Jewish actor or Jewish former actor who has said, like, things about how, you know, LGBT people should probably be left alone, or should be left alone or whatever, instead of like, basically condemning and going after those communities. Oh, and meme about his wife buying a Bugatti or something. Oh, yeah, I know. That was, like, just straight up information. If you're willing to work around their schedule, you can do a whole segment on internal Ukrainian, about internal Ukrainian politics versus what is projected as anti-Ukrainian politics to the external world. Oh, you're talking about with the Ukrainians? Because there are concerns. Oh yeah, I know there's concerns about corruption in Zelensky, because when he got rid of that anti-corruption agency, or when he tried to, they were out on the fucking streets protesting, and he had to go back on it. Like, yeah, no. And I understand that like Ukrainians have issues with Zelensky, and they had issues with him prior to the war starting. But then like it seems like he's a really good wartime leader, but not necessarily a great peacetime leader. That seems to be the general vibe. But it's like when you are a minority, you don't signal boost your internal struggles, but propagandists use it against them. Yeah, like I don't know, they're a country that's trying to find their way. I still think that Destiny's speech to Paul's ego about like why Ukrainians want to keep fighting and like what and the point of view of Ukrainians was really, really, really good. Anna also thought that as well, but like why they would continue going and it's just like, and even in the face of like people being like, why don't you just stop dying? Yeah, I thought that like summed it up really well. And I feel like people who basically were like, we need to stop the war because so many people are dying and they don't care about whether Ukraine wins or loses. And they're fine with just ending it the way it is because, oh my God, people are dying and war is bad. And yeah, I think those people just don't understand like what it means to want to fight for your country. Hey, Conradical, and what it means to like want to have a country and to maintain your identity when like for so long you've been fucked by Russia. But yeah, like, oh yeah, Vasserman says, yeah, this is like our shit, but that doesn't allow you to speak about him. Yeah, like that. Like it's your internal politics, you know, and sure, like we can talk about it and recognize it or whatever, but it doesn't need to be used against you. There are concerns. Oh, I kind of love Zelensky, even knowing his scandals. I mean, who else has a wartime leader with a clip of himself playing piano with his penis? Yeah, no, I know. I think Zelensky has been a really good wartime leader. One of the things that I actually really think is really cool was the way that he managed, like he did such a good job with the PR and the way that he managed to appeal to other countries. Like when he spoke to the UK Parliament and he quoted part of Churchill's speech when he said like, we'll fight them on the beaches, we'll fight them on the landing grounds, we'll never surrender. Or like, I think he drew a comparison to Pearl Harbor when he went and visited the United States. And he has this really good, like, this charisma about him. Also, it was incredibly fucking ballsy of him to go outside in the middle of the night in order to, like, make a vlog with him and some of his other, like, cabinet member people and point a phone camera at his face and say, we're not leaving, we're still here when the war started. Or how he went to, I think it was Kopiansk and like, filmed a fucking vlog there. Like while it was still under attack, or not like while it was still under, but like shortly after Ukraine took it, you know. Look at our TV president versus their TV president, LMAO worker. Yeah, I know, right? Like Zelensky is at least a serious president. Also, he speaks pretty good English. Congrats to him. And yeah, I don't know. He's just really good at it. He's got a good presentation about him, even if he does have problems with corruption. Oh, he mentioned Saratoga Springs and 9/11. Okay, that's what he did. It wasn't about like Pearl Harbor, or maybe he also did that. I don't remember what he mentioned when he went to talk to Congress, but it's not even close. He conducts himself like an adult. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, people are mad at him for not wearing a suit, which I think is very silly, because I think that it was his choice to not wear a suit. Also, I'm pretty sure that when Churchill went to the US to give a speech before Congress, he did so in like military fatigues or something, because his country was at war. I mean, this concern trolling, stop Ukrainians dying. Thank you, white savior. Now, how we didn't know about this before. We can just stop dying. Yeah, it's very dumb. It's like they don't get it. And basically when they say, oh my God, but so many of you are dying, you need to stop dying. That's essentially code for you should just surrender and end the war because war is bad. But, as someone else said in chat, like there's worse things than war, you know? Oh, this was infuriating. I'm too medicated for all this now. I'm sorry, Vasserman. Yeah, that's dumb. Honestly, it would just be something that JD Vance jumped on him for, because I'm sure they were going to berate him anyway. Oh, the suit shit. That was when somebody asked him about that. It was like, I'm pretty sure that was Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband, actually, one of the White House press corps. I thought that it was funny when he talked about that, though. Or like, he had such a good clapback where he basically said, like, you know, I'll put on that costume after the war is over or whatever. That was good. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, it was MTG's boyfriend, not her husband. Okay, yeah. If he wore a suit, people would just say he shouldn't be spending money on a suit while there's a, yeah, I know, exactly. Like, there's no winning. These people are just gonna find a way to hate on him no matter what. Okay, oh god.
Legitimacy of the actual vote that took place for Zelensky after this violation of law.
I look at Gibbs raising his hand.
That's a person who would say something like, yeah, they shouldn't have done that. It was wrong to do. But I am going to spend more time on the much greater evil, which is the invasion that occurred. That's one framework. Another framework would be, I don't respect the Ukrainian, the legitimacy of the Ukrainian regime from a domestic perspective, from an insider perspective, internal to itself, not as a state in and of itself, but the regime, as you just put out. And therefore, I don't respect the rules that governed the Ukrainian constitution as held by, Yanukovych.
Yeah, Pisco doesn't agree with this. I think he's just trying to find. I think Pisco knows that he doesn't know enough, that he does not know enough about this, and therefore he cannot tackle what Lactoid is saying. Yeah, but yes, ZJM. Lactoid just spent a bunch of time referring to Zelensky's government as a regime because he thinks Zelensky's a dictator, even though, and I guess he just doesn't know. I guess, like, to him, a dictator is anybody who stays in power past their term or whatever, no matter, like, what the context or the reason for it is. That person just is automatically a dictator. So Churchill was a dictator in World War II. Everybody needs to go and let their local universities, their local publishers, and any historians that they know, they need to be made aware of this fact that Churchill was actually a dictator in World War II because there were no elections during the course of the war, and that means that he stayed in power longer than he should have. I don't know if it was we were talking for 2 years. He changed his mind in 1 month. I used to be in another stream, and ex-Marine was there. He supported us, but after elections, he repeated me verbatim that we should stop, and he cares about us dying. Oh, you mean like one of those like ex-Marine people? Who or like one of those ex-military streamer guys who probably like really supports Trump. Is Lactoid on the people that think Biden sent suitcases of dollar bills to Ukraine? I have no idea, but it would not surprise me. Oh, is Lactoid one of the people? I don't know. Lactoid like believes all the Euromaidan conspiracy theories.
So this is a view that I go more with the former for me personally, but that's a view that just says, like, yeah, who the fuck cares about the Ukrainian regime and enforcement of its own constitution from a domestic perspective. I care, that is just, I don't give a shit about that domestic law before there was a more legitimate regime, non-regime government. And I do care about the violation that Russia took place. So those are two frameworks. One which severely understates the badness, severely downplays from your perspective the badness of the one law violation, but does say that it was wrong to do in general. And another perspective which just discounts it entirely. And those are rational positions that one could hold.
Hold on. Before you answer that, Lactoid, just add my question in there too, because I think this matters. I think Pisco's actually gonna like this question. Like, why the fuck does any of what you're saying matter, right? If you're gonna say that, oh, taking out Maduro is good for the U.S., right? Then why? Like, are you gonna like? And we're just backing it. You're the only. Just admit the.
On the topic of war in America, we celebrate our hard-fought independence yearly. So many people died for that. It's hypocritical to not support Ukraine and its efforts. Yeah, exactly. By people like Lactoid's logic, Jesus, would Lactoid be one of those? Would Lactoid be like a fucking loyalist during the Revolutionary War? Would he be like, oh my God, you guys, we can't do this. We can't fight back against the king because it would be illegal. This is illegal, you guys. Oh my God. Why did you steal that tea and throw it into the river? That's illegal. Like, I don't know. It's just really stupid. It's so hypocritical. If you're a fucking patriotic American, then you ought to support other countries' rights to their independence and their sovereignty and to fight for their sovereignty. What the fuck, man? America!
The only issue that you have with Zelensky is that you just don't think it's beneficial to the U.S. Because like I'm confused. Like otherwise,
I don't have
if
a
you're
problem
okay
with
us moving-
Zelensky.
I'm not you, Pisco. Not you.
Oh,
Lactoid. Lactoid has a problem with Zelensky, right? And my issue is that what he's in. This is why I call him flippy floppy. He's okay with us removing Maduro, right? Because it's good for U.S. And my issue is, right, I think it's good for us to be in Ukraine, back in Ukraine. I know I'm a rare Republican on that one. But when it comes to like Zelensky, if you think he's illegal or Putin's illegal because he's, manipulated the Constitution, why aren't you in favor of us removing Putin? Why are you not pro Zelensky? Who gives a shit if he got there illegally? It's good for the U.S. I don't understand why you sound flippy floppy because if this is a problem in Ukraine, then what we're doing in Venezuela would be a problem because we're doing it against their own laws.
Oh man, what's Lactoid gonna say? Is he gonna spew some Mearsheimer bullshit about how the U.S. should actually be friends with Russia in order to move them away from China? Let's see.
Right? Like I mean, what's the match it for me?
Okay, I have written down, just because it's very technical, there's no way I was going to remember all of it. I've got the two frameworks that Pisco has said, and then I have your question written down, Gibbs. So I'm just going to go through and just respond. So
Gibbs doing retard food, drunken monk style. True. Oh yeah, actually, wait, no, I'm sorry, Masterman, I forgot the World War III shit because yeah, or nukes because Lactoid doesn't actually understand anything about how nuclear weapons work. Like nobody else, or just like I didn't until I was educated on it, or until I was schooled on it by Epic. I'll actually have to go look into that more because apparently the nuclear holocaust thing is just a meme that's not true.
I guess I'll just address your second,
or at least not anymore,
framework first. You said that you're not particularly partial to that one. I think that one has a pitfall in it when you say, well, from internal perspective, you don't really respect that the Ukrainian constitution as held by Yanukovych, which I think immediately kind of runs afoul of other principles that, first of all, the rule of law, if we're talking about the constitution. So that would go to my tweet. If you don't respect how the constitution is set up, then you don't respect the rule of law, which is exactly what I'm talking about.
Can I pause real quick? No, it's a good point. Wait, can I pause? I just want to address this point specifically so we can clear down the view. Respect for the rule of law itself is I just want to say the respect for the rule of law itself that's a principle you just added is with respect to is context dependent as well. So you can't just say, well, there's a broader principle of respect for the law in it. Okay, cool. Go for it.
I'm about to get to that. In that, Yanukovych followed the Constitution. Yanukovych was democratically elected by the people of Ukraine in 2010. That was a free and fair election that was monitored by over 1,000 international organizations. That was a free and fair election. I think it is responsive. I think that when you have a president, and maybe you can explain to me why it's not, but when you have a president who is elected democratically, great. When you have a president who's elected democratically into a country that was overseen by international organizations.
Yeah, and then he tried to outlaw protesting. Or not fully outlaw it, but I mean, he basically tried to do that, and his police were out in the streets doing some crazy shit.
And then you have his opposition ignore the Constitution, brazenly ignore the Constitution, and remove him without even attempting to go through the impeachment process. How does this not?
He left the country! And also, we're back to this again. Lactoid, would you be making this argument if Joe Biden outlawed protesting? And fucking would you care about the legality of doing a revolution against Joe Biden if he tried to do a bunch of authoritarian shit? And if Trump had been right and Biden stole the election and there was January 6th was actually justified? Would you be making this argument? No, you probably wouldn't. You probably support the protesters in overthrowing the government. And then Biden runs away. I don't know why they would bother going through the impeachment process since it's not like he's there.
Give the middle finger to rule of law.
Wait, no, yeah, it's all granted. In the second system, the person just doesn't care about the rule of law under Yanukovych. And that person who doesn't have a respect for the rule of law in that context, in the context of it being Yanukovych, but they do respect the other form of law, there's no contradiction there. Now, I take a softer version of that, which is just that I think it was wrong, but not nearly as wrong.
Oh god, Pisco's just assuming that what Lactoid said here is true. This is one thing I can't blame Americans. We had 2004 protests against Yanukovych and voted for him in 2010 again and protested against him 10 years later. Half the country can be dumb. Yeah, oh yeah, I'd be curious. Actually, I should look up that election and see where most of the votes were for him.
About
like who voted, like which parts of the country voted for him more.
Than Russia's invasion, and not.
It's still.
And again, let me finish. And
I mean, also, none of this fucking matters. It doesn't mean that Russia's invasion was okay.
And not a sufficient reason for us not to support Ukraine.
Sure,
and so they're not all. Yeah,
that's the first one, but we're still on the second one. You could say that, but to me, that's just brazen double. Like that's implying it. That's putting forward double standard.
What's the contradiction?
Let me finish a fucking sentence. To me, that's putting forward a brazen double standard that indicates that this, like the rule of law, is not actually a principle in itself. It's only something that you care about. Like
you believe this? Wait a second. You believe this? You believe this?
Wait. Okay. It's only something that you care about, right? When Yanukovych is I guess in power, or when not in power, right? Then all of a sudden it activates.
Let's address this. This is interesting. Interesting.
I know what you're going to say. What about like Hitler or some other dictator who happens to gain power?
What about international law? Wait. You don't respect power. You don't respect rule of law for all law. You don't respect that. Do you respect EU law? Do you respect Venezuelan law? Do you respect this law?
Yeah. Hold on. I said my loyalty to America.
Article 12 of Ukraine. Oh, Doc Burner just sent me this. Article 12 of Ukraine's constitution dictates that if the president's powers terminate early due to resignation, death, impeachment, or medical inability, the chairman speaker of the Verkhovna Rada assumes the duties of the head of state, ensuring continuity with early presidential elections called within 90 days. This mechanism was notably invoked in 2014 when Alexander Tuchinov temporarily resumed presidential powers after President Yanukovych fled, according to a parliamentary resolution based on Article 112. Yeah, okay. I've heard this argued about before because Hinkle tried to bring this up in his debate with Dylan and Destiny. Well, in his and Infrared's debate with Dylan and Destiny. This was like an argument that was brought up. And like, I think that there was like a couple of people. Yeah, the Verkhovna Rada was working. Yeah, they were. I literally said, who cares at the same time as, yeah, I mean, it's, that debate was fucking Kino memes. Okay. That was some good memes. That fucking debate. Since that's where we got the Moscow manlet and the Kremlin gremlin. That was some funny shit. Infrared had 9,000 plus APN, such as cinema. Yeah, that guy, goddamn, he acted like such a child.
From the very beginning of this conversation, I said international law is a factor in terms of leaders in other countries.
I almost felt bad for Hinkle in that debate, just because that he was actually trying to have a serious debate, while Infrared was just like being a fucking clown for most of it. I almost felt bad. Just like I almost felt bad for Lactoid in his and Gibbs's debate with me and and Joe Lewis. Just because that just because that Gibbs was acting like a clown the entire time. Like, he literally took out money on Set It On Fire, which was very, very, that was some silly shit.
Respecting their own laws. That is a factor. For me, the Constitution is like what I'm loyal to, right? This is like the first and foremost thing that I care about. If something does run afoul of international laws, something does run afoul of other laws, like I care about that. I don't care about it
So you
nearly to the same
treat
extent.
different bodies of law. So you treat different bodies of law differently, correct?
Yeah, but not based on who's in power.
Wait, but why shouldn't it? Why shouldn't part of your decision making? I'll let you know, right? Not in the American context. I'll grant you. In the American context, I think that our institutions, thankfully, though they're being withered, though they're being fucking attacked right now, so far I still have enough faith in them to believe in the project itself. But just take any case of like a country gone rogue, or like a country of Saudi Arabia, or like some other like crazy country that has racist laws. You don't respect bodies of law independent of the context in which they exist, and there's no contradiction in respect.
Oh, Conradical, people don't hate his politics. They hate him for personal shit. I don't think anybody, like, people don't, like, I guess, like, some people, it used to be that he would get hate from both leftists and right-wingers for his politics, and there are still some people in those groups who hate him for his politics, but a lot of the hate that he gets, nowadays at least, seems to come from drama related shit, and it seems to come from people who don't have any politics except for hating him, and like they're contrarians who will basically take the opposite position of whatever he believes. I don't agree with some of it, particularly on capitalism and IP, but he's a liberal. What do people expect? I mean, yeah, that's like part of it, right? Also, he is a segs freak, unfortunately. I mean, like, that's a matter of opinion. I don't really care that much about that, about like the fact that he, I don't know. I feel like some people are a bit too silly about the oh my god, he's such a degenerate or whatever. Unless you're specifically talking about like what happened during the drama, then that's like a different matter. And obviously that stuff wasn't good, but otherwise, like, I don't care about his open relationship shit or any of that. It doesn't really matter that much to me. Like, I'm kind of, I don't know, but it is, I feel like people who spend all of their time obsessing over him because of shit that's happened in his personal life and have decided to dedicate their lives to like destroying him are really silly and should probably, like, I don't know, go out inside and touch some grass, because there's greater things out there in the world. And I can't imagine like how miserable your life must be if you're going to be like an obsessive anti-fan. But yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, Conradical, it is at least in part his sense of humor. Most of the hate that he gets for his politics comes from the far left and the far right, though. Like, MAGA absolutely despises him, and they think he's disgusting because that he like called out their hypocrisy by posting funny stuff, like by making, I thought they were funny, by posting funny jokes on Twitter. Like they were insanely edgy, but they were funny. And if we want a left liberal coalition, I don't really get it. No, you see, Conradical, you don't understand. Actually, I'm sure you do understand. The online left doesn't want a coalition with liberals. They want to purity test everybody out of the coalition until it is morally pure in their view. And at that point, there'll only be about 5 people left in it. But they'll feel super good about themselves, which is what they want, you know. Touch grass, consensually touch a woman, etc. Yes, exactly, Conduit. People, yeah, like this goes for like fucking H3 snarkers as well. Like people who spend all their time online like hating it, like it just, like people aren't even like hating Ethan for his politics. I can understand like hating Destiny for his politics, or like hating Hassan for his politics, because obviously like we do that, but there's still also a difference between that and like just obsessing over that person. Meaning between Finnish VM and Zelensky, giving super formal, it's so stupid. What? Is it? Is it super formal? I know, but in terms of politics, the outcome we want should be power to alleviate problems. No, you're absolutely right. I agree. Harm reduction is good, but none of these people agree because they're stupid and they care more about like moral purity than anything else. Is it? I mean, I guess kind of. They both they're both pretty normal. Lauren Southern was a big missed red flag with her glazing Dugan aside from interview, to be fair. But yeah, it's an American thing to jerk for mysterious Dugan's worldview / philosophy. We're very different from POG. I mean, I guess. I don't know what you mean by POG, but I mean, like, yeah, no, obviously, yes, Lauren Southern was glazing Dugan, because she probably, yeah, I don't know, like, the American far right likes Putin because they like his ideology and because they think that Russia is like a white, anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-woke, traditional values like sanctuary, even though it's not. It's a shithole. It's a corrupt shithole that has like higher rates of domestic abuse than other countries, and it's not like it's super traditional values. Like the women there don't like the women in Russia work and they still have rights, as much as Putin would like to take that away because they had them during the Soviet Union. And yeah, like Russian women are not stay at home or whatever. We don't claim her if she's a Canadian. Please correct this disinformation. No, stop it. Lauren Southern is yours now. Actually, no, she's not even living in America, which is funny because like she spends so much time. I don't know.
In fact, in one rule,
domestic abuse got decriminalized a couple of years back. Yeah, I know. They passed some weird laws about that. Also, like, they have a huge problem with alcoholism and drugs, and it's not a good place to live. I don't want that Russian asset. Yeah, I don't want her either. Nobody wants her. Maybe she does live in England. I don't know. I thought she lived in the UK. Wait, isn't she? I don't think she's allowed to go to England. I'm pretty sure she's banned from entering the UK. What do you mean? US is a good place to live right now, Keck? No, I'm talking about Russia. Russia is a shithole. I'm so sick of relativism. Fuck Dugan. True.
Of law versus another based on, I don't know, who is enforcing the law, or B, who's interpreting the law, or C, who's making the body of law. That's all. I think there's no contradiction until
Can you just clarify? Hold on, before you go, like, can you just clarify something? I think we might actually agree on this. Like, can you say the last part again? You just said it doesn't matter the country, right? All this, you can't see my point to Lactoid here. Just ignore this. I'm sorry, guys. Is the whole point reason I asked that question is I only care about U.S. first. If he's professing U.S. first, obviously fighting the evil empire is the best thing, and Russia's evil. They're our evil empire. Why does it matter what the
does Lactoid think Russia's an evil empire, though?
Law is in that country? Because we're doing what we want to do, which is back Zelensky. It doesn't matter if he's illegally elected. So I don't understand what your like conundrum is here, Lactoid. Like I think that's kind of what Pisco's saying too. I mean, am I wrong?
Oh my god, is this like a rare Gibbs W as he like sort of drunkenly wanders his way into like a fair point? Or at least like this is like the kind of point that one would make if you recognized how America conducts itself. Like, I mean, really, I don't. Yeah.
Huh?
It feels so.
I guess yeah.
We're saying the same thing.
I didn't account. I didn't account. I guess Gibbs, and you always remind me of this. I apologize for the brazen imperialist perspective of just let's send in the fucking Marines and just take it because fuck them.
That's right.
That is a perspective, I suppose. What I'm referring to is, to me, you have this.
I mean, if you support like the Maduro thing, you are kind of like doing that. Especially if you support it with the same logic that Trump gave for, which is literally, fuck it, I'm bringing back the Monroe Doctrine. We're going to have a sphere of influence, which that wouldn't be the that's fucking stupid. And that's not a good idea. That would not be the reason why I would support it. I wouldn't support the way that he did it. Like, I don't necessarily think deposing Maduro is a bad idea, but if you're going to do it, then you got to do it in conjunction with the Venezuelan opposition and with America's partners in South America. You can't just fucking go do it and then peace out and leave his second in command in power and then talk about how you're going to take the fucking oil and then actually want to take the oil, even though that's never going to happen. Because that none of the oil companies want to take that risk. Monroe Doctrine is based on some context, to be honest. Yeah, I don't actually know that much about Monroe Doctrine. I should just say sphere of influence thing, because that's clearly what he wants, is he wants to have a sphere of influence. Is that not the case? Doesn't he want to do the sphere of influence thing? That seems to be what he was going for there. This is the bar is in hell moment, and Gibbs manages to stand just above it. Yeah, basically. Like, I think that, like, if that is your perspective or whatever, which is what Trump's perspective is, I don't agree with that perspective, but that's something else to consider, too. Also, again, there's a fucking difference between giving weapons to Ukraine to fight back against an invasion and sending your troops in to kidnap a foreign leader. In one of those situations, you're just helping somebody out. And in the other one, you're actually, like, actively sending your troops in to do a thing. I seriously thought Don Roe Doctrine was a misspeak, and he meant to say Monroe. Nope. That's the best name he could think of. I mean, of course, because he's gotta put his name in there. Like, why didn't he just call it Trump Doctrine? Like, getting enemies out of the Western Hemisphere, such as Russia and Crimea and Iran, is based, depending on how it's done. I mean, like, yeah, that's, like, another reason that you could do it, too. But I feel like if you're gonna, I don't know. But again, like, Trump doesn't give a fuck about, like, doing anything democratically. So anybody who says, oh, man, it was based that the U.S. went in and took out the evil dictator Maduro, like, that's a stupid argument to make because, A, that's not why the U.S. did it. Or rather, like, the U.S. took out one dictator and essentially, like, replaced him with another dictator. So it doesn't really work. Like, you can't really make that argument because it's not, and also there's no guarantee that that dictator is actually going to be friendly to America because they literally left the Maduro regime in power. Although, hey, the new dictator is a woman. Wouldn't you know it? Donald Trump basically inadvertently doing some DEI over there. Now we've got, like, a based queen as the head of Venezuela. Raise your hands, everybody, you know, for like diversity. Yeah. Yeah, it's the sphere of influence thing, but it was about Europe out of our backyard. The Montevideo Convention in 1933 is kind of the basis for how we determine sovereignty. Oh, interesting. She's probably going to be more pragmatic than Maduro. I mean, yeah, potentially, probably. Was it your chat where I said Asman doesn't know whether to support the Maduro change out because Trump did it, but a woman's in charge now? I don't think you said that in my chat, but that's pretty funny. Honestly, like, yeah, he probably wouldn't know. Although then again, on the other hand, maybe he'll just support it and say it was based, and he'll just remain ignorant to the fact that Delcy Rodriguez is in charge now. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know enough Spanish, and he'll assume that Delcy is not a woman's name. Yeah, I don't know. That representation of Montevideo is inaccurate, but that's a effort post. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sorry. I deport Asmongold to Agartha.
Claimed respect for constitutional processes, rule of law, etc., international law, etc. That Zelensky supporters will put forward, especially when they're appealing to these laws to condemn Russia's invasion, when they're condemning the shit that Russia does.
Different sets of laws. Wait, no, because there's different.
What if I don't care about whether or not, what if, like, you know what? Let's say let's say Putin's invasion is, like, somehow legal under international law. I still wouldn't agree with it because it's bullshit. because it's wrong, okay? It's not good. You shouldn't be able to just invade your neighbors. Also, international law would be deeply flawed if it said that it was okay to invade your neighbors for no good reason. Agartha. Short answer is sovereignty and the criteria for statehood are different legal concepts. Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean, Russia is a state that, or sorry, Ukraine is a state that is recognized by the whole world. Russia is also a state that is recognized by the whole world. Maybe they shouldn't be, but they are.
Hey, hang on. So first of all, they're different sets of laws, and they
Not
carry with them different
necessarily.
kinds of moral. Yes, moral culpability. Yes, they are. Wait, no. The domestic law of Ukraine and its constitution is a
That's
different
why.
body
That's
of
why.
law than.
That's why I said international law as well. Ukraine has violated international law.
Kalinda confirmed not a crypto racist. She doesn't know how to pronounce Agartha. Yeah, I don't. Sorry. I don't even know what that is. Pictures of a sci-fi world. The future if tankies thought Russia shouldn't exist instead of Israel. True.
Many times since 2014. So, assuming that you give a shit at all about international law, that
Also, when I just said I don't know what Agartho is, I'm willing to bet that like at least some number of you cringed in the audience, just like I cringe whenever Destiny or Lonerbox or any other streamer that I'm watching doesn't understand a pop cultural reference that somebody makes in the chat. And I understand it. And I'm like, what? They don't know? Yeah.
that'd be relevant. Maybe now again.
No, but there would be nothing. There would be nothing inconsistent. There would be nothing inconsistent. No. What I'm saying is, there's nothing inconsistent with someone saying, "Yeah, and this would be my position. When Ukraine does war crimes and violates international law, I condemn that. But I still also condemn Russia's invasion." Wait. Is there any contradiction in what I just said?
Hold on.
No, right?
Stop, Gibbs. You're saying, is there any contradiction in the idea that I condemn violations of international law when Ukraine does it, and I also condemn
Why is Gibbs here?
and when Russia does it? There's not like a necessary contradiction there, but I think where the contradiction does come in is when you have so I think one-sided of an approach being taken of hyper-fixating on the actions of one party as opposed to the other party, advocating for funding to one party.
Yeah, because if the one party got invaded, you fucking idiot. What the fuck? Like, Jesus Christ, I'm sorry, but the fact that they got invaded kind of really fucking matters. Even if you were right about everything else that you said, you could instead, like, you could advocate for some shit. Like, fuck, America, you could advocate for America instead, like, conditioning their military aid on Ukraine doing reforms after they managed to repel Russia. It doesn't mean that Russia gets to come in and roll all over them. Like, even if what you're saying is true about Zelensky and all that, which it's not, but yeah.
For the other party, I mean, using your
maybe
logic,
because you think one is worse. Maybe because you think one is way worse. Maybe you think one violation of law is way worse.
Using your logic, I could simply I could say, well, I think the rule of law only matters when Trump is president, not when Biden is president, because Biden is so terrible. Because I know you don't do this because you said that you have a more principled position when it comes to U.S. law.
Okay, I feel like I probably got like Darkbringer, if you're still here, is there any more to this, or are they just going to argue about like this supposed hypocrisy? Because if I debate Lactroid, I don't think this is going to come up. Unless like he tries to like get at me over this, but even so, like this is such a dumb thing. Yeah. I'm late, but Agatha is another mystical lost civilization, but like Atlantis or Hyperborea. Oh, thanks. It also seems to be something having to do with like Norse mythology or something having to do with like some weird occult shit. I don't know. States themselves were defined best in Montevideo, but the concept of sovereignty was made in 1648, not 1934. Agatha is like Wakanda, but for whites. Oh, I see. Nah, it was mostly an example of a good debater, Pisco, still not being able to counter Lactoid due to lack of background, which you picked up on. Oh, okay. All right. Well, if there's not any more to this, I think I'm done with this because, like, it's basically just going to be them arguing about a bunch of hypocrisy shit. And I don't know. I think this is stupid. Like, I guess, like, even with his lack of knowledge here, like, Pisco is still right that you can still care about Ukraine invading, or about Ukraine getting invaded by Russia and not, yeah, like, you can still care about that. Even if, like, even if Ukraine was not like, even if Zelensky was not like a legitimate president or whatever. I mean, he was still elected and his election was still legitimate. And everybody said that it was. So, I mean, the people still chose him. So it's really stupid to like harp on this because like Ukraine's still a state that's having its sovereignty run over it, regardless of whether or not you think their constitution was violated, even though really it was not, because that like you can't. Yeah, like they follow what you're supposed to do in the Constitution. Like running away to Russia is absolutely basically giving up your power. Like that's what he did. He abandoned his power. And yeah. But like Lactoid's mad because they didn't go through like the proceedings to impeach him or whatever. Even though it was like, what's the point? He literally ran away. The most confusing overall take I observe are the proxy state / proxy war and coup term usage while being rather buzzword usage / shitpost of politically charged lingo. I mean, that's usually what people like to say. Yeah, like if somebody refers to Euromaidan as a coup, I almost always find that to be a red flag because it really wasn't. Like it's like that's not what coup means. It was a revolution. That's true. Because they basically they forced the leader to run away. Although it didn't change the political system, but it was a revolution in the sense that they essentially, like the protesters themselves, basically forced an outcome that caused Yanukovych to be overthrown. And then he left, which is, yeah, like that. And then they basically followed the Constitution. To some degree, we can state that U.S. independence is a French proxy jab at Brits' support of Americans. Is this productive take direction? I mean, no, yeah, like you're right. Like, and that's actually really funny. Like, I mean, would he have said that? Would he say that about the American Revolution? That it was basically a proxy war between France and Britain? Because you could say that. 2014 Civil War, Maidan coup, proxy war. Yeah, like even just calling it a civil war is stupid because that would imply that like there was like a significant number of people, or that like the separatists could have won on their own without Russia giving them shit. And like really, even when Russia was giving them shit, they weren't doing particularly well. That's why Russia had to send troops. World War II was a proxy war between Japan and Belgium. Based. That's kind of a funny proxy war. What do you mean? They thought they bought ammunition in shop. Did they? Yeah, like also like a bunch of the guys who came over and joined to fight in the Russian separatist forces were like fucking Russians. Like Igor Girkin and all his dudes. Well, maybe not all of them, but at least some of them. And he was doing shit in Crimea before that. Igor Girkin, this fucking rat fuck. I'll never like. Yeah, I don't know. He looks like such a rat. It was a popular meme, by the way. I'm not joking. Wait, really? What? They bought the ammunition in the shop. Is this like a meme like Girkin is literally a GRU agent. Yeah, I know. Or at least I think it's like, is he confirmed to be one, or is it, look at this fucking rat. Every time I see him, it's just, I don't know, he's such a, ugh. Oh, he's a former FSB officer. Is the GRU part of the FSB? I don't know what, I know the FSB is like it's the successor to the KGB. Okay, no, it's not. What? Russians, before admitting it was their green men, kept claiming that it's possible to get ammunition and military uniform very easily. Oh yeah. Oh, that was their excuse. Okay. Yeah, I think I saw it because they denied for months when the little green men went into Crimea, and then Putin was like, "Okay, yeah, that was actually us." Um. What is he doing right now? Did he just fuck off? I mean, I know he's been convicted in absentia, but that's whatever. Oh, he began criticizing Vladimir Putin for incompetence, and on the 21st of July was arrested by Russian authorities on charges of extremism. Gurkin was convicted in January 2024 on inciting extremism and sentenced to 4 years imprisonment. Rip Bozo, Packwatch, etc. That's funny. See, this is what happens when you criticize Vladimir Putin, because he's actually a dictator. During the invasion, Gurkin was also a mill blogger, taking a strong pro-war stance, but criticizing the Russian military for what he saw as incompetence and insufficiency. In October 2022, Gurkin briefly joined a volunteer unit fighting against Ukrainian forces. In April 2023, Gurkin, alongside some fellow Russian nationalists, joined the Club of Angry Patriots, a hardline pro-war group. Oh no. NKVD, KGB, SFP. Yeah, that I was aware of. But FSB does stuff pertaining to state security, like counterterrorism ops. But what was GRU? Russian. Oh, okay. Main Directorate of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, formerly the Main Intelligence Directorate, and still commonly referred to by its previous abbreviation GRU, is they're the military intelligence of the General Staff of the Armed Forces. Okay. Whereas the FSB is more like Russia's version of the CIA. So this is like the civilian intelligence service, and the GRU is the military one. All right. Interesting. The one guy joining the GRU to protect his country, getting the job waterboarding women who want to try to get a divorce. Rip. Goddamn. We just reviewed a paper on GERCS and NaV117 inhibitors. My workload has sucked with all the cuts to NIH. I fucking hate this admin. Oh yeah, that's like super shitty. The National Institute of Health shit. Yeah. Angry Patriots, Gurkin versus Concerned Patriots, Navalny crew, legendary battle. Wait, what Club of Angry Patriots? Russian hardline nationalist. Oh, it still exists? I'm surprised. The group criticizes the current Russian government for half measures and inability to win the war in Ukraine. Of course. Gurkin was arrested and sentenced to 4 years in prison in a penal colony. Oh, damn. That's pretty funny. When you go too far. Yeah, when we read about this before, we saw that it is speculated that this guy was in Bosnia. And he was also in the Chechen Wars too, of course. Or at least like where people are pretty sure that he was in Bosnia. Or that he was doing some shit there. I think it was him. Yeah, oh yeah. He published memoirs of the fighting in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Oh no, he's the one who claimed. He was accused by Bosnian media and a retired Bosnian army of having been involved in the Visegrad massacres in which thousands of civilians were killed in 1992. Yeah. One day I'll get these pronunciations right. Mr. Gherkin is Mr. Worldwide. All right, you guys. We are circling the drain here. I feel like I learned a bunch of stuff today, and I will need to I gotta go like take some notes and shit. But yeah, I feel like I have a better understanding of exactly what was going on behind the scenes now in terms of what people wanted, which is good. I'll also read more about the Constitution of Ukraine. Yes, that debate was very silly, Chase. That was just a dumb troll shit. Hopefully Doobie will get back to me. If not, then I'll figure something out for the thumbnail. Yeah. Anyhow, I will talk to you guys later. Have a good night, guys. Bye. And also, thanks for all the subs. We're at 569. Yeah. Please like and subscribe, etc. Good night.